I was 17 when I first found out that the college fund my grandparents had set up for me even existed. My mom let it slip one night at dinner, when she and my dad were bickering over finances again, something they did like it was a hobby. "Well, thank goodness Craig has that college fund from your parents, or we'd really be in trouble," she muttered between bites of pasta. I froze, fork halfway to my mouth. I remember looking up at her and asking, "Wait, what college fund?" She blinked like she'd forgotten I was even there. That was the first time I learned I had $40,000 sitting in a bank account somewhere, thanks to my grandparents, my dad's parents, who had passed away when I was in middle school. They weren't rich, but they were responsible. They lived modestly and saved what they could. Apparently, after they died, they left a chunk of their savings specifically for me, meant to help with college. Not for the family, not for emergencies, not for anything else. Just me, my future, my education, my shot at getting out of the house and doing something different with my life. I was stunned, grateful, of course, but also confused why no one had told me. My mom just shrugged and said something like, "We didn't want you to get cocky or start slacking off in school just because you had money waiting." That didn't sit right, but I was a teenager who hadn't even applied to colleges yet, so I let it go. I didn't press the issue. I should have. My name's Craig. I'm 32 now, and this story still makes my stomach twist when I think about it. Back then, we lived in a modest 3-bedroom house in a quiet suburb. My parents weren't terrible people, not at first glance anyway. They worked hard. My dad was a postal worker, and my mom was a part-time dental receptionist. We weren't well off, but we got by. I did chores, kept my grades up, stayed out of trouble. I wasn't the golden child, though, not by a long shot. That title belonged to my older sister, Melissa. Melissa is 4 years older than me and has always been the center of the universe in my parents' eyes. She was bubbly and fun and had big dreams. I was quiet, bookish, and, apparently, too serious for my own good. Melissa didn't finish college, but it was never treated like a failure. She bounced around from job to job, boutique retail, yoga instructor training, photography school for 6 months. My parents called it exploring her path. Meanwhile, I worked 2 part-time jobs during my last year of high school just to save money for textbooks, because I didn't want to touch that college fund until I really needed it. I guess I had this naive idea that if I worked hard and planned well, things would work out. When Melissa got engaged at 25, the house turned into a wedding war room overnight. Color swatches, cake tastings, venue tours. It was like a second full-time job for my mom. My dad didn't say much, but I could see the stress creeping into his face. Melissa wanted a dream wedding, and she meant it. She found a historic estate outside the city with a marble staircase and a horse-drawn carriage package. The rental alone was more than most people's cars. I remember joking, "Unless you're marrying a prince, I don't know how anyone pays for that." No one laughed. My mom actually shushed me. I was 19 at the time, home from my first year of college. I'd chosen a local state university and commuted from home to save money. Every time I saw Melissa's wedding plans sprawled across the kitchen table, I felt a weird mix of awe and dread. There was no way my parents could afford any of it. They were already stretched thin. I figured maybe Melissa's fiancé's family was loaded. I never asked, and no one volunteered the information. Then, one day, about a month before the wedding, I overheard something that made my chest go cold. I'd come downstairs late at night for a glass of water, and my parents were talking in hushed voices at the kitchen table. My mom said, "Well, once we use the rest of Craig's college fund, we'll be okay. I'll just have to put off the dental work another year." My dad muttered something about credit cards and refinancing. I stood there in the dark, frozen. I didn't make a sound. I just turned and went back upstairs, heart pounding. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't sleep the next night either. My head was spinning. I wanted to believe I'd misheard. I wanted to believe they'd never do that to me. But deep down, I already knew the truth. They'd drained my fund. The money my grandparents had set aside for my future, gone, swallowed up by flowers and catering and silk chair covers for a wedding that wasn't even mine. And the worst part? They hadn't even told me. They weren't going to. I confronted them 2 days later. I waited until breakfast when Melissa wasn't around. I was shaking as I asked, "Did you spend my college fund on the wedding?" My mom froze mid-sip of coffee. My dad looked at the wall like he wanted to disappear. They didn't deny it. My mom launched into a speech about how Melissa deserved her special day and how weddings are once in a lifetime. My dad said they figured I'd understand because I was always so mature. I stared at them in disbelief. I asked them how I was supposed to pay for school now. My mom gave me this dismissive look and said, "Well, most people just take out loans. You'll be fine." That was the moment something inside me cracked. I don't think I even yelled. I just stood up, grabbed my backpack, and left. I stayed with a friend for a few days and then moved into a cheap basement apartment near campus. I picked up more hours at my part-time job. I applied for scholarships and grants and, yes, loans. It took me 6 years to finish my degree because I had to go part-time some semesters, but I did it. Without them. Without a cent from that fund. Melissa's wedding was beautiful, by the way. I went because I didn't want to cause drama, but I barely smiled in any photos. I felt like a ghost standing in the corner, watching my entire future get poured into champagne flutes and sparkler exits. No one even thanked me. Melissa didn't mention the fund once. She just kept saying how lucky she was to have such supportive parents. Fast forward 10 years. I'm 32 now, and I've built a good life for myself. I work in tech, project management at a solid mid-sized firm. I'm not a millionaire, but I'm stable. I own a small condo, drive a decent car, and my student loans are almost paid off. I haven't talked to Melissa in years. We grew apart, and honestly, I stopped trying. As for my parents, we stayed in occasional contact, birthdays, holidays, but it was never the same. Something broke back then and never got fixed. Then last month, I got a call out of the blue. It was my mom. Her voice sounded thinner than I remembered. She asked how I was doing, how work was going, if I was dating anyone. I waited for the ask. It came 5 minutes later. "Craig, your father and I are in a bit of a situation. We're in some debt. Credit cards, mostly. It's gotten out of hand. We were wondering if you might be able to help us. Just a little. Just until we get back on our feet." I asked her how much. She said, "About 32,000. I laughed. I couldn't help it. It wasn't even a cruel laugh. It was just disbelief. I asked her why I should help them after what they did to me. She started crying. Told me I was their son. Told me I was doing so well, and Melissa's had some hard years and can't contribute much. She said they were desperate. I told her to ask Melissa. Then I hung up. They haven't stopped calling since. I didn't block their number. Not right away. I told myself I was just leaving the door open in case they came to their senses and apologized, or at the very least, admitted what they did was wrong. But I should have known better. My parents have always had this selective memory. They can remember what brand of cake Melissa liked for her 10th birthday, but somehow forgot spending my entire college fund on her wedding. So the calls kept coming. At first, it was just my mom. Her voice would come through my phone like a ghost from a life I'd outgrown. Soft, guilt-laced, always starting with, "Hey honey," like nothing had happened. The first few messages were emotional. She'd talk about the debt, about how the interest was piling up, about how hard it was to sleep at night. "We're drowning, Craig," she said in one voicemail, "and it just doesn't feel fair that you won't even talk to us." Fair. That word echoed in my brain for days. Like it had been fair to spend 40 grand of my inheritance without even asking me. Like it had been fair to tell me to just get loans, while Melissa got a horse-drawn carriage and a live jazz band. I ignored the messages. I kept my head down at work. But something inside me started to boil. Old anger, the kind I thought I'd buried after years of therapy and distance, began to surface again. I wasn't even mad about the money anymore, not really. I was mad that they still didn't see what they'd done. That they still felt entitled to ask me for help without ever owning up to how they'd let me down. Then the messages changed tone. My dad started calling too, which was unusual. He wasn't much of a talker when I was growing up, more the silent, newspaper and black coffee type. When he did speak, it was either an order or a sigh. But now he was leaving long voicemails, his voice tight and edged with frustration. "This isn't just about the money, Craig," he said in one. "This is about family. About loyalty. I don't know who put these ideas in your head, but you're not better than us." Not better than them. That one got under my skin. I never thought I was better than them. I just worked my butt off to build something they told me I'd have to fight for alone. And now that I had it, they wanted a cut. The kicker came 2 weeks later. It was a Sunday afternoon, and I was sitting in my condo eating reheated Chinese food when I got a text from an unknown number. Just one sentence. You could have said no without being a selfish prick. No name. No context. But I knew the voice behind it. Melissa. I hadn't spoken to her in over 5 years. She didn't show up to my graduation, didn't reach out when I moved into my condo or when I got promoted last year. But now, suddenly, here she was, jumping into the fray like I owed her something too. I stared at the message for a full minute before typing back. Funny coming from someone who spent my college fund on peonies and centerpieces. 3 dots appeared, then vanished, then reappeared. I could picture her typing furiously, backspacing, starting again. Finally, she replied. It wasn't your money. Mom and Dad said it was for the family, and I'm the one who actually needed it. That broke something in me. I didn't even respond. I just sat there, feeling like I'd been punched in the chest. Not because of the words themselves, but because of how easily they came to her. How convinced she was that it was never mine to begin with. How little she valued what I'd sacrificed. The next morning, I got an email. It was from my dad. It wasn't long, but it was cold. Clinical. The subject line just said help. The body was 2 paragraphs about their debt, their payments, their dire circumstances. Attached was a PDF of their credit card balances. The final line read, "We expect some level of support from our son, who we raised and gave everything to." Everything. I stared at that word until my eyes blurred. Everything. They gave me everything. Except my college fund. Except a fair shot. Except the basic respect of treating me like my future mattered as much as Melissa's fantasy wedding. That week, I didn't answer any calls. I didn't open their texts. I didn't even tell my friends what was going on. I just went to work, came home, and stewed in silence. But underneath that silence, something was shifting. I started digging. I looked up old emails from my college financial aid office. I found the loan statements. I pulled receipts from my years of struggle, literal and figurative. The extra shifts at the bookstore. The ramen dinners. The internships that paid in experience. I created a folder on my desktop and named it Debt That Isn't Mine. Then I went further. I requested my grandparents' will from the county archive. I didn't even know if I could get a copy, but turns out I could. Took about 2 weeks. When it came, I scanned it line by line, my pulse pounding like a drum. And there it was, in black and white. $40,000 to be held in trust for our grandson, Craig, last name, to be used solely for the purpose of his college education. Solely. Not for the family. Not to be borrowed. Not to be spent on Melissa's white silk napkins and shrimp tower. For my education. I sat back in my chair and stared at that sentence. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I felt vindicated and furious all at once. They'd lied to me. Not just about the money, but about its origin, its intent, its very meaning. And now they were begging me for help while still pretending they'd done nothing wrong. The next time they called, I picked up. It was a Wednesday night. My mom's voice came through the line, brittle and breathless. "Craig? Oh, thank God. I've been trying to." I cut her off. Calmly. Firmly. "I got a copy of the will." Silence. She didn't ask what will. She knew. "I know it was meant for me," I said. "I know what you did." She didn't deny it. Instead, she sighed. This long, dramatic exhale like she was the victim. "Craig, we were just trying to hold the family together. Melissa was going through so much, and we thought we could pay it back later. But you didn't," I said. "And now you want me to." "It's been 10 years, she snapped. "You're successful now. Why are you still holding on to this?" I could have said 1,000 things. I could have listed every night I sat awake wondering how I'd afford next semester. Every job I took just to scrape by. Every loan statement I still check monthly. But I didn't. Instead, I said, "Because you never once said you were sorry." That quieted her. I could hear my dad's voice in the background. Muffled, sharp. Then he got on the line. "Craig, this isn't productive. You're acting like a child." I nearly laughed. I was a child. When you took the money. Now I'm an adult. One who doesn't owe you a cent. They both started talking at once. Guilt. Shame. The family name. Pride. I listened for a moment, then calmly said, "You should have thought about that before you stole from me," and hung up. I didn't feel good. I didn't feel powerful. I just felt empty. But it didn't stop there. Because about a week later, I found out that my parents had told other relatives that I was abandoning them, that I'd gone cold and forgotten where I came from. I found out from my cousin Ella, who texted me asking why Aunt Linda had mentioned I refused to help my dying parents. Dying. They weren't dying. Struggling, sure. But that was on them. Still, the rumor mill had started. And Melissa? She was fueling it. Posting vague messages on Facebook about some people forgetting who loved them first and selfish siblings who throw away family like garbage. Screenshots of those posts started making their way to me. People I hadn't spoken to in years were suddenly reaching out, most with concern, some with judgment. That was when I realized they weren't going to stop. Not just the calls, not just the messages, but the campaign, the manipulation, the pressure. They weren't just drowning in debt. They were dragging me under with them. And I had a decision to make. Because I could keep ignoring them, or I could start taking steps. Steps they wouldn't see coming. Steps that would finally force them to understand the weight of what they'd done. That's when the real plan started forming in my head. I didn't sleep the night I found out they'd told the extended family I was abandoning them. I stared at the ceiling of my bedroom, my condo, the one I bought with my own hands, my own money, my own credit history, and felt something deep inside me fracture. This wasn't just about money anymore. This wasn't just about the college fund or the calls or the guilt trips. It was about identity, about betrayal, about the kind of quiet, psychological war that leaves invisible scars long before you even realize you've been bleeding. That week, I stopped responding to everyone. My phone stayed on silent. Social media, what little I still used, was dormant. I canceled lunch plans. I skipped the gym. I couldn't concentrate at work. Every time I opened an email or sat down for a meeting, I'd see their faces flash across my mind. Melissa's smug, dismissive texts. My dad's cold PDF. My mom's crying voicemails. I felt like I was back in that house at 19 again. The invisible son who never got the cake or the praise or the courtesy of fairness. I started drinking again. Not heavily, not spiraling, but enough that the late nights felt hazy and the mornings felt dry. I told myself it was just stress, just a phase, but I knew better. The part of me that had worked so hard to build this life, to escape the guilt, the favoritism, the manipulation, felt suddenly small and hollow. Like maybe all I'd built was just a thin shield, and now that they were pressing on it, the cracks were starting to show. The lowest point came on a Friday night, maybe 3 weeks after the last call. I was in the parking garage of my condo, sitting in my car with the engine off. It had been a long week. I'd snapped at a coworker that morning, flaked on dinner plans with a friend, and missed a call from my boss because I just couldn't bear to talk to another person. In that garage, in the dark, with nothing but the hum of distant traffic above me, I started crying. Not loud, not theatrical, just quiet, bitter tears. The kind you don't even realize are coming until they're already on your face. I remember gripping the steering wheel and whispering, why wasn't I ever enough? That question haunted me for years. Through school, through work, through every holiday where Melissa got the best seat at the table and I got asked to be the photographer. Through every time I achieved something, an A+ paper, a new job, even my first bonus, and heard nothing but a lukewarm good for you over the phone. It was always Melissa who sparkled, who struggled, who deserved saving. And me? I was just fine. Always expected to be okay. But something changed in that parking garage. I didn't have some grand epiphany. No cinematic swell of music. Just a quiet, tired realization that if I didn't pull myself out of this, if I let them win, even now, I'd be proving them right. I'd be the bitter, selfish, broken version of me they wanted to paint to the rest of the family. And I was so tired of letting their narrative define my worth. So I started rebuilding. Quietly. Intentionally. The first thing I did was open a blank document on my laptop and title it Truth File. I started writing. Not a story. Not a plan. Just the truth. Every moment I remembered. Every slight. Every cold word. Every time I was dismissed, overlooked, lied to, used. It wasn't about revenge. It was about remembering. Because trauma, I realized, has a funny way of making you question your memory. I wanted something I could hold up to myself and say, yes, this happened. You are not crazy. Next, I reconnected with the people who actually cared. My best friend, Mateo, had been trying to reach me for weeks. I finally called him back and told him everything. He listened, didn't judge, didn't interrupt. When I was done, he just said, that's messed up, man. But you're not alone. It meant more than I expected. He invited me over for dinner with his wife and kids that weekend. We ate lasagna, watched old movies, laughed. I sat on the couch with his toddler asleep on my chest and felt something loosen in me. A knot I didn't even know was there. I didn't have to prove anything in that room. I didn't have to justify why I didn't want to bail out my parents. I was just Craig. A guy who'd been hurt, but who was still standing. At work, I started saying yes again, to coffee breaks, to brainstorming sessions, to leadership opportunities. My manager, Angela, called me into her office one afternoon and said, "You've been off lately. You okay?" I told her I was going through something personal, but that I was committed to bouncing back. She nodded, smiled, and said, "Well, you're still one of the most dependable people on this team. Let me know how I can support you." And just like that, I felt seen again. I picked up journaling. I rejoined the gym. I cut back on drinking. Small steps, but each one mattered. I wasn't trying to be perfect. I was just trying to find myself again, piece by piece. The self that existed before the guilt calls and the inheritance theft and the twisted family dynamic. One night, I opened that truth file again and read through it from top to bottom. Then I wrote one more line. This doesn't define me anymore. I don't know why, but writing that broke something open. Not in a bad way, in a freeing way. Like I'd finally acknowledged that yes, my past was painful, but it wasn't the whole story. I was more than the kid whose parents robbed him to buy peonies and a vintage Rolls-Royce rental. I was more than the younger brother left behind while the golden child shined. I was someone who had survived it. And now I was becoming someone stronger. The calls from my parents started to slow. I think, maybe, they realized I wasn't going to bend. Or maybe they were just too busy trying to juggle their creditors. Either way, the silence was a gift. But Melissa? She didn't go quietly. A month after my breakdown, she posted a picture of her and our parents on Facebook. It was an old photo, probably from her wedding. The caption read, "No matter what, we always stick together. Some people forget where they come from. But not us." It got over 100 likes. A few mutual family friends commented with things like, "Stay strong," and "Family first always." One even wrote, "Some people are too full of themselves to remember who fed them." That one stung. I knew it was about me. They were building a narrative, painting me as the villain, the ungrateful son, the arrogant success story who turned his back on the people who raised him. And it worked, because I got a text from my Aunt Teresa the next day asking if I was okay and saying she was disappointed to hear I'd abandoned my family. I wanted to scream, but instead, I just replied, "There's more to the story than you've been told." And that was true, because the real story wasn't just about the money. It was about the years of emotional labor, the unequal love, the unspoken expectations that I would always be the fallback plan while Melissa got the safety nets and second chances. But I wasn't a backup plan. Not anymore. That realization, that deep, unshakable belief that I no longer owed them anything, was the first real step toward healing, toward taking my power back. And once I had that, I started thinking about the future, about what comes next. Because the past, it may have shaped me, but it didn't own me. And soon, I'd make sure they understood that, in a way they'd never forget. But I wasn't going to yell. I wasn't going to fight. I was going to be calm, methodical, controlled. Because the best revenge? It's not loud. It's earned. The morning I decided to act wasn't dramatic. It wasn't stormy or symbolic or soaked in adrenaline. It was calm, almost too calm. I woke up before my alarm, 6:13 a.m., to be exact, and lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, blanketed in stillness. But inside, something had shifted. Not rage, not bitterness, just clarity. That kind of cold, focused clarity that comes when you've sat with something long enough to strip away the noise and just see the truth for what it is. I had nothing left to give them, not emotionally, not financially. But I had something else now, leverage. I had time, resources, and most importantly, the truth. And I was going to use it. The first thing I did was reach back out to the county archive where I got my grandparents' will. I asked them if it was possible to obtain copies of any correspondence or transactions related to the trust. They told me that because I had legal standing as the named beneficiary, I could submit a request for the trust disbursement records, basically a paper trail of what happened to the money after my grandparents passed. That process took 2 weeks. 2 slow, irritating weeks where I busied myself with work and projects and a very real effort to avoid overthinking. I reminded myself this wasn't about revenge for revenge's sake. This was about accountability, about no longer playing the part of the quiet one in the family drama. When the envelope finally arrived, I opened it in my kitchen, standing barefoot on the cold tile floor, coffee forgotten beside me. Inside were 3 things. A notarized release form signed by my parents, authorizing the use of the $40,000 trust. A bank transfer record, dated roughly 8 months before Melissa's wedding. A brief handwritten letter from the estate attorney, confirming that the fund had been released in full for educational purposes, per the trustee's discretion, based solely on the signed statement from my parents that it would be used for my college tuition. Educational purposes. Except it wasn't. And they had signed that letter, both of them. I stared at their signatures for a long time. Not because I doubted it, but because it felt like looking at a crime scene. The neat, flowing loops of my mother's cursive. The rigid, slanted scrawl of my father's blocky letters. They hadn't just spent the money. They'd lied. On paper. To a lawyer. About a fund my grandparents created specifically for me. It was more than betrayal now. It was fraud. I placed the papers in a folder and filed it away in my desk drawer, beneath old tax returns and passport copies. I wasn't ready to use them yet, but I knew I would. The next step came naturally. I reached out to my cousin Ella, the only person in the family who had dared ask me directly what was going on after the rumors started flying. We met for coffee at a quiet little spot downtown. I hadn't seen her in person in a few years, but she greeted me with a tight hug and that same raised eyebrow she used to flash when our aunt started gossiping. "Okay," she said, sitting down across from me. "Tell me everything." So I did. I walked her through the timeline. The fund, the wedding, the silent years, the debt, the calls, the manipulation. Her eyes widened when I mentioned the will. Her jaw actually dropped when I showed her the scanned copy of the letter with my parents' signatures. "Craig, this is serious," she whispered. "I know. Like, legally serious. They committed fraud." I nodded. "And they're trying to paint me as the bad guy." She leaned back, folding her arms. "So what are you going to do?" I didn't answer right away. Instead, I asked her something I'd been wondering for weeks. Who else believes their version of the story? Ella hesitated. Honestly, a lot of them. Aunt Linda, Uncle Ron, even Grandma on Mom's side. They've all been talking about how cold you've gotten. Melissa's been laying it on thick. She posted some teary Instagram story last week about losing a sibling to greed. I shook my head slowly. "But," Ella added, leaning in, "not everyone buys it. And if they saw what you just showed me, the whole narrative falls apart." That was what I needed to hear. Because my revenge, I realized, wasn't going to be about screaming at my parents or exposing them online or dragging them through court. Though, if it came to that, I had the paperwork ready. No, my revenge was going to be slow. Precise. I wasn't going to destroy them. I was going to dismantle the pedestal they built for themselves. One polite, undeniable truth at a time. And the first domino? The family. That weekend, I organized a catch-up dinner with a few cousins and old family friends. Nothing too suspicious. Just a small gathering at a casual Italian place downtown. I told them I was in a better place mentally and wanted to reconnect. They came, 6 of them. All people who had heard something about me cutting off my parents, but none of them had heard my side. Until that night. I brought the folder. I brought the timeline. I brought my voice. The same quiet voice they'd always called mature, but rarely listened to. And I laid it all out. I didn't cry. I didn't accuse. I just told the truth. By the end of the meal, 2 cousins were visibly shaken. One offered to write a letter of support, just in case I ever needed it legally. Another hugged me so hard I nearly lost my breath and whispered, "I'm so sorry." I had no idea. Word spread fast after that. I didn't ask for it to, but it did. The same way rumors had spread against me, now the truth spread for me. It was like a ripple, one cousin to another, one message thread to the next. People started reaching out, not with judgment, but with apology, with questions, with sympathy. I received a message from my Aunt Sharon, someone who hadn't spoken to me in years, saying she wanted to talk. She said she'd seen the documents, that she believed me. I didn't reply, not yet, because I wasn't done. Next, I met with a lawyer, a real estate and inheritance attorney, recommended by a friend. I brought everything. The will, the letter, the bank transfer, the messages. I told him I wasn't interested in suing yet, but I wanted to know my options. He was blunt. Technically, this is trust fraud. The trustee, who I assume was your dad, used funds under false pretenses. There's a statute of limitations, but given the evidence and the ongoing impact, you could absolutely make a case. Would it hurt them? He tilted his head. Financially, yes. Reputationally, even more. And if you're asking whether they'd face jail time, unlikely, but not impossible. Especially if the IRS gets involved. I left that meeting with more paperwork, more evidence, more power, but I still hadn't decided how far I was willing to go. Because this wasn't just about punishment. It was about justice, about healing. And sometimes, justice doesn't mean lawsuits. Sometimes, it just means the truth sees daylight. I waited. I watched. Then, 2 weeks later, Melissa posted a video. It was on her Instagram, public, of course. She sat on her couch in some softly lit room, wearing a hoodie and no makeup, the classic, I'm vulnerable look. She talked about family, about betrayal, about how some people let success turn them into strangers. How one of the hardest things in life is realizing your own sibling sees you as disposable. It had music in the background. Sad piano. The comments poured in. You don't deserve this. Some people forget who raised them. Stay strong, queen. I felt my stomach turn, but I didn't comment. I didn't text her. I just clicked download and saved the video to a folder labeled Manipulation Campaign, because it was almost time, not to explode, but to execute, to make a move they never saw coming. The moment I executed the plan was so quiet, it almost felt anticlimactic. No fireworks, no slamming doors, just a single email sent on a cloudy Wednesday afternoon from the quiet corner of a coffee shop. The subject line was simple: clarification regarding recent family allegations. And the recipient list? That's where the real punch was. 23 names. Every aunt, every uncle, every cousin who'd texted me half concerned, half condemning messages over the past few months. The extended family Facebook group admin. Even Melissa's mother-in-law, who had shared that teary Instagram story Melissa made to her own circle of church friends, apparently, so they could all pray for reconciliation. I had debated for weeks whether to go this route, whether to respond at all. But after seeing Melissa double down on her public narrative, twisting the story to make me look like a cruel, selfish son who abandoned his poor, aging parents, I knew silence wasn't strength anymore. It was surrender, and I wasn't surrendering to them ever again. The email was 3 pages long. Page 1, the timeline. Dates, facts, calm language. No editorializing. Just this happened, then this, then this. I even included receipts, attached scanned copies of the original trust documents, the signed letter from the estate attorney, and the bank records showing the withdrawal marked for educational disbursement. Page 2, my story. Not angry, not accusatory, just honest. I explained what the money meant to me, how I'd found out it was gone, what I went through to finish school on my own. I talked about the ramen, the late nights, the rejected financial aid appeals. I didn't paint myself as a victim. I painted myself as someone who survived despite their choices. Page 3, the manipulation. I included screenshots of Melissa's vague posting social media campaigns. Her text calling me a selfish prick. The voicemail my dad left calling me a disgrace to the family. I even included a quote from my mother's voice message about how it's been 10 years and you should be over it by now. I ended the email with this paragraph. I'm not sending this to shame anyone. I'm sending it because the version of the story being circulated is not only false, it's dangerous. I've spent years being silent, assuming the truth would speak for itself. But it didn't. And now, I'm speaking for myself. If you choose to believe their version, that's your right. But you'll be doing it in full knowledge of the truth, not the fairy tale. Then I hit send. I stared at the message sent confirmation for a long time. My hands were steady. My heart wasn't racing. I felt centered, like I had just finally pushed the last brick back into place after a long, crumbling collapse. I didn't hear anything for a day. Then the replies started. Some were immediate. One from my Aunt Lila, Craig. I had no idea. I'm so sorry. Another from my cousin Nathan. This changes everything. I feel awful for ever doubting you. A third, more biting. I always knew something was off about how Melissa talked about it. Thank you for being brave enough to show the truth. And then, 2 days later, I got the call. It was from my dad. I didn't answer. He left a voicemail, voice tight and furious. You had no right to air family business like that. We were trying to protect Melissa, and you humiliated us. I saved the message. Didn't respond. 10 minutes later, another call. This time my mom. Craig, please, she said through a tear-choked whisper. You don't know what you've done. People are calling us, judging us. Your father can't sleep. Melissa hasn't left the house. Is that what you wanted? I didn't answer that one either. Because the truth is, It wasn't what I wanted. It was what they earned. Still, I wasn't done. I reached back out to the estate attorney, the one who had handled my grandparents' will. I explained the situation, asked what options were on the table, given the forged intent and false use of the funds. I made it clear I wasn't interested in criminal charges, but I wanted a legal acknowledgement on record that the trust had been violated. He took it seriously. Turns out, even if the money was long gone, the paper trail was fresh enough. And because the trust was designated solely for educational use under a formal agreement, the misuse, especially when proven through false statements, qualified as breach of fiduciary duty. That's when I made my move. I had the lawyer draft a formal letter, one that included the documentation, the will, and the bank statements. It was addressed directly to my parents, certified and signed, and it said, in careful, lawyerly language, that I now had full legal evidence of misappropriation of trust assets and that I reserved the right to pursue civil penalties or restitution in court. I didn't threaten to sue them. I didn't need to. The implication was enough. They went silent for 2 weeks. I found out later, through Ella, that they'd canceled a vacation they'd been planning and had started quietly talking to a financial advisor about selling their SUV. Melissa, apparently, unplugged from social media and had a full-on breakdown when she realized how many people had turned on her. But what really stunned me was the letter I received in the mail from my dad. Handwritten. 3 pages. It wasn't an apology, not really, but it danced around the edges of one. He talked about doing what they thought was right at the time, about how hard it had been to say no to Melissa's dreams, about how he and my mom never thought it would come back like this. He said they were ashamed of how they handled things, that they didn't realize how deep the damage went. The final paragraph? We never saw you hurting. We saw you as the strong one. Maybe that was our mistake. Maybe that's why we leaned on you. But I see now that strength doesn't mean someone isn't breaking underneath. I don't expect forgiveness, just understanding. I didn't cry. I didn't even get angry. I just folded the letter neatly and placed it in the folder with everything else. Then I closed the folder for the last time. Melissa hasn't reached out since. Not a text. Not a comment. Nothing. I hear she's keeping her head down. Maybe even going to therapy. That part doesn't matter to me anymore. What matters is this. The story is mine again, not theirs. I'm no longer the quiet one. I'm no longer the backup plan. I'm no longer the emergency fund in human form. I'm just Craig, 32, debt-free, free in more ways than I've ever been. And for the first time in my life, when I think about my future, there's no bitterness in it. No weight dragging me backward. Just possibility. Just peace. And that's the real inheritance I gave myself. I'm Patrick. I'm 31, and every Thanksgiving with my family feels like walking into a reality show where I'm the unwilling contestant. I don't mean the wholesome, Hallmark-style dinner scenes with candles and heartfelt speeches. I mean the kind where you sit down, the cameras zoom in on your face, and you just know someone is about to throw a drink or storm out. For years, I've been the one quietly holding this whole family together financially, even though no one ever seems to notice. Or worse, they notice and act like I'm just doing the bare minimum. This year, though, I thought it might finally be different. I'd been planning a surprise for months. I'd saved enough to pay off my cousin Ryan's student loans completely. Ryan and I were close growing up, more like brothers than cousins, and I knew those loans had been hanging over his head for years. He'd even joked last Christmas that he'd probably still be paying them off when he turned 50. So, when I got a bonus from work, I decided to do something big. Something that might actually make Thanksgiving feel like a celebration, for once. Walking into my mom's house that evening, I was nervous but also kind of excited. The smell of roasted turkey and cinnamon rolls hit me the second I opened the door, and for a moment, I thought maybe this was how normal families felt around the holidays. Warm, happy, grateful. My mom greeted me with her usual distracted kiss on the cheek, already halfway back to the kitchen to check the gravy, and Dad just gave me a nod from his spot on the recliner. Everyone was already there. My sister Lauren with her perfect hair and her equally perfect husband, my aunt and uncle talking loudly about the vacation they just got back from, and of course, Ryan, sitting on the couch with a beer in his hand, looking exhausted but smiling politely as Lauren bragged about some renovation they were doing on their house. I took a deep breath, sat down, and decided I'd wait until dinner was served to make the announcement. Dinner was the usual chaos, everyone talking over each other, passing dishes around, and my stepdad muttering about how dry the stuffing was this year. I waited for the right moment, waited until everyone had eaten enough to at least calm the room a little. Then, when it was quiet enough for my voice to carry, I cleared my throat and said, "Hey, I've got something to share. It's kind of big." Everyone turned to look at me. That alone was rare. Usually I could say the house was on fire and half of them wouldn't look up from their plates. I smiled, trying to keep my voice steady. "Ryan, I know you've been struggling with those student loans. So, as of this morning, they're gone. Paid off. Completely. You're free." For half a second, there was silence. Then my mom gasped, my uncle's fork clattered against his plate, and Lauren said, "Wow, seriously?" in the same tone she uses when she's impressed against her will. Ryan just blinked at me, processing, and I swear for a moment I saw relief cross his face. But then he laughed. Not a grateful laugh. Not even an awkward, I don't know how to react laugh. It was a sharp, almost mocking laugh. "Cool," he said, setting his beer down. "Guess you can pay off my car loan too, if you really care." The whole table went weirdly quiet. My mom did that thing where she tries to laugh along to ease the tension, but it came out high-pitched and brittle. My aunt muttered something about Ryan just joking, but he wasn't. I could tell. He was leaning back in his chair, smirking, like this was some kind of game. I felt something twist in my chest. For months I'd been planning this, thinking how good it would feel to help him, imagining him actually being happy for once. Instead, he turned it into a punchline. I reached into my jacket pocket, pulled out the check I'd brought just to show everyone, the physical proof of what I'd done, and before I could stop myself, I tore it clean in half. The rip was loud in the silence. "Enjoy your credit score," I said, keeping my voice as calm as I could. "It's the only thing lower than your manners." I stood up, walked to the kitchen trash can, and dropped the pieces in. No one said a word. Ryan's smirk faltered. My mom looked like she'd just seen a car accident, and Lauren had her mouth half open like she wanted to say something but couldn't think of what. I grabbed my coat and left before anyone could follow me out. On the drive home, my phone buzzed with messages. First from Mom. "Patrick, please don't make a scene over a joke." Then from Lauren. "You overreacted. He was just teasing." Finally, Ryan himself. "You didn't have to be so dramatic. I would have thanked you eventually." I tossed the phone into the passenger seat and kept driving. I could feel the anger building, the kind that doesn't burn out after a few hours but settles in and grows heavier the longer you sit with it. And as I parked outside my apartment, one thought started to take shape in my mind. I have been carrying this family for years, quietly paying for things no one else wants to deal with. Mom's mortgage shortfall, Dad's prescription refills, the electric bill that always seems to get lost before anyone else sees it. And tonight made it painfully clear how little they actually appreciate it. That's when I started wondering, what would happen if I stopped carrying them at all? And that's where things really started to spiral. The next morning, I woke up to 3 more missed calls and a string of texts from Mom that ranged from, "You embarrassed Ryan in front of everyone," to "You should come by, so we can talk this out." I didn't reply. I just sat there in my kitchen, staring at my phone while my coffee went cold. The truth was, I wasn't embarrassed about what I'd said. If anything, I was angry at myself for not saying more. For years, I'd been the family's quiet safety net. Nobody ever asked me directly for help. It was always implied. A subtle, "Your stepdad's hours got cut this month, the mortgage is going to be tight." Or a "Lauren's car broke down, and they just can't swing the repairs right now, poor things." I'd step in, wire the money, and life would go on. No thank yous, no recognition, just an unspoken expectation that I'd keep doing it. But now, after last night, I saw it for what it really was. Not just expectation, but entitlement. That weekend, I decided to test something. Mom had mentioned in one of her texts that the electric bill was due and the portal was being weird again. Normally, I'd log in, pay it, and text her that it was taken care of. This time, I did nothing. 3 days later, I got a group text from Mom. "Power went out today. Thanks a lot, Patrick. You knew the bill was due." I stared at the message, stunned. Not a single word about whether I was okay, or if maybe something had happened to me. Just straight to blaming me. I typed out 3 different replies. The first sarcastic, the second apologetic, the third downright furious, before finally putting my phone down and walking away. That night, I cooked myself dinner, poured a glass of wine, and decided I wasn't going to keep explaining myself. If they noticed I'd stopped being their personal bank, good. It didn't take long for the cracks to show. 2 weeks later, Lauren called me. Not texted, called, which she never does unless she wants something big. "Hey," she said, in that sweet, careful voice she uses when she's buttering someone up. "So, Josh and I have been looking at expanding the kitchen, and the contractor wants a bigger deposit than we expected. You wouldn't happen to be able to float us a loan, would you?" There it was, the ask. I took a breath. "Sorry, Lauren. Things are tight on my end right now. Can't help this time." The silence on the other end stretched for a full 5 seconds. Then she said, "Wow. Okay. I just thought, after everything you've done for Ryan, you'd want to help family." Something about that hit me harder than I expected. After everything I've done for Ryan? She made it sound like I'd chosen him over everyone else, when in reality, I'd been covering for all of them for years. "I have helped family," I said finally, keeping my tone even. "A lot more than you know." "Yeah, well," she said, her voice going cold now, "maybe you should think about who actually deserves it." And she hung up. The next time I saw them was at Sunday dinner a few days later. I wasn't planning on going, but Mom called and left a voicemail that said, "We need to clear the air. Just come." So I went. When I walked in, I could feel the tension in the air immediately. Everyone was sitting around the table, Ryan with his usual smirk, Lauren looking smug, Mom looking exhausted. Dad didn't even look up from his plate when I sat down. "Patrick," Mom started, "I think we all need to talk about what happened at Thanksgiving." "There's nothing to talk about," I said. "I did something nice for Ryan. He turned it into a joke. I decided not to let myself be treated like that." Ryan rolled his eyes. "Dude, it was a joke. You're really going to hold a grudge over one comment?" "One comment." I laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Ryan, that was the most disrespectful thing you could have said. Do you even understand what it took for me to do that? The hours I worked, the sacrifices I made." He shrugged. "Nobody asked you to do it. You just like playing hero." That stung more than I wanted to admit. Then Lauren chimed in. "He's right, Patrick. You can't just throw money at people and then get mad when they don't react the way you want." I turned to her. "I'm not mad that he didn't react how I wanted. I'm mad that he mocked me. There's a difference." Mom held up her hands. "Okay, enough. The point is, this family has always supported each other." "Supported each other?" I cut in before I could stop myself. "When exactly has this family supported me?" That silenced the room. I looked around at them, my chest tight. When I was working 2 jobs and barely sleeping, who helped me? When my car broke down and I had to take the bus for 6 months, who offered me a ride? When I missed Christmas one year because I couldn't afford the flight home, who even called me? No one. But the minute someone else needs money, I'm expected to be there. For a moment, no one said anything. Then Dad put down his fork and finally spoke. "You're the one who chose to be the responsible one. Nobody forced you." That broke something in me. I stood up. "You know what? You're right. Nobody forced me. And now I'm choosing to stop." I grabbed my coat and left, slamming the door behind me. Over the next month, things got worse. Mom called me constantly, sometimes crying, sometimes angry, saying things like, "This family is falling apart and you're making it worse." Lauren sent passive-aggressive texts about how it must be nice to just worry about yourself. Ryan posted on social media about how some people think money makes them better than everyone else, which I knew was aimed at me. And then came the final straw. I got a notice in the mail for a credit card bill I'd never seen before. It was in my name, but the charges were clearly not mine, hundreds of dollars at stores I don't even shop at. When I called the credit card company, they told me my mom had been an authorized user for years. She'd maxed out the card. That night, I sat on my couch with the letter in my hand and felt something inside me go cold. They hadn't just taken me for granted, they'd been using me. And that was when I knew. I wasn't just going to walk away quietly this time. I was going to make sure they never forgot the day I stopped being their safety net. I didn't sleep much that night. I just sat there staring at the credit card statement like it was a letter from another world. For years I had been so careful with my credit, paid everything on time, kept my balances low, kept my score high. And now, here it was, a maxed out card in my name, sitting like a ticking time bomb waiting to wreck everything I'd built. The next morning, I drove over to my parents' house without calling first. I was past polite conversations. I needed answers. Mom was in the kitchen making coffee when I walked in, and the look on her face when she saw me was a mix of surprise and guilt. "Patrick," she said cautiously, "we weren't expecting you." I held up the letter. "Do you want to explain this?" Her face fell. Oh, you got that, huh? You think? I said, my voice sharper than I intended. Why is there a card in my name that you've been using? She set the coffee pot down with a sigh. Patrick, it's not what you think. That card was just for emergencies. We always paid it off eventually. Eventually? I said, feeling the heat rise in my chest. Mom, it's maxed out. And you didn't pay it this month. My credit is going to tank because of this. By now, my stepdad had come into the kitchen, pulling on a sweatshirt. Oh, come on, he said. You make good money. One little credit card bill isn't going to ruin your life. I turned on him. It's not about one bill. It's about the fact that nobody even asked me before putting my name on it. We didn't think you'd mind, Mom said quickly. You've always been so generous, Patrick. You've helped so much already. I stared at her, stunned. You didn't think I'd mind? It's my credit. My future. What if I wanted to buy a house? What if I needed that line of credit for something important? Mom's voice went tight. We just thought you'd understand. Your stepdad's hours got cut, and Lauren needed help with the kids' tuition, and… Wait, I said, cutting her off. Lauren's tuition? Mom hesitated, then nodded. She and Josh are sending the kids to that private school, you know. It's expensive. I took a step back, feeling like the floor had dropped out from under me. So you're telling me I've been paying for my sister's kids' private school without even knowing it? Only a little, Mom said quickly. We were going to pay you back when things stabilized. I laughed, but it was bitter. Oh, sure. Like you paid me back for the car repairs. Or the mortgage shortfall. Or the time I covered Dad's hospital bill and you forgot to reimburse me. My stepdad crossed his arms. You're making this a bigger deal than it is. Family share. That's what we do. No, I said, my voice shaking now, not with fear, but with anger. Families talk. Families respect each other enough to ask before using their credit. This isn't sharing, this is stealing. Mom flinched like I'd slapped her. Patrick, don't say that. Why not? I said. That's what it is. I turned and walked out before I could say anything worse. When I got home, I called the credit card company again and asked them to close the account. They warned me it might hurt my credit temporarily, but I didn't care. I wanted the account gone. That night, I got a call from Lauren. You closed the card? She said, her voice sharp. Yeah, I said flatly. You can't just do that, she snapped. The kids' tuition was on auto pay. I felt my stomach turn. Lauren, do you even hear yourself? That was my card. You never asked me. You just let Mom put you on it like I'm some kind of ATM. You've always been the one with money, she said. You don't have kids, you don't have a mortgage. What's the big deal? The big deal, I said slowly, is that you all decided I don't get a say in how my money is used. And that ends today. There was silence on the other end for a moment. Then she said, You're being selfish. I hung up. The next week was a blur of fallout. Mom called me crying, saying Lauren was furious and the kids might have to switch schools mid-year. Ryan texted me a long paragraph about how I was tearing the family apart over a few $1,000s. My stepdad left a voicemail telling me I should be ashamed of myself for letting my niece and nephew suffer because of my pride. But the thing that really broke me came the following Friday. I'd been thinking about finally taking a short vacation, something just for me, to clear my head. I'd found a cheap flight to Spain and was ready to book it. When I went to pay, my card was declined. Confused, I checked my online banking and froze. My checking account was nearly empty. I scrolled through the transactions and felt sick. Several large transfers had gone through in the last month to my parents' account. Transfers I hadn't authorized. It took me an hour on the phone with the bank to figure out what had happened. Years ago, when my dad had some health problems, I'd added him as a joint user on one of my accounts so he could pay bills in case I was unavailable. I'd forgotten about it. And now, apparently, they'd been dipping into that account whenever they were short, without ever telling me. I sat there on my couch, staring at the empty account balance, and felt something inside me go numb. This wasn't just about a credit card anymore. This wasn't just about helping family. This was about them having access to my life in a way I never fully realized. And they had taken advantage of it. That night, I didn't answer the phone. Or the next morning. Or the morning after that. I just sat with it, letting the betrayal sink in, letting the anger harden into something sharper. Because this wasn't just about money. This was about trust. And trust, once it's broken this badly, doesn't come back. I started thinking about everything I'd ever done for them. Every late-night bill payment, every quiet transfer, every sacrifice I'd made to make sure they were comfortable, and I realized none of it had ever mattered to them. And that was the moment I stopped just being angry and started planning. Not to hurt them, at least not at first, but to take back every piece of my life they'd claimed as theirs. Because if they wanted to see what it looked like when I stopped being the family's safety net, I was going to show them. And I was going to make sure they never forgot it. After discovering the joint account was practically drained, I spent the weekend at rock bottom. I didn't leave the apartment. I didn't turn on the TV, didn't answer texts, didn't even bother cooking much. I just sat there, running my hands through my hair, staring at the wall like I could will myself to feel normal again. The worst part wasn't even the missing money, though that stung like crazy. The worst part was knowing they had access to it all along and didn't once think to tell me. It wasn't an emergency withdrawal, some one-time crisis where everyone's backs were against the wall. It was weeks, maybe months, of dipping into my account every time they felt like they needed something. On Monday morning, I went to the bank in person. I sat across from the manager, a soft-spoken woman in glasses, and asked to remove my stepdad from every account. Her eyebrows shot up when she pulled up my profile. "Mr. O'Neill," she said carefully, "there have been several withdrawals in the last 60 days. Large ones. Would you like to dispute them?" I hesitated. Disputing them meant starting a fraud claim, which meant my parents could face legal trouble. As furious as I was, part of me still flinched at the idea of hurting them that way. "Not yet," I said finally. "Just shut down the access. Issue me a new card. New login, new everything." She nodded and got to work, and within half an hour I walked out with a folder of paperwork and a brand new account no one but me could touch. It should have felt like a relief. Instead, I felt like I was betraying my family just by protecting myself. That night, my phone lit up again. 22 missed calls from Mom. 3 voicemails from Lauren. 1 long, rambling text from my stepdad that ended with, "You think you're better than the rest of us, but this family made you who you are." I tossed the phone face down on the table. I knew what was coming next, the guilt campaign. And sure enough, it started within days. Mom showed up at my apartment unannounced one evening, tears streaming down her face, holding a bag of leftovers. "Patrick, we need to talk," she said the moment I opened the door. "I'm not doing this right now," I said, keeping my voice calm. "Please," she said, stepping inside anyway. "You can't just cut us off. We're your family. We were counting on that money." "That's exactly the problem," I said. "You were counting on it without telling me, without asking me. Do you even know what that feels like?" Her chin trembled. "We thought you understood. You've always been the responsible one." I let out a short, humorless laugh. "Yeah, responsible. That's the word you use when you need me to clean up your messes." She flinched, but didn't deny it. I handed her back the bag of leftovers. "I'm not your safety net anymore, Mom. I'm done." She left without another word. After that, the rest of the family fell into 2 camps. One camp went silent. No calls, no texts, just radio silence like I'd been cut out of the family group chat entirely. The other camp doubled down. Constant messages about how selfish I was being, how I was tearing the family apart, how the kids were going to suffer because of me. I won't lie, it got to me. There were nights I lay awake wondering if I'd gone too far, if I should have just swallowed my pride and let it go like I always did. There were moments at work where I'd zone out completely, running numbers in my head, thinking about how long it would take to rebuild what they'd taken from me. But slowly, something shifted. Maybe it was the quiet of my apartment. Maybe it was the fact that, for the first time in years, I was paying bills that were only mine, seeing bank balances that weren't secretly being siphoned off. Maybe it was just the exhaustion wearing off. Whatever it was, I started to think more clearly. One evening, I sat down at my desk, opened a notebook, and started writing. Not a journal, a plan. I made a list of every payment I'd ever covered. Every mortgage gap, every car repair, every loan that was never paid back. It took hours, going through old statements and texts, but by the time I was done, I had a number at the bottom of the page that made my stomach turn. Tens of thousands of dollars. I stared at that number for a long time. Then I wrote another list, what I wanted. Not money, not exactly. I wanted my autonomy back. I wanted them to stop seeing me as a bank account. I wanted them to feel, even for a moment, what it was like to carry the weight I'd been carrying. I closed the notebook and felt something I hadn't felt in weeks, calm. Because now, for the first time, I wasn't just reacting. I wasn't just angry. I was in control. The next few weeks were strange. I kept my distance. I didn't show up for Sunday dinners. I didn't answer texts right away. I stopped volunteering information about my job, my finances, my life. And the more I pulled back, the more frantic they got. Lauren posted some passive-aggressive nonsense on Facebook about people who abandon family when times get tough. Ryan sent me a meme about rich uncles who don't share, which I ignored. My stepdad even showed up at my job once, uninvited, and asked my boss to tell Patrick to call his mother. I told him, in front of everyone, to leave. It was humiliating, but also clarifying. They didn't respect boundaries because I had never enforced them. And now I was. The real turning point came when I ran into Ryan at the grocery store one Friday evening. He spotted me near the produce section, grinned like nothing had happened, and said, "Hey man, you coming by Sunday? We're thinking of doing ribs." I just looked at him. "Are you serious?" He frowned. "What? It's just dinner." "Ryan," I said, my voice low, "you and the rest of them have been using me for years. You mocked me when I tried to do something good for you, and now you want to pretend nothing happened." He shrugged. "Look, we all say dumb stuff sometimes. You're the one taking it too far." I stepped closer. "No, Ryan. I'm the one finally drawing a line. Big difference." He didn't have a comeback for that. That night, I went home, opened my notebook again, and started sketching out the next step. Because pulling away wasn't enough anymore. They needed to understand what they'd done, really understand it. And if that meant letting them hit rock bottom for once in their lives, so be it. Something shifted in me after that night in the grocery store. It was like a switch flipped. For the first time in months, maybe years, I stopped feeling like a victim of my own family. Instead, I started to feel like the one holding all the cards, or at least, someone who could choose which ones to play. The first thing I did was take a hard look at my finances, not just to clean up the mess they'd made, but to rebuild. I spent nights combing through old bank statements, credit reports, and tax returns, getting a full picture of where I stood. It was worse than I'd hoped, but better than I feared. My credit score had taken a hit from the maxed-out card, but it wasn't beyond repair. My savings had been drained, but I still had my job, my paycheck, my ability to recover. I opened a separate high-yield savings account and started funneling a percentage of every paycheck into it, untouchable except by me. It felt good watching that balance slowly tick upward, like I was quietly reclaiming territory they'd invaded. At work, I threw myself into projects. Maybe it was spite, maybe it was survival, but I started taking on extra assignments, showing up early, staying late. My boss noticed. One afternoon, she called me into her office and said, "Patrick, I don't know what's gotten into you lately, but whatever it is, keep it up. The regional director is coming next month, and I want you to present the results of the last quarter." I blinked. "Me? Really?" She smiled. "You earned it." That night, I went home and actually celebrated, ordered takeout, poured myself a drink, and toasted to the quiet little comeback no one else even knew I was making. Meanwhile, the family kept trying to pull me back in. Mom called less, but when she did, it was with carefully measured guilt. "We haven't seen you in so long, Patrick. Your sister's kids miss you." Lauren sent photos of the kids at school, looking adorable, clearly meant to tug at my heartstrings. Ryan sent memes that were half apology, half dig, as though we could laugh it all off and pretend nothing had happened. But I didn't bite. I didn't yell. I didn't block them. I just didn't respond right away. Sometimes I didn't respond at all. And slowly, it seemed to sink in that I wasn't coming running like I used to. By the time the regional director visited my company, I was ready. I stood in front of the conference room, clicked through my slides, and felt the confidence I hadn't felt in months. When it was over, the director shook my hand and said, "Impressive work. We'll be talking about you." A week later, I got the email, a promotion. A real one this time, not just a new title with the same paycheck. It came with a raise big enough to make me sit back in my chair and grin. For a moment, I thought about calling Mom to tell her the good news. But then I stopped myself. This was mine. Instead, I transferred half the raise straight into my savings account and used the other half to book that trip to Spain I'd been planning months ago. This time, with my new card that only I could touch. That trip was the first time in years I felt truly free. I walked the streets of Barcelona alone, tried food I couldn't pronounce, stayed up late listening to live music in small, smoky bars. No one was calling me. No one was asking me to cover a bill. No one was texting me with urgent family drama. It was just me, my thoughts, and the realization that I didn't actually need them as much as I believed. When I came back, I felt sharper, calmer, and strangely more patient. I wasn't boiling with anger anymore. I was planning. I started putting together a detailed spreadsheet of every dollar I'd spent on the family over the past few years. I gathered texts, emails, screenshots, not because I planned to sue them, but because I wanted a record. I wanted to be able to put it in front of them one day and say, "This is what you took from me. This is why I stopped." I also quietly rerouted every shared bill still in my name. The phone plan moved into Mom's name. The streaming accounts canceled. The emergency credit card they'd used for surprises closed and replaced with one tied only to me. Each step felt like cutting a tether. And as my life got cleaner, theirs got messy. Mom called one evening sounding frazzled, saying the power company had sent a shut-off notice. I told her politely that she needed to call them directly, since the account was now in her name. She sputtered, "But you always." "I don't anymore," I said gently, and hung up. Lauren texted me a week later asking if I could just spot them for a few months while Josh looked for a new job. I replied with a single line, "I can't." Ryan didn't say anything for a while, but I saw on social media that he'd started driving for a rideshare service at night, probably to make up for the fact that I wasn't there to quietly bail him out anymore. Piece by piece, the family was starting to feel what I had felt all those years. And for the first time, I didn't feel guilty about it. Because this wasn't about punishing them. Not yet. This was about teaching them what life without me looked like. And judging by the increasingly desperate voicemails, they were finally starting to understand. By the time spring rolled around, my life felt almost unrecognizable compared to where I'd been just a few months earlier. My savings account was healthy again, my credit score was crawling back up, and I was sleeping through the night without waking up in a cold sweat. But as good as it felt to be in control of my own life, I couldn't shake the thought that the family still didn't get it. Sure, they were feeling the consequences. Mom had finally taken on a part-time job to help with the bills. Lauren and Josh had downsized their renovation plans, and Ryan had cut back on his spending, if his social media posts about boring weekends were anything to go by. But when I saw them at a cousin's birthday party, it was clear they were still whispering about me behind my back. Lauren avoided me entirely. Mom tried to make small talk, but her eyes darted nervously toward the kitchen every time I spoke. Ryan smirked when I walked in, like he still thought this was some kind of game. I smiled politely, made conversation with my cousin, and left early. On the drive home, I realized something. They still saw me as the same Patrick they could guilt into anything. To them, my distance was just a tantrum, something that would blow over eventually. And that's when I decided I wasn't just going to distance myself. I was going to make a statement. The first piece of leverage practically fell into my lap. One morning at work, my boss asked me to sit in on a meeting with the corporate legal team. It turned out they were looking for someone to coordinate a new partnership program, essentially a mentorship pipeline for smaller local businesses to get guidance from our company's resources. When I saw the list of applicants, I nearly choked on my coffee. My stepdad's name was on it. Apparently, he'd applied for the program on behalf of a small construction business he'd recently partnered with. The program offered funding, free training, and access to resources that could make or break a struggling business. And as part of the coordination team, I'd have a front row seat to the selection process. I didn't say anything in the meeting, of course, but when I got home, I dug into the application he'd submitted. It was messy. Half the financials were estimates, not actual numbers. There were glaring inconsistencies about cash flow, and he'd conveniently left out the fact that he'd recently defaulted on a supplier payment. Normally, this wouldn't have been my problem. But now it was an opportunity. I didn't sabotage him, not directly. I wasn't about to risk my own job over family drama. But I did exactly what I was supposed to do. Flagged the inconsistencies, asked for clarification, and sent a follow-up email requesting documentation before the application could be moved forward. A week later, I got a text from Mom. "Your stepdad says the company rejected his application because of you. Is that true?" I stared at the phone, debating how to answer. Finally, I typed back, "No. They asked for more documentation. If he can't provide it, that's on him." She didn't reply. That was when I realized just how much leverage I really had. I wasn't just some guy quietly funding their lives in the background anymore. I was someone with connections, someone who had access to information and influence they didn't. I started thinking about other ways I could use that. I remembered the spreadsheet I'd made of every dollar I'd ever given them, and I began turning it into something more formal, a detailed, itemized ledger with dates, amounts, and reasons for each payment. I formatted it cleanly, like a professional invoice, and added a total at the bottom that made even me blink. Then I wrote a short cover letter. This is a record of every payment I have made to support this family over the last 8 years. Consider it my final contribution. As of today, I am no longer financially involved in any way. Future requests will not be honored. This is not up for discussion. I didn't send it yet, not because I was scared, but because I wanted to time it perfectly. Meanwhile, life kept giving me little gifts. One afternoon, I got an unexpected call from my uncle, the same one who'd accidentally revealed at that Sunday lunch months ago that he'd been sending me money for a college fund I never saw. "Patrick," he said, "I've been thinking about what you said back then, about never getting the money. I checked with the bank. Turns out the account was drained years ago. Your mother was the co-signer." I felt my jaw tighten. "So she knew?" "She had to," he said. "Look, I can't tell you what to do, but you might want to ask her about it directly. That was supposed to be yours." After I hung up, I sat there for a long time, staring at nothing. All this time, I'd thought the joint account withdrawals and the credit card mess were just about short-term survival, desperate decisions made in a pinch. But this was different. This was a long-term, premeditated decision to take something meant for me and reroute it elsewhere. It was bigger than I'd realized. And if I needed a final push to go through with my plan, that was it. I started moving deliberately now. I updated my will, just in case. I moved more money into separate accounts, locked down my credit, and even set up alerts for any attempts to open accounts in my name. I wasn't going to be blindsided again. And then, when everything was in place, I printed out the ledger, tucked it into a neat folder, and left it on my desk where I could see it every day. Not as a threat, as a promise. Because the next time they tried to guilt me, the next time they tried to pull me back in, I was going to hand them that folder and watch their faces as they saw, in black and white, just how much they had taken for granted. And maybe, just maybe, I was going to do it somewhere public, somewhere they couldn't talk their way out of it. I waited for the right moment, not out of fear, but because timing mattered now. I wanted them to feel the weight of it, to have nowhere to hide from the truth. And when Mom sent a text saying, "Please come to dinner this Sunday. We need to talk about the family finances," I knew I'd found it. Perfect. That Sunday, I arrived right on time, folder in hand, dressed better than I usually do. Not flashy, but sharp enough to make a point. This was business, not another family guilt session. The house smelled like roast chicken and garlic bread, but the usual warmth of family dinner was gone. Everyone was already seated when I walked in. Mom wringing her hands, Lauren scrolling on her phone, Josh sitting stiffly, Ryan leaning back like he was already bored, and my stepdad glaring at me with that look that used to make me feel 12 years old again. I didn't sit right away. I placed the folder in the center of the table, slid it toward Mom, and said calmly, "Before anyone says a word, you're going to read that." Mom hesitated, but something in my tone must have told her I wasn't kidding. She opened the folder, scanned the first page, and went pale. "What is this?" she whispered. "That," I said, taking the seat at the head of the table, "is every dollar I've paid to support this family since I was 23. Mortgage gaps, medical bills, vacations you couldn't afford but took anyway, repairs, random emergencies." Lauren leaned forward, frowning. "You kept track of all that?" "Yes," I said simply. "And now you can see what it adds up to." Ryan made a scoffing sound. "So what, you want us to pay you back? Good luck with that." I turned my gaze on him, steady. "No, Ryan, I don't want you to pay me back. You can't. None of you can. This isn't about money anymore. This is about making sure you understand why I'm done." Mom flipped through the pages, her breathing quickening as she got to the bottom line. "Patrick, this number, this can't be right." "It's right," I said quietly. "And that's not even including the joint account withdrawals you never told me about, or the college fund Uncle Mark confirmed you drained years ago." Her head snapped up. "Who told you that?" "Doesn't matter," I said. "What matters is you knew that money was meant for me, and you used it anyway." My stepdad slammed his hand on the table. "Enough. You think you can waltz in here with your spreadsheets and lecture us like we're children? Families help each other. That's what we do." "Exactly," I said, keeping my voice calm. "Families help each other. not bleed one person dry until he has nothing left. I was willing to help. I was happy to help. Until you decided I didn't get a say in how or when. Lauren crossed her arms. You're blowing this out of proportion. So you covered a few bills. I cut her off with a laugh, but it wasn't bitter this time. A few bills? Lauren, you and Josh have been living a lifestyle you couldn't afford for years because you knew I'd catch you before you hit the ground. How's that kitchen renovation coming, by the way? Oh, that's right. You had to cancel it because I stopped funding it. Her face went red, but she didn't say anything. Then I leaned back in my chair and dropped the real bomb. I want every shared account removed from my name. Every subscription. Every emergency card. You have 30 days. After that, I will have my attorney send cease and desist letters to anyone still using my information. And if there's another unauthorized withdrawal from my accounts, I will press charges. No more second chances. The room went dead silent. Josh cleared his throat nervously. Patrick, maybe we can work something out. This doesn't have to get ugly. I looked at him evenly. It's already ugly. This is me keeping it from getting worse. Mom started crying then. Real tears, not the performative guilt trips from before. We just didn't want you to feel left out, she said. You've always been so independent. We thought this was a way to keep you connected to us. I swallowed hard. For a second, I almost let myself feel sorry for her. But then I remembered the empty account, the drained college fund, the years of silence when I needed help. This wasn't connection, I said gently. This was control. I stood up, tucked the empty folder under my arm, and looked around the table. I'm not doing this to punish you. I'm doing this because I deserve a life that isn't built around cleaning up everyone else's mess. Then I smiled, calm, even polite. Dinner smells great, by the way, but I won't be staying. I turned and walked out, leaving them all sitting there in stunned silence. On the way home, my phone buzzed nonstop, calls from Mom, texts from Lauren, even a voicemail from Ryan that just said, "Wow, dude, you really think you're better than us." I didn't answer. Instead, I poured myself a drink, sat on my balcony, and felt something I hadn't felt in a long time: peace. But even as I sat there, watching the sun go down, I knew this wasn't over. Because when you take away someone's favorite crutch, they don't just stumble, they panic. And I had a feeling my family was about to panic in a very big, very public way. Which, if I was being honest, might have been exactly what I wanted. The next few days were eerily quiet. Too quiet. No calls from Mom, no passive-aggressive texts from Lauren, not even a snide meme from Ryan. It was like the entire family had gone radio silent at the same time. At first, I thought maybe they were giving me space, which, ironically, was exactly what I'd been asking for. But by the weekend, I got my answer. I was at the gym when my phone buzzed with a notification from a neighbor. They'd tagged me in a post on the local community Facebook group. It was a blurry picture of my parents' front lawn, stacked with furniture, boxes, even the old recliner my stepdad used to sit in every Sunday. The caption read, "Garage sale on Maple Street. Everything must go." I stared at the screen for a long time before I put two and two together. They were selling things off to make ends meet. And they hadn't called me. I'd like to say I felt nothing, that I just shrugged and went back to my workout. But the truth is, a wave of complicated feelings hit me all at once. Anger, sadness, even a weird kind of relief. They were finally feeling what it was like to face the consequences of their own choices. Still, I didn't interfere. I let the garage sale happen. I let the calls from their creditors roll in and go unanswered. I let them handle everything the way they'd expected me to handle it for years. And then, 2 weeks later, I got the inevitable call. It was Mom. Her voice was small, almost childlike. "Patrick, we lost the house." I closed my eyes, letting that sink in. "We couldn't keep up with the payments without your help," she continued. "Your stepdad's business is barely hanging on. Lauren and Josh had to pull the kids from private school. Ryan moved back in with us, but now we don't even have a place for him to stay." For a moment, I almost offered to help. The old reflex was still there, deep down. The part of me that wanted to fix everything, make it right, save everyone from themselves. But then I remembered sitting at my kitchen table months ago, staring at that empty account balance. I remembered Mom standing in my doorway saying, "We thought you understood." I remembered Ryan laughing in my face when I paid off his debt, and the guilt vanished. "I'm sorry you're going through this," I said, my voice calm. "But this isn't my responsibility anymore." She started crying then, but it wasn't like before. This wasn't the manipulative crying designed to pull me back in. This sounded like someone who was finally, truly out of options. We didn't think you'd ever leave us, she said between sobs. I didn't leave you, I said softly. You pushed me away the moment you decided my life wasn't mine anymore. There was a long silence. Then she whispered, I guess I can't argue with that. When we hung up, I didn't feel triumphant. I didn't feel cruel. I felt free. The fallout spread quickly after that. Lauren and Josh moved into a smaller house across town. My stepdad's business folded within a few months, and he had to take a job working for a competitor. Ryan got a job at a warehouse and stopped posting memes entirely. I didn't rub it in. I didn't gloat. I just kept living my life. Work continued to go well. Another raise, another opportunity to lead a project. I started traveling more, doing things I'd put off for years because I'd been too busy bailing everyone else out. Spain turned into Italy. Italy turned into a hiking trip through Norway. And soon I had a gallery wall of photos documenting a life that finally felt like it belonged to me. Months later, I got an invitation to Thanksgiving dinner. A simple card in the mail that said, "We'd like to start over, if you're willing." I sat with it for a while, turning it over in my hands. Then, on Thanksgiving Day, I showed up, not because I missed them, but because I wanted closure. The house was smaller, humbler. The fancy centerpiece was gone, replaced by a simple bowl of cranberries. Everyone was quieter, too, subdued, careful. When I walked in, Mom stood and hugged me. Not a desperate, clinging hug, but a real one. "Thank you for coming," she said. I sat at the table and looked around. Ryan nodded at me, no smirk this time. Lauren gave me a small, almost sheepish smile. No one asked me for money. No one made a joke at my expense. Instead, Mom raised her glass halfway through dinner and said, "We've all learned a lot this year, and we're grateful for another chance to do things right." I didn't say much. I didn't need to. When dinner was over, I stood up, slipped my coat on, and walked to the door. Before I left, I turned back and said, "I'm glad you're starting over. So am I. But understand, things will never go back to the way they were. And that's a good thing." They all nodded quietly. Outside, the air was crisp and cold, the night sky clear. I got in my car, sat there for a moment, and let out a long breath I felt like I'd been holding for years. For the first time in my life, I wasn't angry. I wasn't resentful. I was free, and I wasn't going back. Then I smiled to myself, started the engine, and drove away, not running this time, but moving forward. My name's Harry, I'm 56 years old, and for the longest time, I thought I had a pretty normal relationship with my daughter, Emily. She's 23 now, smart, ambitious, and fiercely independent. I raised her mostly on my own after her mom passed when she was 10. Losing her mother was hard on both of us, but it made our bond stronger. We used to sit together at night watching old black and white films, talking about life, her dreams, and what kind of person she wanted to be. I always told her, "Don't let anyone make you smaller than you are." For years, I was the kind of dad who showed up quietly in the background, cheering her on at every milestone, never wanting to hover too much. I wanted her to find her own way. After she graduated from university, she moved out to live with some friends in the city, about an hour from me. We stayed in touch, but like most kids in their early 20s, her life got busy. Texts turned into occasional calls. Still, I never pushed. That's what love looks like sometimes, trusting the distance. Then one evening, she called out of the blue. Her voice was bright, excited. "Dad, I want you to come to dinner this Friday. There's someone I really want you to meet." She sounded genuinely happy, the kind of happy that made me forget the silence between us. "Someone?" I asked, teasing. She laughed. "Yeah, my boyfriend. His name's Kyle." The way she said it, like she was proud, made me smile. I'd heard the name once before in passing, but never got details. I was happy for her. So I agreed. I told her I'd drive up right after work, maybe bring a bottle of that wine she used to sneak a sip of during family dinners when she thought I wasn't looking. She laughed again. "You better not embarrass me, Dad," she said. "Embarrass you? I'm the most boring man alive," I replied. She snorted. "You? Boring?" "Sure, Dad." That Friday, I left the office a bit early. The drive into the city was peaceful, though traffic picked up near downtown. I caught myself thinking about what kind of guy this Kyle might be. Emily had dated a few people before, but this was the first time she wanted me to meet someone officially. That meant something. I wanted to make a good impression. By the time I parked outside their apartment complex, The sun had dipped low, painting the buildings gold. I remember checking my reflection in the side mirror, straightening my collar, running a hand through my graying hair. A part of me felt nervous, the way fathers do when they realize their daughters are no longer little girls. Emily met me at the door with a big hug. "Dad, you look nice," she said, genuinely smiling. That melted me right away. "You look like your mom," I told her softly, and I saw her eyes flicker with that mix of warmth and nostalgia. Inside, the apartment was modern, open space, minimalist decor, and that faint smell of candles trying to cover up whatever they cooked earlier. At the dining table sat 4 people. Kyle, another guy about his age, a girl with long hair scrolling on her phone, and what I later found out was Kyle's mom. Emily introduced me around, her voice cheerful. "Everyone, this is my dad, Harry." Kyle stood up, offering a handshake. Tall, athletic, the kind of guy who probably never had to work too hard to get attention. His smile was polite, but there was something about it, just a little too confident. "Hey, Mr. Smith," he said, shaking my hand. "Wow, Emily never mentioned how mature you look." It was meant to sound like a compliment, but the smirk that followed didn't match the words. His friend snickered under his breath. I brushed it off politely, assuming it was nervous humor. "Good to meet you too," I said calmly. Dinner started off fine enough. We talked about small things, how they met, what they were both working on. Emily glowed when she talked about him, and that was enough to make me hold my tongue about the subtle arrogance in his tone. He liked to talk about himself a lot. The kind of guy who thought every story needed to end with him being the smartest person in the room. Still, I smiled, nodded, and tried to focus on my daughter's happiness. That's what parents do. But then, as the meal went on, the teasing started. It began harmlessly, I think. I made a light joke about not understanding half the tech jargon they were throwing around. Kyle laughed and said, "Yeah, my dad's the same way. Old guys just can't keep up." His friend added, "Hey, don't be too hard on him. He probably still uses one of those flip phones." Emily chuckled awkwardly, trying to steer the conversation elsewhere, but the tone had shifted. I could feel it, the undercurrent of disrespect, playful enough to sound like banter, but sharp enough to sting. I tried to laugh it off. "Actually, I work in cybersecurity," I said evenly, just to keep things civil. "So I keep up better than most." His mom gave a little, "Oh," surprised. "Cybersecurity? That sounds serious." Kyle shrugged. "Yeah, but that's all government desk stuff, right? Not real-world stuff like what we do." He glanced at his friend, both of them chuckling. That's when I noticed Emily fidgeting with her fork, avoiding my eyes. I've spent years in boardrooms filled with arrogant men. I know the tone of someone who's trying to put another person in their place. And I could tell, this wasn't about joking. It was about showing off. I let it slide again. I didn't want to ruin her evening. But then came the moment that shifted everything. I had stepped away to take a quick call. When I came back, the group was laughing loudly. As I approached the table, I caught the tail end of a sentence from Kyle, his voice just a little too smug. "He's just some washed-up old man," he said, grinning, right as I walked through the doorway. The table erupted in laughter. His friend slapped his arm, his mom giggled behind her napkin, and Emily froze. The kind of freeze that happens when you realize something ugly just crossed the line. My steps slowed, but I didn't say a word. I just looked at him, calm, expressionless. Years of working in security had taught me patience, even when anger simmered underneath. Kyle's smile lingered, though a bit nervous now that he realized I'd heard. "Dad, Emily began, but I held up my hand slightly, giving her a small smile to reassure her. "It's fine," I said quietly. The silence stretched for a beat too long before Kyle tried to cover it up. Come on, I was just kidding, man. You know, like old man jokes, right?" He laughed, but it sounded forced. I nodded, still calm. "Of course," I said, sitting back down. "I've been called worse." But his friend wasn't laughing anymore. He'd gone quiet, his phone still in his hand. He looked between Kyle and me, his brow furrowed. I noticed him type something quickly and then freeze when the screen loaded. His face went pale. He leaned in close to Kyle and whispered something, too low for anyone else to hear, but I saw Kyle's expression change instantly. His smirk vanished. His eyes darted to me, then to the phone, then back. "Wait," he said, his voice suddenly tight, almost shaky. "Wait, He didn't finish the sentence. The air in the room seemed to thicken, tension crawling across the table like static. Everyone looked confused, except for his friend, who now sat in awkward silence, eyes down. Emily looked between us, concerned. "What's going on?" she asked. Kyle swallowed, looking like someone had just told him a ghost was sitting across the table. That's when I knew this evening was about to take a very different turn. I didn't say a word yet. I just watched him struggle to compose himself, trying to decide if what he'd just learned was real. And the thing is, he was right to be nervous. Because there were things about me my daughter never really knew. Things I had chosen to keep quiet about for years. And by the look on his face, Kyle had just stumbled right into them. That was the moment everything started to unravel. I didn't say anything for a while. I just let the silence breathe. It's funny how quiet can be louder than yelling sometimes. The air felt heavy, like everyone was waiting for me to react, waiting for something to snap. But I didn't. Not yet. Kyle's face had drained of all color. He sat stiffly, phone in hand, his earlier arrogance dissolving like sugar in hot water. His mom looked confused. His friend shifted uncomfortably, eyes darting between us. Emily finally broke the silence. "Kyle, what's going on?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he turned the phone so only she could see the screen, whispering something. I couldn't make it out, but I saw her eyebrows lift slightly, her expression turning to a mix of surprise and disbelief. That can't be," she started, glancing at me. I gave her a small smile. "It's true," I said simply. Kyle's voice came out shaky. "You're that Harry Smith? The one who—" He trailed off again, clearly unsure if he should continue. I nodded slightly. "The one who helped shut down the Solvax breach," I said quietly. His mom blinked. "The what breach?" Kyle ran a hand through his hair, still staring at me like I'd just walked out of a classified file. "The Solvax case, Mom. The cyber terror thing from, 5 years ago. He was the lead consultant for the federal investigation. His name was everywhere in the tech world." His mom's mouth opened, then closed. The tension around the table shifted from laughter to unease in seconds. I didn't bring it up to impress anyone. I'd kept that part of my career quiet because it wasn't something I liked to brag about. I'd worked for years in national security before starting my own firm, and the media attention after that case wasn't something I enjoyed. I preferred peace, not headlines. But I could see now that Kyle suddenly realized he'd just called a man who testified before Congress a washed-up old man. "I didn't know, sir," he said quickly, voice trembling just enough to betray his discomfort. "I swear, I didn't." I cut him off with a calm tone. "You didn't need to know. Basic respect doesn't require a resume." That shut him up. His friend gave a small nod of agreement, though he looked like he wanted to disappear into his chair. Emily looked mortified. "Dad, I'm so sorry," she said softly. I forced a smile. "It's all right, sweetheart. People say foolish things all the time. The important part is what they do afterward." I let that linger. Dinner after that was quiet. Awkward quiet. Forks clinking. No jokes. No laughter. Kyle barely looked at me. His mother tried to keep the small talk going, but her voice faltered every few sentences. I didn't stay long after dessert. When I stood to leave, Emily walked me to the door. She looked embarrassed, eyes glistening a bit. "Dad, I didn't know they'd act like that. I'm so sorry. Kyle's not usually. Don't defend him," I said gently. "He showed you who he is tonight. Believe him." She looked conflicted. Sometimes he tries too hard. He doesn't mean it like that." I smiled sadly. "You don't have to explain him to me. But you should ask yourself why you feel the need to." She frowned, not answering. I kissed her on the forehead, told her I loved her, and left. That night, driving home through the city lights, I felt something heavy in my chest. Not anger, something deeper. Disappointment, maybe. Or worry. Because I knew that kind of man. The one who hides arrogance behind charm. Who mocks what he doesn't understand. I'd met too many of them in my line of work. And I'd seen what they could do to kind, empathetic people like my daughter. Weeks went by after that dinner. Emily called less often. I didn't press her about Kyle. I figured she'd sort it out herself. I've always believed you can't tell grown kids what to do. You just have to be there when they fall. Then, one afternoon, she called me out of nowhere. "Hey, Dad, can you come to dinner again this Friday? Please." Her tone was off. Too casual. Too rehearsed. "Sure," I said slowly. "What's the occasion?" "Nothing big. Just want to have everyone together again." That didn't sound like her. But I agreed anyway. I wanted to see her. When I arrived that Friday, I immediately noticed the atmosphere was different. The apartment looked staged, like something out of a real estate ad. Fancy tables set up, soft jazz in the background, and Kyle greeting me with a smile so forced it looked painful. "Mr. Smith, glad you could make it," he said, all cheerful. "Please, come in." His mom was there again, but this time, she was dressed up. So was Kyle. Emily too. Something was off. Dinner started awkwardly again, but this time, Kyle was overly polite, like he'd read a manual on how to not sound like a jerk. He complimented my watch, asked about my work, even laughed at his own lame jokes before anyone else did. At first, I thought maybe he was genuinely trying to make things right. But halfway through the meal, it became clear what was happening. "So, Harry," his mom said suddenly, swirling her wine. "Emily tells us you've had quite the successful career. You must be doing very well for yourself." I gave a small shrug. "I've done all right." Kyle leaned in. "Just all right. I mean, come on, you've worked on high-profile stuff, right? Bet you've made a fortune from that firm of yours." His tone wasn't admiration, it was fishing. Emily looked uneasy. "Kyle," he ignored her. "I was just wondering, Mr. Smith, what's it like being retired now? Or semi-retired, I guess? You know, having all that money saved up and time to relax." I set my fork down slowly. "I'm not retired." "Oh, really?" His eyebrows shot up. "Wow, good for you. Most guys your age would have cashed out by now. My dad always says it's better to enjoy the money while you can." There it was again, that subtle jab, wrapped in a fake compliment. His mom chuckled softly, sipping her wine. "Oh, he's just teasing," she said, though her tone didn't sound apologetic. Emily stared down at her plate, silent. Something inside me twisted. The same uneasy feeling from the first dinner crept back in, but this time it was worse. I could see what was happening. The over-politeness, the talk about money, the sudden charm, they were performing. For me, Kyle started asking about investments. Stocks, my company's valuation, things that weren't appropriate for dinner talk. I dodged politely, answering vaguely. But he kept pushing. At one point, he said, "You know, Emily and I have been talking about starting our own business. Maybe an app or something. You probably have a ton of experience with startups. Maybe you could give us some advice, or even help us get started." Emily looked horrified. "Kyle," he laughed nervously. "I'm just saying, your dad's clearly got the experience and the capital. He could be, like, our first investor." I looked at him for a long moment, expression blank. "Kyle," I said calmly, "I don't invest in people I don't trust." He went quiet. The table froze again. His mom forced a chuckle. "Oh, Harry, you're such a straight shooter. No wonder you made it big." But the mask had slipped. I saw it in Kyle's eyes, the irritation behind the smile. After that night, Emily barely called me. When I did reach her, she sounded distant. Different, like she was walking on eggshells around her own boyfriend. I didn't want to meddle, but something in my gut told me to pay attention. So I did, quietly. About a month later, I got an email, anonymous, no subject line. Inside was a screenshot of a message thread between Kyle and someone named Ryan. It was short, but clear. "Yeah, he's loaded. The old guy's firm is worth millions. Emily's got it made once she's married in." "You serious?" "Dead serious. She doesn't even know half of it." I stared at the screen for a long time. My hands didn't shake, but my jaw tightened. It wasn't the money that bothered me. It was what it said about him, about how little he respected her. I didn't confront Emily right away. I knew she wouldn't believe me. Not yet. So I waited. But as the weeks went on, her tone when she called me grew colder, more defensive. "Dad, Kyle's not like that," she'd say. "You just don't know him." Maybe not, but I knew his type. Then came the breaking point. Emily showed up at my house one weekend, teary-eyed and exhausted. "Dad, I need to talk to you," she said. She looked scared, really scared. I made her tea, sat with her, waited. And then she told me everything. How Kyle had taken control of her finances to help manage things. How he'd convinced her to co-sign on a lease for his new business venture. How her savings account had mysteriously drained thousands without her realizing. She'd finally caught him going through her laptop one night, transferring money from her account. When she confronted him, he'd yelled, blamed her for not trusting him, and stormed out. And the worst part? His mother defended him, told Emily she was overreacting, and that good men just handle things differently. That's when I felt it. Not anger. Something colder. Sharper. I put a hand on my daughter's shoulder and said quietly, "It's okay. You're safe now. but we're going to handle this properly. She looked up, tears streaking her cheeks. What do you mean? I gave her a small, calm smile. I mean, he made a mistake. He underestimated who he was dealing with. And in that moment, I made a decision. Kyle had crossed a line, and he was about to learn what a washed-up old man could really do. The night Emily told me everything, she cried herself to sleep on my couch. I sat there in the living room long after she drifted off, the only sound being the slow hum of the heater and the ticking of the clock on the wall. I just stared at her, my little girl, grown now, but fragile in that moment in a way I hadn't seen since she was 10, and I had to tell her her mother wasn't coming home. The same protective instinct came rushing back, only stronger. I'd spent decades dealing with people like Kyle in my line of work, charming on the surface, rotten underneath. But this time, it wasn't a data breach or a cybercrime ring I had to dismantle. This time, it was personal. The next morning, Emily woke up puffy-eyed and quiet. She looked embarrassed, even though she had no reason to be. I made her breakfast, just toast and eggs, the same way I used to when she was in high school. "Dad," she said after a few bites, her voice small, "I feel so stupid." "You're not stupid," I said gently. "You're trusting, and that's a good thing. It just needs to be paired with discernment." She gave a weak laugh. "You always talk like you're writing a fortune cookie." I smiled faintly. "Maybe, but fortune cookies are usually right." We sat in silence for a while. I could tell she wanted to ask what came next, but she was scared of the answer. So I decided to give her something to hold on to first. "Here's what's going to happen," I said calmly. "You're going to go back to your apartment today and pack whatever you need. You're not staying there another night." Her eyes widened. "But what about my stuff? The furniture, the deposit, everything. Forget the furniture. I'll take care of the rest." "Dad, please don't make this worse," she said softly. "I just want it to be over." "It's not about revenge," I told her. "It's about reclaiming what's yours. You worked hard for that money. He took advantage of that trust. You don't get to just let it go." Her lips trembled. "I don't know if I can deal with seeing him again." "Then you won't have to." She looked up at me, confused, but I didn't elaborate. "Not yet." That day, while she went to stay at her friend's place, I got to work. Years of cybersecurity consulting had taught me how to navigate systems quietly, efficiently, and above all, legally. I had every record, every transaction, every timestamp of what Kyle had done. He wasn't just manipulative, he was reckless. Transferring money between accounts left a trail, and trails were what I specialized in. It didn't take long to uncover the full scope. He'd used Emily's credentials to open a joint business account, then funneled her savings into an LLC that didn't exist beyond a flashy logo and some Instagram posts. He'd taken nearly $42,000. But here's what made my stomach twist. It wasn't just about the money. It was about the audacity. He'd actually texted a friend bragging about it. "She's too emotional to handle finances anyway. I'm just managing it better." Reading that made something in me harden. I'd seen arrogance in criminals before, but never aimed this close to home. Still, before anything else, I had to get my daughter back on her feet. Over the next few weeks, I helped Emily move into a small apartment closer to my neighborhood. I paid the first few months' rent, even though she protested. "You don't owe me this," she said, folding her arms stubbornly. "I don't," I replied. "But I owe your mother the promise that I'd always take care of you." That shut her up, though she gave me a small smile. But even after the move, she wasn't herself. She was quieter, withdrawn. I could tell she was carrying more than just heartbreak. She was carrying shame. It's something I've seen too many times in good people who've been manipulated. They think it's their fault for not seeing it sooner. One evening, a few weeks later, she showed up at my house with her laptop. "Dad," she said, hesitating at the door, "I got an email from Kyle." I gestured for her to sit. "What does it say?" She opened the laptop and read it aloud. "Emily, I know you're mad, but you're overreacting. I was just trying to help us build something. You're letting your dad control you again. He's always had you on a leash. You need to think for yourself." She looked up, her hands trembling. "Why would he say that?" I sighed. "Because people like him can't take accountability. They have to shift the blame to survive." She stared at the screen, tears brimming. "He used to tell me I was strong, that I made him better." I reached over and gently closed the laptop. "And now you get to make yourself better? Without him." That night was hard. She cried again, quietly, this time, but she didn't fall apart. She was processing, healing. And for the first time in weeks, I saw a flicker of the old Emily, the one who used to laugh loudly and believe the world was full of good people. I knew she'd be okay eventually, but I also knew we weren't done yet, because Kyle wasn't going to stop. Over the next month, he tried reaching out multiple times, texts, calls, even flowers left at her door. When she blocked his number, he started contacting her friends, spinning stories about how I was manipulating her for money. I kept my cool, but inside, I was quietly building something, a case. And during that time, something unexpected happened. I started changing too. See, I'd been living a pretty isolated life for years. Work, home, repeat. After losing my wife, I'd thrown myself into projects to avoid the silence. But helping Emily rebuild forced me to re-engage. With her, with myself, with the parts of me I'd buried under logic and schedules. I started taking mornings off to cook breakfast for her when she stayed over. We'd talk about normal things again, her job, her friends, what she wanted to do next. She'd started sketching again, something she hadn't done since college. I bought her a new art tablet for her birthday, and she cried when she opened it. "You always do this," she said. "You make it too hard to stay sad." I smiled. That's the plan. Meanwhile, I'd been laying quiet traps. Through a few discreet connections, I had access to enough evidence to show that Kyle had committed multiple financial violations, identity misuse, fraudulent transfers, unauthorized access to personal accounts. I wasn't going to ruin him yet, but I wanted the leverage ready. It wasn't about vengeance anymore. It was about making sure he couldn't hurt anyone else. But while I was preparing quietly, life kept moving. And for the first time in years, I found myself lighter. I started jogging again in the mornings. Signed up for a woodworking class in town. It felt strange, almost guilty, to find peace while chaos still hovered in the background. But I knew I had to. If I didn't heal, how could I help her heal? One evening after class, Emily came by with takeout. She looked different, calmer. "I applied for a new job," she said proudly. "Marketing coordinator at that firm downtown." "That's great," I said, genuinely smiling. "How'd you hear about it?" "One of Mom's old friends recommended me. Said she remembered how creative I was as a kid." That made my chest tighten a bit. "Your mom would have been proud," I said softly. We spent that evening laughing, eating, watching an old movie. For a brief moment, it felt like everything was okay again. But that peace didn't last long. 2 days later, she called me in a panic. "Dad, you won't believe this. Kyle showed up at my office." My grip tightened on the phone. "Did he do anything?" "No, just waited in the lobby. Said he wanted to talk." Security escorted him out, but he was angry. Really angry. I stayed silent for a moment. Then I said, "All right, no more warnings." That night, I sat at my desk, the room dim except for the glow of the monitor. I opened the folder I'd been compiling, the one labeled Simply K. Inside were digital records, screenshots, emails, account traces. Everything I needed. I didn't plan to destroy him recklessly. That's not how I operate. No, this needed precision. I contacted a few old colleagues, people who owed me favors. Within days, doors began to open. Quietly, discreetly. But before I made a move, something happened that almost broke me. One morning, I found Emily sitting on my porch, holding an envelope. "He sent this," she said quietly. Inside was a printed note. "You ruined everything. She'll come back when she realizes who's really controlling her." I looked at her and saw fear in her eyes, but also exhaustion. "Dad, I don't want to live like this. I just want to move on." I nodded. "You will. But first, I need to end this properly." She looked hesitant. "What are you going to do?" I gave a small, tired smile. "Something he won't see coming." And as I watched her drive away that evening, I realized something. For years, I'd been protecting her from the world, fixing everything before it broke. But now, I wasn't just protecting her. I was teaching her what real strength looks like. Because sometimes, the rise doesn't come from vengeance. It comes from rebuilding what they tried to destroy, and doing it quietly, patiently, until they realize you never needed them to begin with. Still, I knew I couldn't let Kyle walk away untouched. Not after what he'd done. And when I finally found out what he was planning next, a new scheme, one that would hurt more than just my daughter, I knew the time for patience was over. The next morning, I woke up earlier than usual. My mind had been replaying that letter all night. The smug tone, the manipulative phrasing. "She'll come back when she realizes who's really controlling her." Those words weren't just cruel, They were revealing. They told me one crucial thing. Kyle hadn't let go. He still believed he had power, and that meant he'd make another move. I sat at my kitchen table with a cup of black coffee, watching the steam twist in the morning light, and started writing out what I already knew: facts, accounts, connections. Every little detail about Kyle, his mother, and that fake business. Years of dealing with high-level investigations had taught me that revenge wasn't about emotion. It was about timing. The plan wasn't just to destroy him. It was to let him walk straight into his own trap. But to do that, I needed to know exactly what he was up to now. So, I called in a favor from an old friend named Marcus, former investigator, sharp as a knife, and someone I trusted with my life. He owed me from a job years back that kept him from losing his license. When I explained the situation, he didn't hesitate. "Send me his full name, date of birth if you have it, and the LLC he registered," Marcus said. "Done. What do you expect to find?" I asked. "Patterns. People like this always use the same setup for their next scam. They can't help themselves." Within a day, Marcus had results. And they were worse than I thought. Kyle had started another business, this time with 2 new partners, both recent graduates with clean records and no idea who they were working with. He'd used one of their names to open a bank account for investment purposes and was already soliciting money from small investors online. His pitch: a fake tech startup promising innovative encryption software. I couldn't help but laugh bitterly when I read that. He was trying to sell cybersecurity to strangers. Marcus sent over a message: "This guy's sloppy. You could take him down with a well-timed audit and one tip-off to the feds. But I'm guessing you want to make it personal." He wasn't wrong. I wanted Kyle to feel it, to understand exactly who he'd crossed. So I started assembling my own web. First, I reached out to an acquaintance named Claire, an accountant I'd worked with before who specialized in forensic audits. Sharp, discreet, and fiercely loyal when it came to rooting out fraud. I told her the situation without revealing Emily's involvement. She agreed to look into Kyle's company. Within a few days, she found glaring inconsistencies in his filings: fake invoices, duplicate vendor entries, altered timestamps. Classic amateur moves. Then came phase 2, information control. Through another contact, I arranged to have a quiet article drafted on a local tech blog about emerging startup scams targeting investors. It didn't name Kyle directly yet, but it mentioned a business strikingly similar to his. The point wasn't exposure, it was fear. Fear made people sloppy. Meanwhile, I kept checking in on Emily. She didn't know the details of what I was doing, and I wanted it that way. She was rebuilding her life, starting her new job, even talking about signing up for night classes in design. I wasn't going to drag her back into this darkness unless I had to. But one evening, she brought up something that caught me off guard. "Dad," she said, sitting on the porch swing. I ran into Kyle's mom at the grocery store. I froze mid-sip of my tea. "What did she say?" Emily gave a small, humorless laugh. "She told me I should be ashamed for turning on such a good man. Said Kyle was heartbroken, that I'd ruined his career." I clenched my jaw. "And what did you say?" I told her I hoped she'd raised him better than that. That made me smile. Small, but real. "Good," I said. But her story gave me an idea. If his mother was defending him this aggressively, then she was probably helping him too, financially or logistically. And if she was tied to his business, that opened another angle. I spent the next few days researching her name, and sure enough, there it was. Her signature on one of the LLC's early documents as a silent investor. She wasn't just protecting her son out of love. She had a stake in the game. Now, the setup was almost complete. I gathered everything: emails, bank transfers, incorporation documents, communications with investors, and compiled it into a single secure file. I encrypted it, just like old times, labeling it Project Glass. Because that's what it was, a reflection. Everything Kyle had done mirrored back at him. But I wasn't ready to unleash it yet. I wanted him to hang himself first. To do that, I needed him to believe I was gone from the picture. So I made myself scarce. Stopped showing up in the usual circles. Stopped posting on LinkedIn or checking in with old clients. I even took a brief vacation, a public one. A week at a cabin by the lake, complete with photos Emily posted on her social media. And right on cue, while I was away, Kyle started getting bold again. Marcus texted me an update. "Your boy's pitching investors again. He's saying he's got backing from a federal cybersecurity advisor." Guess who that's supposed to be? I exhaled slowly. So now he was using my name. That was the final piece I needed. The impersonation turned it from fraud into identity misuse, something with much heavier consequences. I called Claire that night. How fast can you put together a preliminary report showing financial misrepresentation and identity abuse? 48 hours, she said without hesitation. Then I called Marcus. When she's done, send the file to your old contact at the bureau. Quietly. No official statement yet. I just want him watched. You're not reporting it yourself? Not yet, I said. First, I want him to know I know. So I wrote him an email. Short. Simple. Kyle, I hear you've been busy. You might want to review your filings before others do. Transparency is important in business, after all. Regards, Harry Smith. He didn't reply, but I didn't expect him to. Instead, that night around 10:30 p.m., my security camera app pinged an alert. Movement near my house. When I checked the feed, there he was, Kyle, standing at the edge of my driveway, hands in his pockets, staring at the house like he was trying to work up the courage to knock. I didn't go outside. I just watched. After a minute, he turned and walked away. The next day, I received an email from him. I don't know what you think you're doing, but you've got it wrong. You can't scare me with this act. You're just a lonely old man who can't stand that his daughter moved on. I could almost hear the tremor behind the bravado. He was bluffing, but afraid. Perfect. That same week, the tech blog article I'd arranged got traction. It spread across local investor circles, sparking suspicion about fake encryption startups. His inbox started filling with nervous messages from partners and potential investors, questioning the legitimacy of his company. One even posted on LinkedIn asking for clarification publicly. The cracks were widening. Then came the real twist. Claire called me one evening, voice urgent. Harry, you're going to want to see this. Your friend Kyle isn't just running a scam. He's using stolen code. What do you mean? He copied chunks of proprietary code from a small security firm in San Diego. Word's getting around. If that company finds out, he's done. I smiled faintly. Let's make sure they find out. I spent that night preparing the final move. Everything I'd gathered, the bank data, the code theft evidence, the falsified identity, went into a neatly packaged report. But before sending it anywhere, I did something I hadn't done in years. I printed one physical copy. I put it in an envelope, sealed it, and wrote one line on the front. The price of arrogance. That was for him. But I wasn't going to deliver it yet. I needed one more piece of confirmation. So, I arranged a meeting, through mutual acquaintances, at a networking event downtown. I knew Kyle would be there, desperate to save his startup's image. He loved being seen, loved playing the role of the confident young CEO. And when he walked into that crowded room, shaking hands, pretending everything was fine, I was already waiting in the corner. Calm, patient, watching. I didn't approach him right away. I let him see me first. The look on his face when he did was worth every second of restraint. His smile faltered. His handshake with some investor froze midair. I just gave him a polite nod from across the room. Small, almost friendly. Then I turned and walked away. He didn't know it yet, but that moment would mark the beginning of his end. Because by the time he got home that night, the report would already be in the hands of the people who could dismantle everything he'd built. And when that happened, I'd be there, not out of anger, but out of quiet satisfaction. Because for the first time, Kyle was finally stepping into a world I understood better than anyone. A world where every lie leaves a trace. By the time I left that networking event, everything was already in motion. I didn't need to say a word to anyone. I'd learned long ago that power wasn't loud. It was quiet, strategic. It moved like water, slowly, steadily, reshaping the terrain until the landscape itself changed. When I got home that night, I poured myself a glass of bourbon and sat by the window, watching the city lights blur into a sea of orange and gold. I wasn't celebrating. I was just letting go, because I knew what was coming next, and there was no turning back from it. 3 days later, it started. Claire called first. You'll want to sit down for this, she said. The company Kyle copied code from? They filed a formal complaint with the state's cybersecurity division. Someone tipped them off. I smiled faintly. How unfortunate for him. Unfortunate doesn't begin to cover it, she said. The firm's legal team has evidence of file transfers traced directly to his registered business IP. He can't talk his way out of that. He's done. She wasn't exaggerating. Within 24 hours, the complaint had escalated to a criminal investigation. The bureau, the same agency I'd once advised, took interest after discovering his startup had accepted money from at least 6 private investors under false pretenses. The moment they realized one of those investors was his mother, it got even uglier. By the end of the week, the fake business account was frozen. The website went offline. His partners, the 2 naive graduates he'd roped in, turned on him instantly, handing over every document and email they had. It didn't take long before Kyle was cornered. But I wasn't satisfied yet. See, exposure alone wasn't the lesson. People like him don't change when they're embarrassed. They change when they lose control. So I made sure to tighten every thread around him, until all the lies he'd built began to choke him from every direction. Marcus helped leak the Bureau's preliminary investigation notice to a few local journalists under the condition of anonymity. The headlines popped up quietly at first, small tech blogs, then mid-tier news outlets. Rising startup under investigation for fraud and code theft, local entrepreneur accused of misusing investor funds. They didn't name him at first. But the photos in the articles, the office space, the fake logo, even one of the company mixers, were all unmistakably his. Within 48 hours, the story hit LinkedIn, then Reddit, then Twitter, and that's when the mask finally broke. Emily called me in the middle of the night, her voice shaking. "Dad, have you seen this?" "I have," I said simply. She hesitated. "Did you?" I took a slow breath. I made sure the truth came out. Nothing more. She was quiet for a moment, then said softly, "He deserves it." I could hear something in her voice, not vindictiveness, but closure. The kind you only get when you realize the person who hurt you is finally facing consequences. By the next morning, Kyle's phone number was disconnected. His social media accounts disappeared. His mother, however, was still active, though she shouldn't have been. She'd been posting long, rambling defenses online, claiming her son was being targeted and set up. Unfortunately for her, the investigators didn't share that opinion. The following week, I got confirmation that both of them, Kyle and his mother, had been subpoenaed. They'd used investor money to pay off personal debts, and that alone was enough to ensure prosecution. The irony? I didn't even have to testify. My work was done before the first court date was ever scheduled. Still, part of me wondered how Emily would process it all. She'd kept her distance from the news cycle, focusing on work and art again. But one evening, she showed up at my house holding a small canvas she'd painted, a simple abstract piece in shades of dark blue and white. "It's not great," she said, smiling awkwardly, "but I wanted to thank you." I looked at it carefully. The painting was calm, peaceful, with faint streaks of gold running through the middle. "It's beautiful," I said. "It's called After the Storm," she said quietly. That name hit harder than I expected, because that's exactly what life felt like now, the silence after chaos. The clean air after everything rotten had been torn away. We didn't talk about Kyle much after that, but I still followed the case quietly. He'd tried to make a deal, claiming he didn't know his mother had used investor funds for personal expenses. She, in turn, blamed everything on him. The judge saw through both of them. The final verdict came 6 months later. Fraud, misappropriation of funds, code theft, identity misuse. He was sentenced to 5 years in prison, with probation after. His mother received a suspended sentence and community service for her part as an accomplice. I didn't attend the trial, but I heard from Marcus that Kyle looked pale and hollow in court, the arrogance gone. No smirk, no jokes, just silence. Funny, Marcus told me afterward. When they read your name in the evidence list, he just stared straight ahead, didn't even blink. I didn't reply. There wasn't anything left to say. Instead, I focused on what mattered. Emily had started doing freelance design work, saving money, even talking about traveling for the first time since everything happened. She was healing in ways I hadn't seen in years, not just from Kyle, but from the quiet damage of grief that had followed us since her mother passed. And I was healing too. For the first time, I'd stopped thinking about what I'd lost and started appreciating what I still had. I began teaching part-time at a community college, cybersecurity basics for small business owners. It wasn't glamorous, but it was grounding. I liked the simplicity of it. No politics, no stress, just people who wanted to learn. Every once in a while, I'd get an email from someone asking if I'd ever consider writing a book about my past cases. I'd always reply the same way. Some stories are better lived quietly. But deep down, I knew this one. The story of Kyle, of Emily, of everything that happened, was the one I'd remember longest. Because it reminded me of something I'd almost forgotten, that intelligence isn't just about solving problems. It's about knowing when to act and when to walk away. A few months later, I ran into one of Kyle's old business partners at a tech conference. He looked nervous when he recognized me, but I smiled and shook his hand anyway. "Don't worry," I said. "You were smart enough to step away. Learn from it and move on." He nodded quickly. "I will, sir. I really will." As I walked away, I felt something I hadn't in a long time. Peace. Genuine, quiet peace. One last ripple of this story came a year later. I got a letter in the mail. No return address, but I recognized the handwriting. It was Kyle's. The note was short. "You ruined me. But you were right. I was arrogant. Maybe I needed to lose everything to see it. I don't expect forgiveness. I just hope she's happy." I read it twice, folded it neatly, and burned it in the fireplace. Not out of hatred, but because that chapter didn't deserve to live in my house anymore. That night, I sat on the porch watching the sun sink low, the sky bleeding into colors of orange and violet. Emily called me right around then, her voice bright. "Dad, guess what? I got promoted." I laughed. "Already? You're supposed to make the rest of us look bad slower than that." She giggled. "You taught me well." After we hung up, I sat there for a long time, listening to the cicadas in the trees and the distant hum of the town settling into dusk. I thought about how far we'd come. From that humiliating dinner table where I was mocked and underestimated, to this quiet evening where my daughter was free, confident, and whole again. Revenge had never really been the goal. It was justice, calm, deliberate, inevitable justice. And when it finally came, it didn't roar. It whispered. Because that's how the truth works. It doesn't need to shout to be heard. It just waits, patiently, until the noise fades. And when it does, all that's left is what was real all along. The storm passes, the water clears, and the reflection remains. I still remember the cold snap in the air that night, January 14th, the eve of my 30th birthday. I was holding a small bottle of red wine, the good kind, something I'd picked up from a local winery during a solo trip I'd taken to clear my head the year before. It was meant to be a gift for my parents. Something to celebrate, maybe laugh over dinner, reminisce about childhood stories, even endure a few cringy baby photos my mom always loved to pull out when guests were over. That's how I pictured it anyway. A quiet dinner with my family, maybe a cake at the end. Nothing big, just normal, comforting. But when I pulled into their driveway, everything already felt off. No extra car parked out front like I'd expected. No balloons, no lights in the window. Just the porch light casting a dull yellow over the door like it had for the last 2 decades. I told myself maybe they were keeping it low-key this year. I hadn't asked for anything, just mentioned I'd be coming over after work. It wasn't like I was expecting a party. Then I saw it. A sheet of paper taped crookedly to the front door. Just one line written in fat, black marker. "You're not welcome here." I stood there for a second, gripping the wine bottle with both hands, rereading the words like maybe I was misunderstanding them. Maybe it was a joke, some prank my younger cousin might pull, but the handwriting was unmistakable. My mother's. Slanted, dramatic cursive with extra loops on the Y and the H. My stomach dropped. At first, I thought I was hallucinating. Surely, no one puts that on their own front door. Not for their son. Not on his birthday. But then I heard it. Laughter. Not distant echoes, not TV noise. Actual voices. Familiar ones. My dad's low chuckle, my sister's high-pitched laugh, my brother-in-law talking loudly over everyone like he always does. Plates clinking. The oven timer beeping. Someone said, "Pass the bread." The dog barked once and was immediately hushed. They were having dinner. My birthday dinner. Without me. My first instinct was to knock. To just demand an explanation, ask them what was going on, what I did wrong. But something in me, something old and worn down, stopped me. A part of me that had seen this coming in slow motion for years, like a car veering off course in an icy parking lot, tires spinning, no one at the wheel. So instead, I took out my phone and snapped a photo of the sign. Not out of pettiness, out of necessity, like proof that it had really happened, that I hadn't imagined it. I walked back to my car, set the wine bottle on the passenger seat, and just sat there for a while, watching the house through the windshield. They didn't even notice. No one peeked out. No one texted. No one cared. That was the last time I saw my family in person. For context, my name's Blake, and I had just turned 30. I'd been living about 40 minutes away from my parents' house since I was 24, after finally landing a stable job in digital marketing. Nothing flashy, but I'd worked hard for it. My relationship with my family had always been a little strained. I was the quiet one, the middle child sandwiched between a golden child older sister, Lauren, and the loud, reckless youngest, Eric, who still lived with my parents at 27 and somehow managed to make himself the center of attention every time we were all in the same room. Lauren had always been their pride. Got married at 23, 2 kids by 28, house in a nice suburb, did everything right. She and Mom were like best friends who texted daily. Dad called her his little CEO. Meanwhile, I was just Blake, the one who never caused trouble, who paid his own rent, didn't ask for help, and got forgotten at family dinners more than once. Eric, on the other hand, got bailed out of a DUI when he was 25 and was still treated like some lovable screw-up who just needed time to find himself. I wasn't the kind of person who needed validation. At least, I didn't think I was. But over the years, all the little things added up. The forgotten birthdays, the missed calls, the fact that my job, my life, was never quite interesting enough to talk about. I was always the one asked to bring extra chairs to Thanksgiving, never the one asked about work or relationships. Once, I brought a girlfriend to a family barbecue, and Mom called her Brittany the whole evening. Her name was Claire. Still, I kept showing up, because they were my family, because I thought maybe one day, things would click. They'd see me for who I was, not who I wasn't. So that night, standing on that porch, staring at that sign, I felt something inside me crack and shift. Not rage, not even sadness, just a cold, settling silence. I went home. I blocked all their numbers. One by one. No message. No explanation. Not even to Lauren, who had stopped reaching out to me months ago anyway, too busy with her real family. I deleted the family group chat. I pulled down the few framed photos I had of us in my apartment. It was like performing a quiet funeral. Just me and the ghosts. For a while, I didn't hear anything. No one followed up. No one emailed. No letters. No smoke signals. It was like I'd been erased. And I got used to it, faster than I thought I would. I started taking long walks. Cooked more. Went to therapy. Built new routines. I even got promoted. Then, about a year later, almost to the day, I got a message request on Facebook. It was from an account I didn't recognize. The profile picture was blank, but the name was unmistakable. My father. Blake, I know you're upset, but we need to talk. It's urgent. I stared at the message for a full minute before clicking out of it. My hands were shaking. I didn't respond. I didn't even block him. I just left it hanging there, like a rotten fruit on a dead tree. 2 days later, another message. This time from Lauren. I don't know why you're still acting like this. What happened last year was a misunderstanding. But now we really need you. Mom and Dad are in trouble. Please answer. That one hit differently. It wasn't just the message, it was the tone. Like I was the problem. Like I was punishing them unfairly. I read it again, and all I could think about was that sign on the door. The laughter. The way they didn't even notice I was outside. A week later, the messages escalated. Eric tried calling from a different number. Then my mom emailed me from a church account. They were in financial trouble, facing foreclosure on their house, and they needed help. Money. Fast. Apparently Eric had racked up some debt under their names, and Lauren and her husband were tapped out because of some remodeling project. They were turning to me, the invisible son, the one who wasn't welcome, and now they were furious that I wasn't leaping in to save them. It got worse after that. Guilt-trippy texts, long emails about family bonds, and how could you do this to your own mother? Even a voicemail from my dad, practically growling that I was being dramatic over one mistake, and that I was letting a grudge ruin the entire family. I didn't delete any of it. I was saving it. Because something in me had changed that night on the porch, and I wasn't going to let them rewrite the story this time. But what they didn't know, what they still don't know, is that I'm not just ignoring them. I'm planning something, and they're not going to see it coming. I didn't respond to any of their messages right away. I just watched them come in, one after another, each one layered with guilt, denial, and a strangely casual sense of entitlement. It was like they'd skipped right over the apology and jumped straight to the part where I was supposed to save them. As if nothing had really happened. As if I should have just brushed off being literally locked out of my own family on my birthday. As if I didn't have a right to be hurt. But I waited. I waited to see if maybe maybe someone would actually acknowledge what they did. Not beg, not manipulate, just own it. They never did. Lauren was the first to break the silence in a big way. She showed up at my apartment unannounced, wearing oversized sunglasses and holding one of those half-melted iced coffees she always nursed when things were stressful in her life, like when her husband forgot their anniversary or when the neighbor's kid got into a better preschool than her daughter. I didn't even know how she found my address. "I know you're mad," she said the second I opened the door, standing on my welcome mat like it had personally offended her. "But this is getting ridiculous. You're blowing this way out of proportion." I just stared at her. She looked past me into the apartment like she expected to see signs of misery. A pizza box, takeout cartons, maybe a bottle of cheap wine, and a worn-out blanket on the couch. Instead, she saw a tidy living room, a small bookshelf with novels I actually read, and the faint scent of coffee and pine cleaner. I had made a life, a peaceful one, and I think that threw her off. "What do you want, Lauren?" I asked, voice low. "They're gonna lose the house," she said, stepping closer like we were just picking up a sibling argument from childhood. "Eric messed up. Mom and Dad are scared. And now they're blaming me for not doing more because I didn't want to take out a second mortgage. But I've got 2 kids, Blake. You don't even have." "Don't," I said sharply. She shut up for a second. "You weren't even at dinner," I said, still holding the door. "The night of my birthday. You weren't there. But you didn't call either. You didn't ask why I wasn't there. I thought maybe you canceled." "Lauren." She looked away, and her voice went flat. "Mom said you didn't want to come." There it was. The lie. So easy. So rehearsed. "And you believed her?" I asked. "After 30 years of being ignored, brushed aside, excluded? After all the times I showed up, supported you, backed you, you really thought I just flaked on my birthday?" She crossed her arms. "Look, I'm not here to fight. I'm just trying to fix this. We're family, Blake." I let that hang in the air for a beat, then stepped back and quietly closed the door in her face. She left without knocking again. 2 weeks passed. More emails. More texts. My dad sent one that read, "We didn't mean it to be cruel. It was just a hard time, and we didn't want drama that night. We needed peace." That one stuck with me. We needed peace. As if my presence disrupted their peace. As if I was the storm. The next turning point came when I ran into my uncle, my mom's younger brother, at a coffee shop downtown. I hadn't seen Uncle Pete in over a year, but he always liked me more than the others. We chatted briefly, small talk mostly, until he brought up the foreclosure. "They're talking to everyone they can," he said, "trying to get someone to help float them for a few months." I nodded. "I heard. You know your dad told me you offered to help, but then pulled out at the last minute?" My jaw tensed. "That's not true," I said flatly. Pete frowned. "Yeah, didn't sound like you. Thought it was weird." So now they were lying. Not just covering up their actions, but rewriting the narrative, trying to turn me into the villain. I knew my parents were good at spinning things, but this was new. And Pete wasn't the only one. Word got back to me through another cousin that I'd abandoned the family in their time of need, that I was bitter over something small, and that I held grudges like a child. That was the last straw. I didn't say anything publicly. I didn't respond to the messages or tell anyone my side. I just started watching, listening, paying attention. And that's when I found out about the account. My mother had opened a joint savings account in my name when I was a teenager. Something she told me was just in case. I never used it, never touched it. But I found out through a quiet conversation with Pete, who used to work in banking, that the account was long closed and that it had been emptied 5 years ago. Over $14,000. Money that was supposed to be mine from an old inheritance, something left by my grandmother, who passed when I was 19. I never saw a dime. Pete looked uncomfortable when he told me. I didn't want to get involved, Blake. But I figured you should know. They said they needed it for Eric's rehab. Eric. Rehab number 2, if I remembered right. The one he left early because he wasn't feeling it. The one my parents praised him for trying, even though he quit and ended up spending the next year couch surfing with friends and blowing through his credit card. I felt sick. It wasn't about the money. Not really. It was about the pattern. The betrayal. The fact that they stole from me quietly, then cut me off when it no longer suited them. They had been using me, emotionally, financially, and now, reputationally. And when I finally stopped giving, they acted like I was the one who turned my back. I kept everything. Screenshots, voicemails, Copies of the old account statements that Pete helped me track down. I started documenting things, not out of paranoia, but preparation. Because I wasn't going to keep playing the role they cast me in. Then came the betrayal that shattered the last piece of me that still, stupidly, hoped they'd change. It was a Sunday afternoon when I got the message. Not from Lauren. Not from my parents. From Claire. Yes, that Claire. My ex. The one they had called Brittany, all through that barbecue. The one who broke things off 2 years ago because she said she didn't want to marry into my family. We hadn't spoken since. Her message was short, cold, and devastating. Your mom reached out to me. She said you're spiraling and asked if I'd consider talking to you, maybe helping you see reason. I told her not to contact me again. Just thought you should know. I don't know how long I stared at the screen. My mother had contacted my ex-girlfriend behind my back, told her I was spiraling, and tried to manipulate her into emotionally re-engaging with me to what? Snap me out of my tantrum. Drag me back into the fold. I felt like I couldn't breathe. It was humiliating. It was intrusive. And it was the most grotesque violation of my privacy I'd ever experienced. She hadn't just crossed a line. She had bulldozed through a wall. And for what? Because I wouldn't open my wallet? Because I refused to be their safety net? That night, I sat at my desk and opened a blank document. At the top, I wrote, they said I was being dramatic over one mistake. And underneath it, I began writing every moment, every quote, every memory, every lie. I laid it all out in clear detail, dates, bank records, names, texts. It wasn't for revenge. Not yet. It was for clarity. Because when the time came, and I knew it was coming, I wasn't going to just walk away. I was going to make sure they never forgot what they did. For about 2 weeks after Claire's message, I couldn't sleep. I'd lie in bed with the lights off and stare at the ceiling, my mind spinning like a scratched record stuck in a loop. I kept replaying every moment from that night on the porch, the sign, the laughter, the warmth behind the windows I'd never been invited into. Then the emails, the accusations, the fake victim narratives they were spreading. And now this, my own mother reaching out to an ex I hadn't spoken to in 2 years, telling her I was spiraling. I wasn't spiraling. I was waking up. But in that moment, it didn't feel like strength. It felt like freefall. I didn't tell anyone. Not my coworkers. Not the few friends I still kept in touch with. Not even my therapist, at first. I just shut down. I went into autopilot mode. Wake up. Shower. Eat something small. Commute. Work. Smile politely at meetings. Laugh when someone made a bad joke about spreadsheets. Reply to emails like nothing was wrong. I'd always been good at staying invisible. I was raised to be. You learn early, when you're the overlooked one, how to fold yourself small. How to take up just enough space to be tolerated, not enough to be a burden. But eventually, that survival skill starts to feel like a coffin. One night, I stayed late at the office, not because I had to, but because I didn't want to go home. My apartment had become too quiet, too still. It felt like a waiting room I'd been sitting in for years, hoping someone would finally walk through the door with answers. Instead, all I had was a cold dinner and that stupid wine bottle I still hadn't opened from my birthday. It sat on the counter like a cruel souvenir. I remember slumping over my desk, the glow of the monitor lighting up my tired eyes, and just whispering, why wasn't I enough? It was the first time I'd said it out loud. It wasn't just about the birthday, or the sign, or even the money they took behind my back. It was years of being the second thought, the afterthought, the background character in a family that always made me feel like I had to earn a seat at the table that should have been mine by birthright. And now, they wanted help. Not because they saw my value, but because they saw my wallet. That realization broke something in me. But in the silence that followed, something else started to grow. Resolve. A few days later, I booked a session with my therapist. I hadn't seen her in a while, not since things with Claire ended, and I almost canceled at the last minute. But I went. I sat down across from her, still half in that haze, and I just said, I think I'm done pretending they'll change. She nodded, didn't say anything, just waited. And for the first time, I told someone everything. Not just the surface level stuff. Not just my family doesn't get me. I told her about the sign on the door, the stolen inheritance, the lies they were spreading, Claire, the messages, the guilt trips, everything. It poured out of me like water from a cracked dam. My voice shook. My hands trembled. But I didn't stop. And when I was done, she sat with it for a while before finally asking, What would healing look like for you, Blake? That question haunted me for days. I didn't have an answer at first. I wasn't sure I'd ever be fully healed, but I knew what I didn't want anymore. I didn't want to be the dependable, invisible son. I didn't want to be the backup plan, the silent support beam holding up a house that never once sheltered me. So I started small. I redecorated my apartment. Nothing drastic, just changes. I got rid of the old couch my parents gave me when I moved out, a hand-me-down with coffee stains and a sagging cushion I'd never bothered replacing. I bought one I actually liked. Firm, clean, new. I donated old clothes, got new sheets, rearranged the furniture, hung art I actually cared about. It felt like reclaiming space in my own life. Then, I started cooking again. I'd forgotten how much I liked it. Not just microwave meals or rushed pasta, but real cooking. I made lentil stew one night, slow-cooked for hours, with garlic naan and roasted carrots. It filled the apartment with warmth. I lit a candle, ate on real plates. It was just me, but for the first time, that didn't feel lonely. It felt peaceful. At work, I quietly started applying for new positions. Not because I hated my job, but because I realized I'd settled. I'd been playing safe my entire life, afraid to take risks, afraid of being too much. My father always said, be grateful for what you have, which is code for don't ask for more. But I wanted more. So I updated my resume, started networking, sent out emails, got a few rejections, but one day, a small creative agency reached out. They liked my work. They were impressed by a campaign I'd helped run. They offered me a role, more responsibility, more money, and most importantly, respect. I took it, and it felt like stepping into sunlight after years of cloud cover. The messages from my family kept coming. More desperate now, more manipulative. Lauren sent a photo of the house, the for sale sign crooked in the yard. They're losing everything, Blake. Please, just talk to them. Eric sent a voice note at 2 a.m. Slurred, rambling. Something about how mom cries every night, and how I was being selfish. I deleted it. My mother finally broke and sent me a long, rambling email titled, I did what I thought was best. It was 4 paragraphs of her justifying the money, the birthday, the message to Claire. Not a single sentence said, I'm sorry. Not once did she ask how I was. It ended with, you'll regret turning your back on family. I stared at those words for a long time. And instead of crying, I laughed. Because for the first time in my life, I knew I wouldn't regret it. Not even a little. My rise wasn't dramatic. There was no overnight transformation. No grand reveal. It was subtle, steady, like a slow tide rolling in, reshaping the shore without making a sound. I started running in the mornings. Just half a mile at first. Then a mile. Then more. I built playlists. Got new shoes. Tracked my progress. I picked up photography again, something I hadn't touched since college. I dusted off my old DSLR and started shooting sunrises, city streets, people at the park. I made an Instagram account for it. It grew slowly. A few strangers commented on my shots. That felt nice. I volunteered on weekends at a local community center, helping teenagers with resumes and college apps. It gave me purpose. It reminded me that I had something valuable to offer, that my voice mattered. And I made new friends. Not many, but good ones. People who didn't know me as the quiet one or the backup son. People who liked me for me, the man I was becoming. He didn't need their approval. He didn't need to prove his worth. But that didn't mean he'd forgotten. One rainy afternoon, nearly 10 months after that birthday night, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I let it go to voicemail. Later, I played it back. It was my father. Blake, I don't know what to say anymore. I know we hurt you. But this is too far. You're choosing to watch your family fall apart. I hope you're proud. He hung up. No apology. No ownership. Just one final guilt trip. But I wasn't watching them fall apart. I was watching the consequences they built finally catch up to them. And soon, I'd be doing more than watching. Because I'd been preparing. Patiently. Quietly. Strategically. And when the time came, they'd learn exactly who I'd become without them. The email from my father, the one with, I hope you're proud, wasn't what hurt the most. What hurt was how predictable it was. Because even after everything, after the birthday snub, the inheritance theft, the lie to Claire, the gossip they spread, they still thought they could control the narrative. They still saw me as the same old Blake. The background son. The invisible one. The one who'd eventually cave. Who always did the right thing, even if it meant bleeding quietly for everyone else's comfort. That version of me was gone. And now, I wasn't just rebuilding. I was preparing. Because when people like that fall, they always look for someone to blame, someone to drag down with them. And this time, I wasn't going to be their safety net or their scapegoat. This time, I was going to be their mirror. And I'd make sure they couldn't look away. I started with the documents. Pete, Uncle Pete, the one honest man left in our orbit, had helped me dig up the old banking records a while back. He'd quietly pulled a few strings at the credit union where he used to work, and together we'd confirmed it. The inheritance account in my name had been drained 5 years ago. Bit by bit. ATM withdrawals. Transfer after transfer, all logged under my mother's login credentials. I'd asked him then, can they be held liable? He'd sighed. It's tricky. You were technically a legal adult by the time the withdrawals happened, and if your name was on the account, but you never disputed anything until now. It's not impossible, but it's a long process. I hadn't pursued it at the time. But now, things were different. I wasn't looking for the money anymore. I was looking for leverage. The next step was Claire. It took me 3 days to work up the courage to text her. I didn't want to stir the past, but I owed it to myself to understand how deep this mess went. I kept the message short and respectful. Hey Claire, I promise I'm not trying to open old wounds. But I need to ask, when my mother reached out to you, what exactly did she say? To my surprise, she responded almost immediately. She said you were having a breakdown, that you'd isolated yourself from everyone. She asked if I'd call you and try to get you to snap out of it. She made it sound like you were spiraling into some dark place. Said she was afraid for your mental health. I was shocked, Blake. I knew things ended badly, but I never thought your mom would go that far. I sat with that for a long time. They hadn't just smeared my name behind closed doors. They were weaponizing concern, spinning lies about my mental health to manipulate the people around me. It wasn't just cruel, it was dangerous. I thanked Claire, told her I appreciated her honesty, and then I saved the message. More documentation, more pieces for the puzzle I was building. I spent the next month gathering. I started with old emails, messages from Lauren, my parents, even a few from Eric over the years. Passive-aggressive jabs about how you've always been too sensitive, or you never really pitched in like the rest of us. I organized them into folders, screenshotted threads, labeled voice messages. Then I went deeper. Pete introduced me to a lawyer friend, Maggie, who specialized in financial disputes and family estate matters. I met with her one Saturday afternoon at a quiet little office downtown, handed her a flash drive, and walked her through everything. She listened, asked questions, took notes. When I finished, she leaned back and said, they might not have committed fraud in the criminal sense, but this is a pattern of financial exploitation, especially if we can prove coercion or misrepresentation. If nothing else, it's civil. And frankly, it's morally bankrupt. That word, coercion, rattled in my chest like a key in a lock. Because that's what they'd done for years. With guilt, with silence, with control disguised as care. And now, they were trying to do it again. Only this time, it was me who held the door. Maggie told me we had options. Whether you want to sue or not, she said, you have a case. You could go public. You could file a claim. You could even approach the bank about identity misuse, depending on what we find. But first, I suggest you sit on this a bit. Let them keep talking. Let them show you who they are when they think you're still quiet. And so I did. I waited. And as if on cue, they started to panic louder. Lauren called again. I let it go to voicemail. This time her voice was trembling. Blake, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know about the account. I didn't know about the sign. I've had so much on my plate. The kids, work, everything. Mom and Dad they're falling apart. They're fighting all the time. Eric's threatening to move out. They might lose the house. Please, just talk to them. Please. Then, after a pause, she added, you're not this cold. This isn't you. But it was me. Not cold. Just awake. No longer the one holding the rope while they played tug-of-war with my dignity. 2 weeks later, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I answered this time, out of curiosity. Is this Blake Sanders? Yes. This is Officer Rutledge with the County Police Department. We received a report from a Mr. Eric Sanders that you've been threatening the family. He listed your number and email and said you've been sending harassing messages. Do you have a moment to speak with me? My stomach dropped. For a brief second, the old fear came flooding back, the instinct to shrink, to apologize, to smooth things over. But I caught myself. No, officer. I haven't contacted my brother in over a year. I have documentation of all communication. I'd be happy to share that with you. The officer paused. Well, that's helpful. Honestly, his statement was thin, but we had to follow up. Mind sending over whatever you have? I did. Every email, every voicemail, every unreturned message, every screenshot showing that they had been the ones hounding me, not the other way around. I never heard back from Officer Rutledge, but the message was clear. Eric had tried to escalate things, maybe out of spite, maybe out of desperation, maybe because someone, likely my father, had told him to do it. And now, they'd played their hand. They weren't just desperate. They were dangerous, which meant it was time for me to stop playing defense. I called Maggie. I want to move forward, I told her. Not just legally. I want to make sure they can't do this again. To me, or anyone else. She helped me draft a cease and desist letter. We addressed it to each of them individually, my parents, Lauren, and Eric. It spelled out the harassment, the lies, the slander, and it warned that any further attempts to contact me, smear me, or involve law enforcement under false pretenses would result in immediate legal action. I sent it certified mail. Signature required. The silence that followed was deafening. No calls. No emails. No more voicemails at 2 a.m. Just nothing. For the first time in over a year, I breathed easy. But I wasn't done yet. Because they had spent decades telling everyone I was unstable, ungrateful, unloving. They'd rewritten our story and handed it out like a script. And now, they were about to face the full consequences, not in anger, not in chaos, but in clarity. I started working on something else, something bigger. It began as a document, then a draft, then a story, not for the public, not yet, but a record of who I was, what they did, and what happens when the quiet one finally speaks. Because they called it one mistake. But soon, the world would know just how many there really were. I didn't get satisfaction from watching them suffer. That's the part people get wrong about revenge. It's not about watching someone burn while you sip coffee with a smile. It's not about rage or retaliation or even gloating. Not when you've been gaslit and discarded for most of your life. It's about clarity. About making sure the truth doesn't rot in your chest like a splintered rib. About finally reclaiming a story that was twisted from the moment you learned to speak. And for the first time, they would have to listen. I spent 2 months finalizing everything. Quietly. Precisely. It started with what I called the archive. A simple cloud folder organized into categories: financial exploitation, emotional manipulation, exclusion, smear campaign, legal threats, police involvement. Every voicemail, every email, every message they sent, every lie they told, cataloged, timestamped, and paired with commentary. I included my own reflections, my therapist's notes, with her consent, and a timeline of every major incident from childhood through that birthday night with the sign on the door. It wasn't just for documentation. It was a mirror, one they couldn't shatter or look away from. Then I compiled a letter. Not an attack. A report. A full breakdown of what they did to me and why it mattered. I titled it, "The Son You Never Saw." And I sent it. Not to them. To the people they cared about. Their church leadership. Their neighborhood association board. My cousin's family. A few of their closest friends. The very same people they'd told for years that I was distant, unstable, selfish, and cold. Each recipient got a link to the archive. A personal note. Not accusatory. Not cruel. Just honest. I'm sharing this not to shame anyone, but to tell the story they've never allowed to be heard. I've remained silent out of fear and respect. That silence nearly broke me. I'm not asking you to take sides. I'm just asking you to read. The impact was immediate. I didn't hear from my parents directly, of course. That was expected. But Pete texted me the next morning. "Pete, Blake, what you sent out, people are talking. The church board is furious. A few of Mom's friends are distancing themselves. Some had no idea about the inheritance or the birthday thing. One lady said she's known them for 20 years and never once heard them mention you had a job." I almost laughed. 20 years. And somehow I was still invisible even when I wasn't in the room. But now, they couldn't pretend I didn't exist. My story was out. Unfiltered. Uncontrollable. And it spread. 2 weeks after the archive went out, I received a letter from their church. It was formal, but I could feel the emotion behind it. They thanked me for my vulnerability. Expressed concern. said they'd reached out to my parents privately to offer counseling. One board member even emailed me personally and said, "I had no idea. I'm sorry for the role silence may have played in this." The fallout snowballed. Eric's old friends, some of whom were mutual connections from college, started commenting on Facebook. Subtle things, vague quotes, nothing direct. But I knew. And more importantly, they knew. Their social network was fraying. People were watching now, whispering. They were no longer the beloved family with the troubled middle child who never visits. They were the parents who locked their son out on his birthday, drained his inheritance, and then spread rumors about his mental health when he refused to save them. Lauren was the first to crack. She showed up at my new apartment. I'd moved a month prior and hadn't told anyone where. I still don't know how she found the address. But there she was, eyeliner smudged, cardigan clinging to her like armor, her voice tight and trembling. "You've destroyed everything," she hissed before I even opened the door all the way. I didn't respond. I didn't need to. She pushed forward. "Do you know what you've done? Mom can't even go to the grocery store without someone asking about that damn letter. Dad's being pushed out of the HOA board. And Eric? He's talking about suing you for defamation." I gave her a long, steady look, then calmly said, "Good luck with that. I kept records." Her jaw clenched. "I didn't deserve this," she said. "None of us did." That was the last straw. I stepped out, closed the door behind me, and stood in front of her, not with anger, not with smugness, but with something colder, cleaner. "I begged for years," I said quietly. "For recognition. For space. For a sliver of decency. I gave you all chance after chance. I never lashed out. Never retaliated. I even kept showing up, hoping maybe one day someone would see me. I took a step closer. You made this. All of you. With every lie. Every silence. Every time you rolled your eyes and said I was being dramatic. You didn't care about me, Lauren. You cared about the version of me you could control. The one who stayed quiet and picked up the pieces." Her eyes glossed over. "We were trying to protect the family." "No," I said, voice hardening. "You were trying to protect the image of the family." She didn't respond. She couldn't. And before she could launch into another tirade, I handed her an envelope. Inside was a formal letter from Maggie, the lawyer. It detailed my intention to seek legal repayment for the drained inheritance. It cited account numbers, transaction records, and legal statutes outlining exploitation of financial assets without consent. The letter ended with an option: settle privately, or we go to court. Lauren didn't say another word. She just left. 3 months later, I received a payment. $14,000. No apology. No acknowledgement. Just a check in the mail from a joint account under my parents' names with the memo, settlement. It wasn't about the money. It never was. But it was the first time they were forced to give something back. And with that, the rope I'd carried around my neck for 30 years finally snapped. I took the check, deposited it, and transferred half of it to a local scholarship fund I'd been working with, the same one that helped kids who, like me, had been told they weren't enough by the people who should have lifted them up. The other half? I used to take a trip. Not a vacation. A reset. I went to a quiet cabin in the mountains. No signal. No noise. Just trees, silence, and peace. The kind I never knew existed. And on the final night there, I opened that same wine bottle I'd brought to my parents' house for my 30th birthday. The one that had sat unopened for a year and a half. I poured a glass, took a long sip, and wrote the final entry in my archive. They said I was being dramatic over one mistake. But it was never just one. And now, they finally understand. The son they discarded is the man who learned to stand. Not in spite of them, but without them. I closed the file, uploaded it to a secure drive, and walked away from it all. Not bitter, not broken, just free. You ever get that feeling like your own family's just waiting for you to fail? Like they're watching you try something different, not because they're proud, but because they're eager to say, "I told you so"? Yeah, that was my entire 20s. My name's Bradley, I'm 31 now, and for the last 8 years, my family thought I was some kind of joke. I wasn't the golden child. That title went to my brother, Connor. Tall, charming, straight A student turned corporate darling. The guy who could do no wrong in our parents' eyes. Meanwhile, I was still working on that silly app thing. They used to say it just like that. "Still working on that silly app thing?" My mom would ask during Sunday dinners, her voice sweet but sharp, like she was genuinely concerned I hadn't grown out of my phase. Dad would chuckle over his wine glass, trying not to smirk, and Connor? He'd just look at me with that same smug expression he wore when he beat me at Monopoly as a kid, like he owned the whole board, and I was still paying rent on Baltic Avenue. Our family wasn't rich, but Dad did well for himself. He owned a mid-sized real estate firm in town, Bradford and Lane, and it had been growing for years. The plan, apparently, was always for Connor to take over. They even gave him a shiny office the day after he graduated college. Didn't even pretend to interview anyone else. By 24, he had a $100,000 BMW, a condo downtown, and an executive title with strategy in it, whatever that meant. Me? I graduated with a computer science degree and a half-baked idea for an app one couldn't stop thinking about. It started as a project in my senior year. A scheduling tool for freelance workers, plumbers, contractors, movers, people who constantly got double-booked or lost business because they didn't have the time or tools to manage calls, quotes, and jobs. The UI was ugly. The back end was duct-taped together. But it worked. The second I told my family I was turning down 2 job offers to build it full-time, it was like I'd just announced I was becoming a mime. What about benefits? My mom said. What about a real job? My dad added. It's cute that you want to make an app, Connor said. But don't you think that space is a little saturated? I brushed it off at first. I figured once they saw the prototype, once they saw users signing up, they'd get it. But that day never came. Every family gathering, every holiday, every birthday dinner, someone, usually Connor, would make a jab. Still playing CEO, he'd say, like I was pretending, like it was dress up. The worst part? I kept expecting it to stop. I thought maybe the first 1,000 users would impress them, or my first small business partnership, or when I moved out of the apartment I was renting with 3 roommates into a studio of my own. But it was never enough. Not when compared to Connor, who closed a deal on a 5-unit commercial building the same week I celebrated my first profitable quarter. Guess whose story dominated dinner that night? Over the years, I learned to stop bringing it up. My company, Streamline Pro, was growing slowly but surely, and I figured I didn't need their approval. But deep down, I wanted it. I wanted to walk into Thanksgiving just once without feeling like the family disappointment. I wanted my dad to ask about my work with genuine curiosity, not polite nods. I wanted my mom to brag about me the way she did about Connor, like he was some kind of local celebrity. He was on a billboard once for the family firm. She made it her Facebook cover photo for 3 years. But that Thanksgiving, the one that changed everything, that one started the same way all the others did, with fake smiles and subtle jabs. I showed up a little late. I'd been on a Zoom call with a potential investor from London, trying to wrap it up before dinner. When I walked in, Connor was already in full performance mode, telling my cousins about his latest strategic acquisition, whatever that meant. My mom waved me in, said, "Bradley, there's some room at the far end of the table," like I was the kid who showed up late to school lunch. She didn't even ask why, just assumed it wasn't important. I took my seat next to my uncle, who immediately asked if I was still doing that tech thing. I gave my usual smile and nod, trying to keep it together. It wasn't worth it to explain. Not this year. We ate. We laughed. Well, they laughed. Connor told some story about negotiating a lease, and everyone acted like it was the most thrilling tale they'd ever heard. I tried to contribute here and there, but every time I opened my mouth, someone talked over me. It was like background noise. Bradley's talking again about widgets or something. Let's get back to Connor's commercial property stories. Then came dessert. Pumpkin pie, apple crumble, and Connor's favorite moment, the casual dig. He leaned back, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and glanced at me with that same smirk I'd known since we were kids. "So," he said, loud enough for the table to quiet. "Still playing CEO?" I froze. Just for a second. It wasn't the first time he'd said it. Wouldn't be the last. But for some reason, this one hit harder. Maybe because I was exhausted. Maybe because we'd just closed the biggest deal of our lives the night before. Maybe because I knew what was about to happen, and they didn't. I didn't say anything. I just smiled, shrugged, reached for the whipped cream. 15 minutes later, the TV behind him. Dad had one of those obnoxiously large flat screens mounted over the fireplace, lit up with a breaking news headline. Local startup acquired for $50 million. The banner read in bright red. Under it, a picture of me. My LinkedIn photo, actually. I made a mental note to update it later. Connor turned, saw the screen, stared for a beat too long. I felt my heart hammering, But on the outside, I stayed calm. My uncle nearly dropped his wine glass. My mom's hand went to her mouth. Dad leaned forward like he wasn't sure if it was real. And Connor? His face went pale. Like ghost pale. He looked back at me, blinking. Is that you? I didn't answer right away. Because this wasn't just about the money. This was about every dinner, every birthday, every holiday where I was made to feel small. Where my wins weren't wins because they didn't come with a corporate title or a leased BMW. This was about to be the moment everything changed. But before I tell you what happened next, you need to understand just how deep the disrespect ran. Because this wasn't just one Thanksgiving. This was 8 years in the making. And the worst part? They didn't even know what they had done to me. Yet, they say every straw looks harmless until it's the one that breaks your back. That Thanksgiving night, with my face glowing on the TV screen behind Connor, should have felt like victory. Like justice. But as I sat there, watching my family fumble over their reactions, some stunned, some awkwardly sipping wine, I didn't feel triumphant. I felt hollow. Like the years I'd spent clawing my way through silence and ridicule couldn't be undone by one headline. Not even a $50 million one. Connor stared at the screen like it had just insulted him personally. His jaw tightened, but he said nothing. My dad cleared his throat and tried to pivot, mumbling something like, "Well, look at that. Guess that little app turned out all right." No congratulations. No warmth. Just surprise, and maybe a bit of discomfort, like my success had disrupted the natural order of things. My mom stayed quiet. She didn't ask questions, didn't even look at me, just busied herself clearing plates like she suddenly remembered the dishwasher existed. That part stung more than anything. And in that moment, I realized something. They weren't proud of me. They were threatened. Because for the first time, they couldn't ignore me. I didn't need their validation anymore, and that made them uncomfortable. But that wasn't the breaking point. That came weeks later. See, after the acquisition, my inbox blew up. Reporters, former classmates, recruiters, even my old college TA. I got invited to speak at a regional startup summit. LinkedIn messages piled up from investors asking if I was working on anything new. And I was. Quietly. I'd already begun building something else. A bigger project. But that wasn't for them to know. Not yet. For the first time in years, I felt light. I stopped over-explaining myself. Stopped hoping family dinners would change. I just existed without apologizing for it. But then, the calls started. At first, it was subtle. My mom asking if I could talk to Connor about a project he's working on. Because, in her words, now that you've both found your way, maybe you could help each other out. Found my way? Like I'd been lost. Like I'd stumbled into a windfall. I politely declined. Said I was busy. Because I was. But also because I knew where this was going. Then my dad called me out of the blue. "Bradley," he said, using his serious voice, the one he reserved for talking to clients or telling me I'd disappointed him. "I think it's time you consider giving back to the family. We've all supported you through the years, haven't we?" I almost laughed. Supported me? They mocked me. Ignored me. Barely tolerated my updates. Connor once told a room full of relatives that I was the family's resident app store. They all laughed. I laughed too back then. I thought I had to. "Dad," I said, "I appreciate the sentiment, but I'm not looking to merge businesses, if that's what this is about." He paused. "It's not about business. It's about legacy. You have something valuable now, and you could strengthen the Bradford brand if you brought it under our umbrella." Our umbrella. That's what this was really about. Control. They didn't care about me building something. They wanted to own it. Rebrand it. Stick the family name on it, and pretend it had always been theirs. I said no. And that's when things got worse. At Christmas, Connor showed up in a new Tesla and made sure everyone knew it was self-funded. He practically shouted it across the kitchen while pouring eggnog. I didn't say a word, but I noticed how Dad slapped him on the back and called him a real entrepreneur. When gifts were exchanged, Connor handed me a book, How to Lead When You're Not Ready. Everyone laughed. I forced a chuckle too, but it took everything I had not to stand up and leave. That night, my cousin Daniel pulled me aside. "Man, they really don't let up on you, do they?" I shrugged. "It's whatever. I'm used to it." He gave me a look. "You shouldn't be." I went home and sat in my dark apartment for an hour before realizing I hadn't even opened the one gift I actually cared about. An email confirmation from a school I'd secretly donated $100,000 to, funding a scholarship for underrepresented tech students. I never told anyone in my family. Still haven't. It felt like the one thing I could keep for myself, untouched by their cynicism. Then came January. Connor launched a new division under my dad's company, something about digital expansion. His LinkedIn banner changed to include words like innovation lead. I rolled my eyes but didn't think much of it until someone forwarded me the press release. Bradford and Lane was apparently building a revolutionary software platform for property scheduling. The wording? Nearly identical to what I'd written in my original pitch deck 3 years ago. I blinked. Read it again. And again. They'd copied my idea. Not just the concept, the language, the structure, the target audience. Even the screenshots were eerily similar to the early prototype I'd demoed to Connor years ago when I naively thought he was showing interest. I stared at the screen, mouth dry. It wasn't a coincidence. This wasn't just petty jabs or subtle digs anymore. This was theft. I called my lawyer the next morning. He asked for every document I had. Emails, messages, timestamped files. Thankfully, I'd been obsessive about saving everything. Part of me always knew I'd need a paper trail. I just never expected it to be against my own family. My lawyer was quiet after reviewing it all. Finally, he said, "You've got a strong case. But lawsuits are messy, especially when they involve blood." I didn't file anything, not yet. I needed to be sure. I needed proof that it wasn't just Connor using a similar idea. I needed to know they'd crossed the line fully. So I waited, watched, lurked, and then it came. A month later, my friend Kyle, who used to work in my dad's accounting department before jumping to a tech startup, called me out of nowhere. "Hey man, weird question," he said. "Did you ever consult on anything for Bradford and Lane?" "No," I said slowly. "Why?" "Because I just saw a slide deck your brother was presenting at some conference. And dude, it looked exactly like your app. He even used the same slogan. Like, word for word." I asked him to send it. He did. And there it was. My tagline, lifted clean off my old marketing site. My early logo, barely modified. And in the corner, my brother's smug face, standing in front of it like it was his creation. My hands trembled as I closed the file. That was the moment it hit me. They didn't just steal my idea. They thought they could get away with it. Because I was the lesser son, the dreamer, the joke who never quite grew up. And now that I had something worth taking, they were taking it. No remorse. No apology. Just entitlement. And that was the breaking point. I didn't cry, didn't scream. I just sat there in my chair, staring at my own stolen work, knowing exactly what I had to do. But if they thought I was going to roll over like I always had, they didn't know me at all. Not anymore. Because this time, I had leverage. This time, they were going to learn what it felt like to be underestimated. And I was going to make sure the whole city saw it. But before I tell you how I got my revenge, you should know about the last phone call I ever got from Connor. Because what he said was the final nail in the coffin. Connor's last phone call came on a gray Monday morning, barely a week after I found out he'd paraded my stolen work on stage like it was his own. I was sitting in my office, staring at the empty coffee cup in my hand, wondering if I even had the strength to fill it again, when his name lit up my phone. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity got the better of me. "Bradley," he said, chipper, like we were old friends catching up. "So listen, I've been thinking. There's actually a spot opening up on our digital strategy team. Dad and I were talking, and we thought, maybe you'd want to come on board. Bring your expertise." I didn't say a word. "And hey," he continued, "I know things were kind of tense at Christmas, but this is a real offer. We'd make you a manager, maybe even director level down the line. Lot of stability." That's when I realized he wasn't just calling to rub it in. He was trying to absorb me, to neutralize the threat. Because deep down, he knew what he'd done. And he knew I knew. I forced a laugh. "Connor, are you offering me a job at a company that just stole my software?" There was a pause. Then a laugh. "Come on, man. It's not stealing. It's business. And you walked away from that idea years ago, didn't you?" I hung up. That was the moment I snapped. Not out loud. Not in some dramatic scene. I snapped quietly. Because there's a special kind of pain when you realize the people who were supposed to protect you, build you up, will tear you down the second you threaten their ego. I spent the next 3 days in a fog. Didn't eat. Barely slept. Just sat in my apartment with the lights off, watching the ceiling fan spin. Everything I'd built taken. Rebranded. Claimed by the same people who told me I'd never succeed. I couldn't go on social media. Couldn't check my inbox. My name was still circulating after the acquisition, but all I felt was shame. I didn't feel like a millionaire. I felt like a fraud. Like I'd let them win, even with the scoreboard in my favor. Worse still, I began to doubt myself. Maybe I was naive. Maybe I should have protected my idea better. Maybe Connor was right. Maybe he was just better at business than me. That was the lowest I'd ever felt. Until the email came. It was from Sandra, the operations manager at the local tech incubator. I'd met her once at a pitch competition 2 years ago. She'd watched from the sidelines while I stumbled through a demo with a glitchy app and a coffee stain on my shirt. I remembered her because she was the only one who gave me real feedback afterward. Her subject line, coffee? The body was simple. Hey Bradley, saw the news. You built something special. If you're still in town, I'd love to catch up. I almost didn't reply, but I did. I wasn't sure why. Maybe because I had nothing else to lose. We met 2 days later at a little cafe near the train station. She smiled as I walked in, and before I could even sit, she said, "You look tired. Like found out your brother is a snake tired." I blinked. "You heard? Bradford and Lane just pitched your app to one of our startups last week. One of my interns recognized the interface immediately, said it looked like Streamline's twin." She narrowed her eyes. "You didn't license it to them, did you?" I shook my head. Sandra leaned back, arms crossed. "Then it's time you remind them who they're dealing with." That conversation lit something in me I thought I'd lost. She offered me a space at the incubator, free for 6 months. Said they had developers and designers rotating in and out all the time, and if I had another idea, she'd personally help me source talent. "You already built one success," she said. "Now build one they can't touch." That night, I went home and dusted off an old notebook. Inside were sketches for a new platform, one I jotted down back when Streamline was still in beta. It was bigger, smarter, rooted in the same space, but with a broader vision. I called it Relay. Where Streamline helped small businesses manage jobs, Relay would help them scale, automated quoting, invoicing, CRM, analytics, everything in one ecosystem. A full-stack growth engine. But this time, I wasn't going to build it alone. I started showing up at the incubator every morning at 8 a.m. sharp. Sandra introduced me to Lila, a front-end wizard who could prototype faster than I could describe the feature. Then there was Marcus, a back-end guy with a soft spot for optimization. We clicked instantly. I didn't have to explain why this mattered. They got it. And more importantly, they got me. The first few months were a grind. I poured my savings into the prototype. I slept on the couch at the office some nights. Ate too many instant noodles. There were moments of doubt, days where bugs wouldn't fix, or partners ghosted, or I woke up wondering if I was just running away from a fight instead of facing it. But every time I felt that pull, I remembered Connor's voice on the phone. "We thought you might want to come on board." And it lit a fire. We launched Relay in private beta 6 months later. 10 businesses signed up, then 30, then 100. This time, I didn't go chasing headlines. No press releases, no splashy demos, just results. By the end of the first quarter, our users reported an average 27% increase in monthly revenue. Then something wild happened. One of our clients, a logistics company out of Milwaukee, wrote a glowing blog post about how Relay had saved them $80,000 in 1 quarter by automating their entire workflow. The post got picked up by a few newsletters. From there, things snowballed. Investors started sniffing around. But I wasn't in a rush. I'd seen what happened when you let money steer the ship too early. Then one day, I got a text from Sandra. "Turn on channel 9. Now." I did. And there, on the screen, was Connor, standing on a stage at some emerging business leaders summit, talking about innovation and building tools for the digital future. Behind him, a slide with my screenshots. Again, but this time, he slipped up. He mentioned specific product features that weren't public, features that only existed in my development roadmap. That's when I knew. Someone had gotten access to my original prototype files, probably when I demoed them to Connor years ago, and he'd been holding on to them, studying them, planning this for longer than I realized. But that slip-up, that was enough. I clipped the segment, sent it to my lawyer. He called me back 10 minutes later. "This is gold," he said, but I wasn't ready to fire yet. Because if I'd learned anything over the last year, it was this. You don't just beat people like Connor by fighting them head-on. You outgrow them. You make them irrelevant. And then, when the whole world is watching, that's when you pull the rug. That's when you take everything. So I waited, built, watched, and the higher Connor climbed, the harder he was going to fall. But before I get to the moment where everything finally tipped, the moment where the name Bradley suddenly meant more than Bradford and Lane ever had, you need to see what happened the night my father called me again. Because that call changed everything. My father called at 7:42 p.m. on a Thursday. I remember the time exactly, not because of the call itself, but because I'd just finished sketching the first mock-up of Relay's mobile interface. I was holding the paper in my hand when my phone buzzed. When I saw Dad on the screen, I didn't answer right away. I just stared at it, thumb hovering, feeling that old familiar mix of curiosity and dread. It had been months since we spoke. Not since the Christmas jab. Not since Connor pitched my stolen idea to a room full of investors. And certainly not since I'd started quietly building something that would make their entire little empire look like a strip mall next to a space station. Still, I picked up. Hello. There was a pause, just a second too long to be normal. Then his voice, low and oddly flat. Bradley. We need to talk. I stayed quiet. He cleared his throat. It's about Connor. I sat up. He's been reckless, Dad said. He's made some promises he can't keep. Overextended. Took on a few projects that aren't materializing. I didn't say a word. I let the silence do the heavy lifting. He took a breath, probably realizing I wasn't going to rescue him from the awkwardness. Look, I know things have been tense. But this isn't just about him. It's about the firm. Your mother and I. This is our legacy. And if we don't find a way to stabilize, we could be looking at a major restructuring. Maybe even downsizing. I almost laughed. Restructuring. Corporate speak for, we messed up and now people are losing their jobs. What do you want from me? I finally asked. Another pause. Longer this time. We need a partner. Someone with vision. With credibility in the tech space. It was the most careful dance around the word you I'd ever heard. I leaned back in my chair and looked out the window. Snow had started falling, big quiet flakes against the city lights. I thought about all the years I sat at that Thanksgiving table, smiling through gritted teeth while they praised Connor's every step like he was solving world hunger. And now, with the paint still fresh on his phony tech division, he was drowning, and Dad was asking me to throw him a life vest. I'll think about it, I said. He sighed like that wasn't the answer he wanted, but he thanked me anyway and hung up. I didn't think about it. Not in the way he meant, anyway. Because that call confirmed something I'd only suspected until then. The cracks were forming. Connor had overreached. He'd grabbed for something shiny without understanding the machinery underneath. He thought stealing my blueprint would build him a castle, but he didn't know the language of architecture. He didn't understand scale. He copied what he could see, not what I knew. And now, the castle was crumbling. That night, I opened a folder I hadn't touched in almost a year. It was called Firebreak. I created it the same week Connor first posted about revolutionizing property management. It was my insurance, my pressure release valve, a backup plan in case I ever needed to burn the whole thing down. Inside were screenshots, timestamps, contracts, emails, even an early video recording of me demoing Streamline to Connor in my old apartment. His voice clearly audible asking, "Can I take a copy of this to show Dad?" I'd said yes at the time. Trusted him. Thought he wanted to help. The irony? That one moment of naive trust was now the nail I'd used to shut his corporate coffin. But I didn't want to just expose him. I wanted to ruin the illusion. Not just to the public, but to the people who mattered most to him. I wanted his mentors, his investors, his LinkedIn fan club, to all realize, at once, that the Emperor had no code. So I started planning. Step 1, gather receipts. Not just of the theft, but of the incompetence that followed. I started reaching out, quietly, to a few businesses that had trialed his platform. Asked simple questions. How was the onboarding process? Was customer support responsive? Did the system perform as advertised? Most of them were polite. But one guy, a contractor named Javier, let it all spill. It was trash, man, he said. Broke twice in a week. I emailed support and got an auto reply saying they'd respond in 72 hours. 72. I run a crew of 12. That's 3 lost jobs in a weekend. I asked if he'd be willing to talk on record. He agreed, but only if I blurred his face and voice. Don't want to burn bridges, he said. But I did, and I was just getting started. Step 2. Cut off Connor's escape routes. I knew they were in talks with a VC firm, one that specialized in propping up family legacy tech. I also knew a junior partner there, Mia, from college. We weren't close, but we'd been friendly. I sent her a message. Before you sign anything with Bradford and Lane, Ask yourself why their back-end code looks like it was written by a summer intern with a caffeine problem. Also, happy to chat if you want the real story. She called me the next day. I told her everything. She didn't say much on the call, just listened. But 3 days later, the funding deal quietly evaporated. The official reason? Strategic pivot. Right. Step 3. Control the narrative. I started prepping a press release. Not a bitter rant or a legal notice. Something more surgical. The title? When Innovation is Imitated. How one founder's vision was repackaged by the very people who mocked him. It was clean, calm, cold. I detailed the timeline, the evidence, the breach of trust. I didn't name Connor outright, but anyone reading it, especially those in our city's business circles, would know exactly who I meant. I sent it to 3 journalists I'd spoken to after the Streamline acquisition. All of them responded within hours. Can we run this with an interview? One asked. No, I said. Not yet. Because I was saving the best for last. See, Connor had a birthday coming up. 35. My mom was planning a surprise party. One of those rented hall, catered bar, everyone in their Sunday best kind of deals. And I was invited. Not by my mother, of course, but by my aunt, who always liked me better than Connor anyway. She slipped me the details and said, "You should come. Show your face. Remind them you're not hiding." I almost declined. But then I had an idea. A beautiful, terrible, perfect idea. The party was at a country club just outside the city. The kind of place where people judged you by your shoes and the number of syllables in your wine order. I showed up 5 minutes late, on purpose. The room was already full. Laughter bouncing off the chandeliers, people sipping cocktails, waiters weaving through clusters of khaki and pastel. Connor stood near the stage, laughing too loudly. He wore a blazer that probably cost more than my first car. His girlfriend, tall, blonde, surgically symmetrical, clung to his arm like an accessory. He didn't see me at first, but Dad did. His smile faltered. Then Mom saw me. Her lips pressed together, a flicker of worry passing through her eyes. She hadn't invited me, and now she didn't know what I'd do. I did nothing. Not yet. I mingled, shook a few hands, kept my smile warm and unreadable. Then, right before dessert, the MC took the mic. "Let's take a moment to honor our birthday boy," he said. "Not just a leader in real estate, but an innovator in tech. A man who's changing how businesses work." The lights dimmed. The projector behind him flickered to life. A video started playing. Connor's tech journey. A highlight reel of his greatest hits. Footage from panels, fake UI mock-ups, sound bites about disruption. The crowd clapped. My dad smiled proudly. My mom looked like she might cry. And when it ended, I stepped onto the stage. Uninvited. Unannounced. Microphone in hand. "Hi everyone," I said, heart hammering behind my ribs. "Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to add one more clip to the highlight reel." The projector flicked again. New footage. Me, in my apartment, demoing the prototype to Connor. Him asking, "Can I take a copy of this to show Dad?" Me replying, "Sure, just don't leak it anywhere yet." Then, screenshots. Emails. The stolen pitch deck. My tagline. My interface. Gasps rippled through the crowd. And then, black screen. Silence. I looked out over the sea of frozen faces. Connor's mouth hung open. His girlfriend had let go of his arm. My dad's face was bloodless. My mom. She wasn't crying anymore. I held the mic steady. "Happy birthday, Connor." I stepped off the stage. But that wasn't the revenge. That was just the invitation. Because the next day, the real show would begin. And no one was ready for what was coming. Connor didn't follow me out of the country club. I half expected him to storm after me, red-faced and sputtering, but when I looked back over my shoulder, he was still frozen in place. People whispered around him. Some avoided his eyes. A few, just a few, looked at me instead, the way you look at someone who just flipped over the table after playing the long game in silence. The damage was done, but the fallout? That was still coming. I didn't sleep that night. Not from anxiety, from adrenaline. Every moment I'd ever swallowed my pride, every family dinner I'd gritted through with a fake smile, every sarcastic jab about my silly little app, it all rushed back like a dam breaking in slow motion. For the first time in years, I didn't feel like the background character in my own story. I was the storm. By sunrise, the video I'd shown at the party had already leaked. I hadn't posted it myself. I didn't need to. Someone recorded it. Of course they did. And it made its way to Twitter, then Reddit, then LinkedIn. The caption read, "Startup founder crashes his golden boy brother's birthday with proof of stolen IP." You need to see this. It racked up 2 million views in 12 hours. My inbox was chaos. So was Connor's. But the difference? I'd been waiting for this. I had my press release locked, polished, and ready. By noon, I sent it out to every tech and business outlet within arm's reach. It wasn't angry or emotional. It was calculated. Precise. I detailed everything, complete with documentation and references. I never used his name, but everyone connected the dots. And I made sure to include a simple line at the bottom. Bradley Lane is now the founder and CEO of Relay, a platform built from scratch, without shortcuts, without handouts, and without family firms in the rear view. That last part? That was the match on gasoline. By evening, Connor was trending on Twitter. Not in a good way. Headlines swirled. Local real estate heir accused of plagiarizing brother's startup. Bradford and Lane faces tech scandal after viral birthday clip. The app war between brothers. Legacy versus vision. Then the call started. Sandra forwarded me one from a mutual contact, the VC firm that pulled out of Connor's deal a few months back. The message was short. "Glad we passed. Let us know if you need anything." 2 days later, one of Connor's biggest clients, Chamberlain Properties, publicly announced they were reevaluating strategic partnerships in light of recent revelations. And just like that, the dominoes began to fall. Connor tried to fight it, of course. He posted a statement. I knew he would. It was one of those corporate, gaslighty apologies. It's unfortunate that a private misunderstanding between brothers has become so public. I have always admired Bradley's work and hope to honor his vision by bringing similar innovation to a broader platform. Translation: I stole his idea, got caught, and now I'm trying to spin it like a tribute. The comments shredded him. One particularly brutal reply read, "You didn't honor his work. You colonized it. There's a difference." Even the city's tech publication, Startup State Weekly, ran an op-ed titled, "Why Family Business is No Excuse for Theft in Tech." My father tried to reach me again. Several times. I ignored his calls. Eventually, he sent an email. "We never meant to hurt you, Bradley. Please understand we were just trying to protect the company." That told me everything. Protect the company. Not support my son. Not apologize for what we did. Just protect their bottom line. So I sent a single-sentence reply. "You should have protected your son instead." And then, I cut them off. Every last one of them. I blocked my parents' numbers. Removed them from my LinkedIn. I didn't need their approval, and I certainly didn't owe them closure. I changed my number, moved into a new place, and told the front desk to never accept visitors claiming to be family without calling me first. Connor, meanwhile, was circling the drain. By week 3, more people came forward. Former employees who said he overpromised and underdelivered. Businesses who admitted they paid for a product that barely worked. One even had receipts that Connor fudged demo metrics to impress investors. His tech division was shut down within the month. The real estate firm survived, but barely. Bradford and Lane laid off 10 employees. Quietly, of course. They claimed market volatility in their statement. But people knew. Everyone knew. By contrast, Relay exploded. We closed our Series A at $12 million. I brought on Lila and Marcus full-time and gave them equity. Sandra joined as a board advisor. And the users? They didn't care about the drama. They cared that the platform worked, and it did. We released new features monthly. Retention was off the charts. Even Javier, the contractor who hated Connor's copycat product, became one of our biggest champions. And me? I stopped asking for seats at tables I didn't belong to. I built my own table. And slowly, people came to me. One day, months later, I got a letter in the mail. Handwritten. Sloppy cursive. It was from my mom. She didn't say she was sorry. Not really. She just said she missed me. That Connor was struggling. That family should stay together. I read it twice. Then fed it through my shredder. The final nail came when I got invited to speak at a regional tech conference. Not as a panelist. As the keynote. The theme? Authentic innovation in a legacy world. I didn't tell anyone I was going. I just showed up. Wore a simple blazer. No flashy graphics. No entourage. Just me, a microphone, and my story. I talked about what it meant to build something real. How lonely it was. How painful. How sometimes, the people closest to you become your biggest obstacles. How you have to keep building anyway. The crowd gave a standing ovation. Afterward, A guy in a gray suit approached me. Mid-40s, expensive haircut, strong handshake. "I used to work with your brother," he said, not unkindly. "He was always loud. You." He gestured toward the stage. "You're quiet, but you build earthquakes." I smiled. "I prefer tremors that don't stop." He laughed and gave me his card. "Call me if you ever want to go global." As I walked back to my hotel, I thought about every version of myself they tried to erase. The dreamer, the coder, the fake CEO. They thought they could mock me into silence. But all they did was sharpen my edge. Revenge didn't come with shouting or fists. It came with focus, with patience, with building something so undeniable, so airtight, that the only thing left for them to do was watch it grow. I didn't need their name, didn't need their firm, didn't need the family. I had relay. I had proof. And for the first time in my life, I had peace. I didn't win because I fought back. I won because I stopped asking for permission to exist.
This is a story about a woman who refused to babysit her sister's kids on Christmas, and now her whole family is mad at her. Now, she's wondering, was she in the wrong? Listen through and let me know what you think.
I've always been the type of person who keeps the peace, especially with family. I'm the one who steps up when things get tough, always putting others' needs first. But this Christmas, I hit my breaking point. For context, my sister has 3 kids, 2 under the age of 6, and I'm their go-to babysitter. I've watched them countless times over the years, and I'm always the one who steps in when she needs a break. Don't get me wrong, I love my niece and nephews, but after years of being the default babysitter, I realized I was completely drained. I work a full-time job, and Christmas this year was supposed to be about me. I had plans to relax, catch up with some friends, and just take a break. But of course, my sister had other plans. She called me a week before Christmas and asked if I could watch the kids for her while she did all the holiday prep. At first, I hesitated. I knew I couldn't do it this year. So I said, "I'm sorry, but I can't babysit this Christmas. I need some time for myself." I thought she'd understand. She didn't. The next day, she called me again. "Please, I really need your help this year. I'm overwhelmed with everything, and I can't do it alone." I repeated myself, "I'm sorry, I really can't this time. I have plans and I need a break." She didn't take that well. She tried to guilt-trip me, saying things like, "I'm your sister. I've always been there for you. And it's Christmas. Can't you just help me out for a few hours?" But this time, I wasn't backing down. I had said no, and I wasn't going to let anyone make me feel bad for it. This wasn't about me being selfish. It was about me finally putting my own needs first. And that's when the fallout started. Christmas Eve came, and I was fully prepared to enjoy a quiet night. My living room was set up with snacks, and I was planning on binge-watching some shows and maybe even having a glass of wine or two. I was looking forward to it, honestly. But then, at around 7 p.m., my phone buzzed with a text from my mom. "Can you come over? Your sister really needs help, and you're her only option." I stared at the message for a moment, trying to decide if I should respond. I didn't want to deal with this anymore. I had made my boundaries clear. I was firm about not babysitting this year. But there it was, the guilt again. My mom wasn't one to play the guilt card often, but when she did, it hit different. Still, I knew I couldn't go back on my word. I didn't owe anyone an explanation. I typed back, "I already told her I can't. I need this time for myself." Mom replied quickly, "She's at her wit's end. It's just for a couple of hours. Please, just help her out." At this point, I was starting to feel frustrated. The same line was being repeated, just a couple of hours. But I knew what that meant. Once I agreed, they'd expect me to keep doing it, and I'd never get a break. I wasn't going to let that happen. I decided to call my mom instead of texting. I wasn't going to leave this open for interpretation. "Hey, Mom," I said when she picked up, trying to keep my tone even. "I've already said no, and I'm not changing my mind. I need this time. If I keep giving in, I'll never get any space for myself." There was a long pause before she responded. "I get that. I do. But you have to understand, your sister is exhausted. She's trying to make everything perfect, and she just needs some help. You're the only one she can rely on right now." I sighed, trying to stay calm. "I'm sorry she's stressed, but I'm not the solution this time. I can't keep putting my needs aside for her, especially if she won't respect my boundaries." There was a sharp intake of breath on the other end. "So, you're just going to leave her hanging?" She's going to be all alone on Christmas Eve with the kids, and you're choosing not to help? I could hear the disappointment in her voice, but I wasn't backing down. Yes, I'm choosing not to help. I'm not abandoning her. I'm just not going to sacrifice my plans for her anymore. There was a long silence, and then my mom's voice softened. I don't want to make you feel bad, but I wish you'd reconsider. I paused before answering, my voice firmer than before. I've already made up my mind. I need a break. I'm not going to feel guilty for taking care of myself. We hung up shortly after that, and I felt a strange mix of relief and guilt. I wasn't going to let anyone walk all over me this time, but I knew that my decision was going to have consequences, and sure enough, the next morning, I found out just how much. I had a slow start, sipping coffee and watching the snow fall outside. I wasn't happy about the conflict with my sister, but I felt at peace. For once, I wasn't bending over backwards for everyone else. That peace was short-lived. Around 10 a.m., my phone rang. It was my sister. I hesitated before answering, bracing myself for what I knew was coming. "Hey," she said, her voice tight with frustration. "I need you to come over. Now." I frowned. What happened? She sounded close to tears. "The kids are driving me crazy, and I can't do this anymore. I've been up since 5 a.m. getting everything ready, and now I'm stuck trying to entertain them by myself. I asked you to help, and you just left me hanging." I could feel the anger rising in me, but I stayed calm. "I told you I couldn't help. I'm not going to change my mind just because it's Christmas. I have plans today." "Plans?" She scoffed. "You're going to just sit around and do nothing while I'm here drowning in all of this? That's really what you're going to do?" Her words hit harder than I expected, but I refused to let them get to me. "I'm not doing nothing. I'm taking care of myself for once. And if you can't respect that, then maybe that's something you need to think about." There was a long pause on the other end. It felt like a punch in the gut, but I stood my ground. Finally, she spoke again, her voice trembling. "You're just selfish, you know that? I've always been there for you. Always. And now, when I need you, you can't even do this one thing for me?" The guilt hit hard. It wasn't that I didn't care about her, or that I didn't want to help. I just couldn't keep sacrificing my own well-being for her every time things got tough. And I knew that if I gave in now, it would be the same thing over and over again. "I'm sorry you're feeling like this," I said, keeping my voice as steady as possible. "But I'm not going to let you guilt-trip me into something I don't want to do. I've already explained why I can't help." She was silent for a long moment. When she finally spoke, her words were cold. "Fine. If that's how you feel, I won't ask you again." Before I could say anything else, she hung up. That I sat there, stunned, staring at the phone. Part of me was relieved. It was over, at least for now. But another part of me felt a wave of guilt wash over me. Did I make the right decision? Was I really being selfish? I barely had time to process what had just happened before my phone buzzed again. This time, it was my mom. I groaned inwardly, knowing I was about to relive the entire conversation from a different angle. I answered, trying to sound as casual as possible, but I'm sure the tension was still thick in my voice. "Hey, Mom. You've talked to your sister, right?" she asked. Getting straight to the point, I rubbed my forehead, feeling the weight of the situation. "Yeah, I just got off the phone with her." "Anne?" she prompted, her voice anxious. "I told her I couldn't help," I said, exhaling. "I already made it clear that I'm not babysitting this Christmas. I need my time too." There was a sharp intake of breath on the other end. "You really aren't going to help her? It's Christmas, for God's sake." I felt a surge of frustration. "Yes, Mom, I'm not helping. She has 3 kids, and I'm not going to drop everything just because she's overwhelmed. I've helped her out so many times before, but this time I need to be firm. I can't just keep putting myself last every holiday." There was a long silence. And then, in a defensive tone, my mom replied, "Well, I'm too old to be running around taking care of little ones all the time. I can't just drop everything and babysit like I used to." I was taken aback by her response. "Wait, are you seriously saying you can't help because you're too old? I thought you wanted me to be the one to help her out. Why don't you help if you think she needs it so badly?" I could almost hear her stiffen on the other end of the line. "Well, I've already done my part. I'm not in the same shape I was when I was your age. I've raised my kids, and now I'm letting you step up. I can't keep running after toddlers all day. I'm old, for heaven's sake. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. So, it's fine for me to sacrifice my time, but you get a pass because you're old? That doesn't seem fair, Mom. She didn't respond right away, and for a moment, I wondered if she was actually going to process what I said. But then she spoke again, her voice rising. It's not about being fair, it's about family. She needs help, and you're supposed to be there for her. You can't just say no and leave her hanging like this. This is a family crisis, and you're being selfish. I held my ground. I'm not being selfish. I'm being realistic. I've done enough for her, and I'm not going to burn myself out again. I've set my boundary, and I expect you to respect that. I've given enough, Mom. Maybe it's time for someone else to step in. And maybe you can start by helping, if you really think she's struggling so much. Mom let out a sigh, clearly frustrated. You don't get it. It's not that simple. I braced myself, knowing Mom was about to hit me with something big. I could hear the tension in her breathing before she finally spoke. She's been having a really hard time lately, Mom said, her voice suddenly lower, more serious. She and Mark have been fighting. He might be leaving her. I blinked. Wait, what? Since when? Mom sighed. She hasn't told you because she doesn't want people to know. But it's been going on for months. And now, with Christmas and the kids, it's all piling up. She's exhausted, scared, and she's trying to keep everything together. And here you are, refusing to help. A wave of guilt tried to creep in, but I pushed it back. I had to stay logical. Mom, I'm sorry she's going through that, but that doesn't mean I have to step in as a second parent. That's his responsibility, not mine. And honestly, if things are that bad, maybe she should have told me instead of just demanding help. Mom exhaled sharply. You don't understand. You don't have kids. You don't have a family like she does. You have time, but you don't want to give it. That hit a nerve. I clenched my jaw. Mom, just because I don't have kids doesn't mean my time is less valuable. And it doesn't mean I have to be a backup parent whenever my sister needs a break. She scoffed. So that's it? You're just going to sit alone on Christmas while your sister is drowning? I sighed. I'm going to enjoy my Christmas the way I planned. I'm not responsible for fixing everyone else's problems. There was silence on the other end. I knew she was fuming, trying to find another way to make me feel guilty. And then, finally, she delivered her final blow. Well, she said coldly, I hope you're happy with yourself. Because when you need family one day, don't be surprised if no one picks up the phone. That one stung, but I swallowed the hurt. That's a real nice thing to say, Mom. Merry Christmas. And with that, I ended the call. My phone buzzed. I already knew who it was before I even looked. Sister texted, Wow, Mom just told me what you said. I can't believe how selfish you're being. It's Christmas, and you'd rather sit alone than help your own family? I exhaled through my nose, my grip tightening on the phone. I wasn't even surprised. Mom had clearly wasted no time running to my sister, twisting things just enough to make me look like the villain. Another text came through. I hope you know you're ruining Christmas for everyone. The kids were so excited to see you. But I guess your alone time is more important. That one hit a nerve. She was using the kids now? Classic move. I took a deep breath and started typing. Don't do that. You never even asked me nicely. You just assumed I'd drop everything, and when I said no, you threw a fit. That's not fair. I'm not responsible for your kids just because I don't have my own. A few seconds later, the typing bubbles popped up. She replied, I assumed you'd help because that's what family does. But I guess you don't care about family. That was it. I was done and I texted her. I do care. That's why I'm setting boundaries. You don't get to guilt trip me every time you don't want to parent your own kids. If you need help, ask nicely. If someone says no, respect it. Merry Christmas. I hit send, put my phone on silent, and tossed it onto the couch. I sat there, waiting. Would she keep arguing? Would she finally drop it? I didn't know. But what I did know was that, for the first time in a long time, I wasn't letting myself be walked all over. After putting my phone on silent, I flopped onto my bed, exhausted from the pointless back and forth. I wasn't even mad anymore, just tired. Tired of always being expected to drop everything. Tired of feeling like the bad guy just because I had boundaries. I closed my eyes, telling myself I'd take a short nap just to clear my head. And then, bang, 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 that I jolted awake, my heart pounding. For a second, I was disoriented. How long had I been asleep? Was I imagining things? Bang, bang, bang. Nope, that was real. I groggily got up and stumbled toward the door, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. As soon as I opened it, my stomach sank. There she was. My sister. She was standing on my doorstep, arms crossed, her car idling behind her with her kids in the back seat. What the hell? I muttered, still half asleep. What are you doing here? She scoffed. What do you think? Get in the car. I blinked. Excuse me? She rolled her eyes. You made your point, okay? But I need you to come with me. The kids are restless. I have errands to run, and I'm at my limit. So stop being selfish and just help. I stared at her, completely dumbfounded. She really thought she could just show up and drag me into this? And that's when I realized she wasn't going to stop until I finally said something that would make her listen. I took a deep breath, gripping the edge of the door. No, her eyes widened. What do you mean, no? I mean, no, I repeated, standing my ground. I'm not going with you. Her expression hardened. Are you serious right now? After everything I just said? I need help. And I need you to respect my answer. I folded my arms. You don't get to barge over here and demand that I do what you want just because you're overwhelmed. She let out an exasperated laugh. Oh my God, you're unbelievable. You're just sitting at home doing nothing while I'm drowning, and you can't even spare a few hours to help? I'm your sister. Why are you acting like this? I leaned against the doorframe, keeping my voice calm. Because I'm not responsible for your kids. Because I don't owe you my time. And because I already told you no, and you still don't get it. She threw her hands in the air. So that's it? You're just going to sit here, alone, while your family struggles? I stared at her. Yes. For a moment, she just stood there, mouth opening and closing like she wanted to argue. But for once, she had nothing to say. Finally, she scoffed, shaking her head. Fine. Enjoy your lonely, selfish Christmas. She turned on her heel and stomped back to her car. I watched as she yanked open the door, got in, and sped off without another word. The second she was gone, I shut the door and locked it, exhaling. And that's where things stand now. Christmas came and went, and honestly, I had a great time. No stress, no last-minute babysitting, no dealing with my sister's demands. Just peace and quiet, exactly how I wanted it. Of course, my phone blew up with passive-aggressive messages from my mom and a couple of other relatives. Stuff like, it wouldn't have hurt you to help out, and family is supposed to be there for each other. My sister, on the other hand, completely ghosted me. Not a single word since she drove off. And honestly, I'm okay with that. I don't regret standing my ground. I don't regret choosing myself for once instead of being guilt-tripped into responsibilities that were never mine to begin with. But still, part of me wonders, was I too harsh? Could I have handled it differently? So, Reddit, am I the a-hole?
She did nothing wrong. Saying no isn't selfish. It's setting a boundary. Her sister just assumed she'd cave, and when she didn't, she threw a tantrum. That's not OP's fault. Family doesn't mean unlimited favors, and helping out should be a choice, not an expectation. She enjoyed her Christmas, and that's what matters. But what do you think? Let me know in the comments.
At my brother's wedding, my place card was taped to a chair outside the restroom. His bride laughed. Only important guests sit inside. My mom said, just be grateful you're invited. I stood up, took my gift, and said, actually, I think I'm Owen, 28, and I can honestly say I didn't think my brother's wedding would be the moment I finally snapped. I'd always been the quiet one, the good sport of the family, the one who got the hand-me-downs, the one who let my sister pick the bigger room, the one who got volunteered to drive everyone to the airport at 4 a.m. because Owen doesn't mind. For years I shrugged it off. It wasn't worth starting a fight over. But this was different. When I arrived at the venue, a massive, chandelier-covered ballroom that looked like it came out of a royal movie, I was actually a little excited. I'd spent weeks carefully picking out a gift, a really nice espresso machine because my brother had always said he wanted one. I even had it wrapped with a handwritten card inside. I showed up on time, even early, because I didn't want to be the guy walking in late during the ceremony. The first red flag should have been when the usher looked confused when I said my name. He flipped through the seating chart for a little too long. Then his face lit up with this awkward, "Oh." He motioned for me to follow him, but we kept walking past the tables, past the dance floor, past the bar, until we were basically at the back of the building. He stopped near a hallway that led to the restrooms and gestured at a single folding chair with a place card taped to the seat. Owen. I actually laughed at first. I thought it was some kind of joke. Like maybe my brother was doing a silly prank and they were going to bring me to my real table any second. But the usher just gave me this polite smile, the kind that says, "Please don't make me explain this," and left. I stood there for a full minute, holding the gift bag, staring at this lonely chair while everyone else's place cards were sitting neatly on white-clothed tables with centerpieces and candles. When I finally sat down, trying to convince myself not to care, my brother's bride walked by with two of her bridesmaids. She glanced at me, smirked, and said loud enough for me to hear, "Only important guests sit inside." Her friends giggled like it was the funniest thing they'd ever heard. I tried to shake it off, I really did. But when my mom came over, instead of sticking up for me, she just sighed and said, "Owen, can't you just be grateful you were invited at all? Don't start anything today. This is your brother's moment." That stung more than I want to admit. It wasn't just a seat, it was the message behind it. That I was an afterthought. That I didn't really belong in the family celebration. And I could feel the heat rising in my chest, this mix of anger and sadness I'd been swallowing down for years. So I stood up. I picked up the gift bag, smoothed the front of my suit, and said quietly, mostly to myself, but loud enough for my mom to hear, "Actually, I think I'll." I started, but before I could finish, my mom gave me that look. The one that said, "Don't embarrass us." The one that had shut me up since I was 12 years old and learned that pushing back in this family only made things worse. So I sat back down. I don't even know why. Maybe because I didn't want to ruin the day. Maybe because I wanted to see just how far this would go. The ceremony started, and I could barely hear it from where I was sitting. The music was muffled. The vows were a faint echo. Every so often, someone would pass by on the way to the restroom and give me that half-pitying, half-curious glance. The kind of look you give someone you assume doesn't have anywhere else to be. My cousin Ethan even stopped, crouched down next to me, and whispered, "Dude, why are you here?" I shrugged, pretending it didn't bother me, and said, "Apparently this is my seat." He raised an eyebrow and gave a low whistle. Brutal. Guess they had to put the family embarrassment somewhere. He meant it as a joke, but it hit like a punch to the ribs. I smiled weakly just so he'd leave me alone, but inside, my stomach twisted. After the ceremony, I tried to join everyone for the cocktail hour. I figured maybe I could just stand near my cousins, grab a drink, blend in. But when I got to the bar, the bartender asked if I had a drink ticket. I what? Drink ticket. Only for guests with the wristband. I looked down at my wrist. Bare. No wristband. When I asked my mom about it, she said, "Oh, they probably just forgot." But honestly, Owen, do you really need to drink tonight? You know how you get. How I get? I asked, genuinely confused. She waved a hand like she didn't have time to explain. Loud. "It's better this way. Don't make a fuss." So I stood there empty-handed while everyone else clinked glasses and toasted the happy couple. When it was time for dinner, I made my way back to my lonely chair, only to find someone else sitting there. A kid, maybe 12, eating breadsticks and scrolling on a phone. Hey," I said. "I think that's my seat." The kid shrugged without looking up. "My mom said I could sit here 'cause you weren't using it." I glanced toward the main room. Sure enough, my seat had no plate, no silverware, no glass. Nothing. Like they'd planned for me to sit there, but not actually eat. I wandered around, looking for my mom, but she was at the head table laughing with my brother, looking like the proud mother of the groom she'd always wanted to be. When she finally noticed me hovering, she said, "Owen, what now?" "There's no place setting for me," I said. She frowned, like this was somehow my fault. "Well, they had to cut the guest list. You understand, right? It's not personal." "It feels pretty personal," I said quietly. My brother must have overheard because he turned, grinning, and said, "Come on, man, don't be dramatic. We couldn't fit everyone at the tables." You'll survive one meal without the fancy salad. Everyone at the head table laughed. It wasn't even a mean laugh, more of a casual chuckle, like they were laughing at the situation, not realizing that the situation was me. I ended up standing near the bar while everyone else ate. Someone eventually brought me a small plate of food, not from the caterers, but from the kids' table. Chicken fingers and fries. I stood there with that plate in my hands, listening to the DJ announce the couple's first dance, trying to keep a neutral face while inside I was boiling. Then came the speeches. My dad stood up first. "I just want to say how proud I am of my son," he said, his voice breaking. "He's always been the golden boy of the family." He meant it as a compliment, but I swear I felt every head turn toward me. It was like the words hung in the air, pointing a neon sign at the fact that I was not the golden boy. Then my mom stood up. "And to the beautiful bride, welcome to the family. You are exactly the kind of woman I always hoped my son would marry." She glanced briefly in my direction and added, almost as an afterthought, "And of course, Owen is here too." Everyone laughed. I felt my ears burn. It didn't stop there. My aunt clinked her glass and told a story about how my brother once rescued me when I got locked out of the house as a kid. "He's always looked out for Owen," she said, like my entire existence was just a series of opportunities for my brother to play hero. By the time the dancing started, I was exhausted. Not physically, emotionally. I felt like someone had been poking me with a stick for hours just to see when I'd finally react. I tried to sneak out quietly. I figured no one would notice anyway. But as I passed the main table, my mom caught my arm. "You're not leaving, are you?" she asked, eyebrows raised. "Yeah," I said. "It's late. And, you know, I'm basically sitting in the hallway." She sighed dramatically. "Owen, can't you just stay and be supportive for once? Your brother has always been there for you." I almost laughed at that. Always been there for me. Right. Before I could answer, my brother leaned over and said, "Hey, don't take it so hard. You wouldn't understand. You're not really a wedding kind of guy." Something about that set my teeth on edge. Not a wedding kind of guy. Not the kind of guy who gets invited inside. I didn't say anything. I just nodded, turned, and walked toward the exit, clutching the gift bag so tightly my knuckles turned white. I hadn't planned to leave like that. I hadn't planned to do anything, really. But as I stepped out into the cool night air, I realized this wasn't just about a chair by the restroom. This was years of being the afterthought, years of being told to be grateful and not make a scene. I walked to my car, opened the trunk, and set the gift bag inside. I shut the trunk and leaned against it, staring up at the night sky while the music from the ballroom thumped faintly in the background. And for the first time all night, I smiled, because something inside me had just shifted. I sat in my car for a long time, just breathing. I could have driven away right then, and honestly, part of me wanted to, but something held me in place. Maybe I didn't want to give them the satisfaction of thinking I just disappeared quietly. Maybe I wanted to walk back in there, smile, and prove that their little snubs hadn't broken me. So I went back in. The music was louder now, the dance floor packed. I slipped in quietly, figuring I'd stay in the corner, maybe say my goodbyes when things died down. For a moment, I almost convinced myself that I could just let this go. And then I heard the DJ's voice. "All right, everyone. It's time for a special surprise from the happy couple." People started cheering and crowding around the dance floor. I stayed in the back, craning my neck to see. My brother and his new wife were standing arm in arm, grinning like they'd just pulled off the world's best prank. "Before we get back to dancing," my brother said into the mic, "we have a little presentation. Some of you know that Owen," he pointed in my direction, and heads turned toward me, "has always been a bit of a lone wolf. So we thought we'd put together something to celebrate him, too." A slideshow flickered onto the big screen at the front of the room. At first, I thought it would be some sweet montage of family photos. But the first image that appeared was me at 15, awkward and skinny, wearing braces and holding a science fair ribbon. The next slide was me falling asleep on the couch, mouth open. Then me in a swimsuit, looking pale and sunburned, from a vacation years ago. Then me with a bad haircut, me in my old beater car, me in a Halloween costume that didn't fit. Laughter rippled through the crowd. The photos kept coming, all unflattering, all embarrassing. Each one met with louder laughter, louder commentary. "Oh my gosh, remember that haircut?" someone shouted. "Look at his face," another cousin yelled, doubling over. The final slide was a video. A video I'd forgotten even existed. It was from college. Someone had filmed me at a party, sitting outside on the porch after an argument with my then-girlfriend, holding my head in my hands. I hadn't known I was being recorded. I had been crying. The room erupted. Not in silence, not in sympathy, in laughter. I felt my chest tighten. For a second, I couldn't even move. I could hear the sound of my own breathing over the music, over the laughter, like I was underwater. When the video ended, my brother wiped fake tears from his eyes and said, "We just wanted to remind everyone what a good sport Owen is. Love you, man." The crowd clapped. People actually clapped. I didn't. I just stood there, rooted to the floor, feeling like every cell in my body had frozen. My mom came over, smiling. "Wasn't that funny? You've always been such a good sport about these things." I turned to look at her. "You knew about this?" "Of course," she said. "I helped pick some of the photos. It was all in good fun, Owen. Don't sulk. Good fun." I repeated, my voice quiet but sharp. She touched my arm like she was soothing a child. "Honey, it's a wedding. People are supposed to laugh." Behind her, I could see my brother high-fiving one of his groomsmen. My aunt was wiping tears from her eyes from laughing so hard. And that was when it hit me. This wasn't just a wedding. This wasn't just bad seating or forgotten place settings or no drink ticket. This was my entire family, standing shoulder to shoulder, laughing at me. I felt something inside me crack. But before I could even process that feeling, my brother walked over, still holding the mic, and threw his arm around my shoulders. "Hey," he said, grinning, "don't look so serious, man. You know we love you." We just couldn't resist showing everyone the real Owen. "The real Owen," I repeated. He nodded. "Yeah, the goofy one, the awkward one. You know, the guy we all grew up with. It wouldn't feel right to leave you out." He meant it as a reassurance, but it landed like a slap. The real Owen. The one they thought was worth putting on display like some kind of circus act. When I didn't answer, he chuckled. "Come on, don't be mad. If it makes you feel better, we almost put in that photo of you in your graduation gown. You looked so nervous you were about to pass out." They had more. I don't even remember what I said after that. If I said anything at all. I just remember pulling away from him and walking outside again, my hands shaking. The night air felt colder now. Sharper. I stood under the awning and listened to the muffled music and laughter coming from inside. And for the first time, I didn't feel sad. I felt angry. Not the kind of anger that makes you yell or throw things. This was colder. Heavier. The kind of anger that sits in your stomach and doesn't go away. Through the window, I saw my mom raise her glass in a toast. I couldn't hear what she was saying, but everyone laughed again, and I saw my brother nodding proudly. They weren't sorry. Not even a little. I stayed there for a long time, watching them celebrate, dance, eat cake, as if nothing had happened, as if humiliating me was just part of the entertainment. And in that moment, one very clear thought formed in my head. If they wanted the real Owen, they were about to meet him. I didn't go back inside. I stayed under the awning long enough for the laughter to turn into background noise, like the hum of a distant highway. Every now and then, the music would change, slow song, fast song, a cheer for the bouquet toss, and I'd think about going back and just to grab my coat and leave properly. But every time I pictured stepping back into that room, facing those grinning faces, my chest tightened. So I left. Quietly, no goodbyes, no explanations. When I got to my apartment, the silence was deafening. Usually I liked the quiet. I lived alone, and it was nice to have a space that was just mine, but that night it felt hollow. Like the walls themselves were listening. I dropped the gift bag on the counter and just stared at it. The carefully wrapped espresso machine, the handwritten card I'd spent half an hour on. I could still hear my brother's voice in my head, laughing as the crowd clapped. I could see the slideshow replaying in my mind, those pictures flashing one by one. I sat down at my kitchen table and put my head in my hands. I don't know how long I stayed like that. At some point, my phone buzzed. A notification from our family group chat. A picture of my brother and his wife holding champagne, with the caption, "Best night ever. Thanks everyone for making it perfect." Underneath, my aunt had commented, "Owen left early, didn't he?" My mom replied, "He's always been sensitive. We'll talk to him later." No one said, "Maybe we went too far." No one said, "We should apologize." They just moved on. I put the phone down face first and stared at the grain of the table until my eyes blurred. That was the worst part. Not the slideshow, not the public humiliation, not even the mocking smiles. The worst part was realizing that no one thought they had done anything wrong, that I could be humiliated in front of every friend, every relative, every coworker they'd invited, and the takeaway would still be, Owen overreacted. I didn't sleep that night. I tried. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, replaying every moment from the evening, every laugh, every look. At 3 in the morning, I got up and made tea, not because I wanted tea, but because sitting still felt unbearable. I ended up digging out an old box of photos from my closet. Pictures from birthdays where my brother was always front and center blowing out the candles while I was in the corner, holding the cake. Family vacations where I was the one taking the pictures, so I barely existed in them. My high school graduation photo, the one where my parents stood on either side of my brother shaking his hand for being such a supportive sibling, while I stood there clutching my diploma like a prop. I sat there on the floor, surrounded by pictures, and for the first time, I saw it clearly. This wasn't a one-night thing. This wasn't just bad planning or wedding stress. This was a pattern, a lifetime of being the afterthought, the punchline, the convenient prop to make someone else look better. And I realized something else. I was tired. Not just hurt. Not just angry. Tired. I thought about calling someone, a friend, a coworker, anyone, but it was late, and I didn't even know what I'd say. Hey, my family used me as the evening's entertainment, and everyone laughed. Should I be okay with that? Instead, I sat there until the sun came up, the photos scattered around me like evidence at a crime scene. The next day, I kept my phone on silent. My mom called twice. My brother texted once. Hey man, hope you're not too mad. You know it was just a joke. I didn't answer. Monday at work, I kept my head down. But apparently news travels fast. One of my coworkers stopped by my desk and said, "Heard you were the star of the wedding slideshow. Guess you're famous now." She meant it as a joke, but my throat tightened. I excused myself and sat in my car for 20 minutes, gripping the steering wheel and forcing myself to breathe. That night, I sat on the couch with the lights off, scrolling through the photos I'd taken over the past few years. Birthdays, holidays, random dinners. In every single one, I was either behind the camera or off to the side. And something strange happened. Instead of crying again, I felt a strange calm settle over me. Like my brain had finally accepted what my heart had been fighting. They weren't going to change. No matter how many times I showed up, no matter how many gifts I brought, no matter how many airport rides or house-sitting favors or last-minute emergencies I handled, they were never going to see me as an equal. So maybe it was time to stop trying. That thought scared me at first. The idea of pulling back, of not being available on demand, of letting them figure things out without me. But as I sat there in the dark, it also felt lighter, like taking off a heavy coat I hadn't realized I'd been wearing. The next morning, I deleted the family group chat from my phone. I didn't block anyone, not yet, but I silenced their notifications. I turned off read receipts. I made a quiet promise to myself, no more being the family's safety net. If they needed me, they could figure it out on their own. I didn't tell anyone about this decision. Not yet. It felt like something I needed to keep close, like an ember I wasn't ready to show the world. But that night, when I passed the gift bag still sitting on the counter, I didn't feel guilty about keeping it. I didn't feel guilty about anything. For the first time in a long time, I felt steady. And somewhere deep down, a small, steady voice whispered that I wasn't done. Not by a long shot. Something shifted in me after that night. Not all at once, not in some dramatic lightning strike moment, but gradually, like a tide turning. At first, it was small things. I stopped volunteering for every family errand. When my mom texted asking if I could come fix their Wi-Fi, I told her I was busy, even though I wasn't. When my brother called asking if I could watch his dog for the weekend, I said, "Sorry, I have plans," and left it at that. The world didn't collapse. They didn't like it, sure. My mom sent a few guilt-laced follow-ups about family should stick together, but I didn't take the bait. For the first time, I started putting my own life first, and it felt strangely good. With that mental space freed up, I started focusing on myself. I had been coasting at my job for years, taking just enough responsibility to stay under the radar. But something about that wedding night lit a fire under me. I started staying late, volunteering for projects, talking to my boss about long-term goals. One afternoon, my manager pulled me into her office. "I don't know what changed," she said, "but you've been killing it lately. Have you thought about applying for the new team lead role?" I hadn't, not seriously. But that night, I dusted off my resume, updated it, and put my name in the running. 2 weeks later, I got the promotion. The raise wasn't massive, but it was enough to make a difference. I started putting a chunk of every paycheck into savings, something I'd always meant to do but never really stuck with. I also started saying yes to things I used to brush off. A coworker invited me to a trivia night downtown. Normally, I would have made an excuse, but instead I went. I didn't know anyone at first, but by the end of the night, I was laughing, swapping numbers, making plans for next week. I joined a gym. Not because anyone told me to, not because I wanted to prove something, but because I wanted to feel better in my own skin. At first, I hated every minute. The early mornings, the sore muscles, the weirdly complicated machines. But after a month, I started to notice small changes. I could carry groceries up the stairs without getting winded. My shoulders looked broader in the mirror. I slept better at night. On weekends, I started taking myself out, something I'd always thought was sad, but actually turned out to be kind of liberating. I'd go to the local coffee shop with a book, or explore a new part of the city, or take long drives with no destination in mind. Piece by piece, I was building a life that didn't revolve around waiting for someone else's approval. About 3 months after the wedding, I moved into a new apartment. Nothing fancy, but it was bigger, brighter, closer to work. I bought furniture that I actually liked instead of whatever was cheapest online. I framed a few of my own photos and hung them on the walls. Standing in that apartment the first night, surrounded by boxes, I felt something I hadn't felt in years: pride. My phone buzzed on the counter. It was a picture from the family group chat, my brother's wife posing with their new car. "Thanks to everyone who helped us save for this," the caption read. My mom added, "Even Owen chipped in a little." Except I hadn't. Apparently, they were still telling that story, painting me as the reliable helper, the extra wallet when needed. I didn't reply. I didn't need to. By then, I had my own plans brewing. I started reading books on personal finance, taking online courses on investing. I learned how to set up a brokerage account, how to automate contributions, how to make my money work quietly in the background. I stopped talking about my life around my family, not out of spite, but because I'd realized how little they actually listened when I did. The fewer details they had, the less they could twist into a joke. Meanwhile, my world kept getting bigger. The trivia friends turned into a regular group, then into something like a second family. I started dating casually. Nothing serious yet, but enough to remind myself that there were people out there who actually wanted to know me, not just tolerate me. Every now and then, the memory of the slideshow would come back. The laughter, the video, the way everyone clapped. But it didn't hurt as sharply as it used to. Instead, it started to feel like fuel. One night, about 6 months after the wedding, I was having dinner with a couple of coworkers when one of them asked, "So, do you ever see your family much?" I thought about it for a long moment before answering. "Not as much as I used to," I said finally. And I realized I didn't feel guilty. Not even a little. I wasn't hiding anymore. I wasn't waiting for them to decide I was worth a seat at the table. I was building my own. By the time spring rolled around, I had almost perfected the art of being invisible to my family. I answered only when necessary, kept conversations polite but short, and avoided family gatherings unless absolutely unavoidable. I wasn't cold, just distant, and it seemed to bother them more than I expected. One evening, my brother called out of the blue. Not a text, not a group chat message, an actual phone call. "Hey man," he said, voice too casual. "Long time no see. We're thinking of hosting a big family dinner next month. You should come." I hesitated. Part of me wanted to say no outright. But another part of me, the part that had been quietly watching, waiting, told me to keep my voice neutral. "Sure," I said. "Just let me know when." There was a pause on the line, like he hadn't expected me to agree so easily. "Cool," he said finally. "It's gonna be fun. Everyone will be there." I hung up and sat in the quiet for a moment, feeling a slow, deliberate smile spread across my face. Because the timing couldn't have been better. 2 weeks earlier, I had stumbled across something that made me stop in my tracks. It started with a piece of mail accidentally delivered to my apartment, a letter from my parents' bank addressed to me. It was a quarterly statement for the joint account I had co-signed with them years ago when they needed a guarantor for a loan. I'd forgotten that account even existed. But as I scanned the numbers, my brow furrowed. There were regular withdrawals, large ones, listed under wedding expenses. Not my brother's wedding expenses, their wedding expenses. At first, I was just confused. Then I remembered a conversation with my mom months before the wedding, when she'd asked me to sign some routine paperwork because the bank needed an extra name on file. I had signed without thinking twice. And apparently, that had given them access to pull money from an account with my name on it, an account I was legally tied to. I called the bank the next morning and spent half an hour on the phone with a very polite representative who walked me through every transaction. By the time we hung up, I had a full list of what my money had gone toward: venue deposits, catering, flowers, even the slideshow production. I sat there staring at the list, my heart pounding. They hadn't just humiliated me, they'd made me pay for the privilege. The old Owen might have confronted them right away, demanded an explanation, maybe even asked for the money back. But the new Owen? The new Owen played it cool. I called the bank back the next day, asked a few more questions, and then asked them to send me a detailed statement with every transaction highlighted. When the packet arrived in the mail, I slid it into a folder and locked it in my desk drawer. Then I waited. When my brother's dinner invitation came, it felt like the universe was handing me a stage. In the weeks leading up to the dinner, I stayed calm. Outwardly, nothing had changed. I went to work, hit the gym, hung out with friends. But under the surface, I was building something. I scheduled a quiet meeting with a lawyer, just to understand my options. The lawyer flipped through the folder, nodding slowly. "You have leverage," she said finally. "At the very least, you could demand repayment. If they refuse, you could take it to court, and you'd probably win." "I don't necessarily want to go to court," I said, "but I want them to know I could." She smiled faintly. "Then keep records. And when you're ready to confront them, do it in a way they can't ignore." That night, I went home and organized everything: bank statements, emails, text screenshots from my mom confirming I had signed the paperwork. It was all there, lined up in chronological order, impossible to argue with. I started rehearsing what I'd say. Not loud, not angry, calm. Measured. The kind of calm that makes people lean in because they can feel the weight behind every word. I practiced keeping my expression neutral. I practiced not smiling when I imagined the look on their faces. And with every rehearsal, my resolve hardened. This wasn't about revenge for revenge's sake. This was about finally making them see me, not as the punchline, not as the backup plan, but as someone they could no longer dismiss. The night of the dinner, I dressed sharply but not too sharply, just enough that they'd notice I looked put together. When I walked in, my mom greeted me with a slightly surprised, "Oh, Owen, you made it." "Of course," I said lightly. "Wouldn't miss it." I kept the conversation polite, even smiled when my aunt made a half-hearted joke about my disappearing act after the wedding. But every time my brother glanced at me across the table, I could tell he felt something was different. When dessert was served, my mom clinked her glass. "So glad we could all be together tonight," she said warmly. I waited until the room settled, until every eye was on me. Then, very calmly, I placed the folder on the table in front of me. "I actually have something I'd like to talk about too," I said. My brother frowned. "Sure? What's this?" I slid the folder across the table toward him. "Just some paperwork I thought you should see," I said. My voice was steady, almost pleasant. He opened it, flipped through the first few pages, and froze. I sat back, hands folded, watching the color drain from his face. No one said anything. Not yet. But the silence around that table felt electric. And for the first time in my life, I felt completely, utterly in control. The silence stretched, so long you could hear the air conditioner hum. My brother turned another page, his brows knitting tighter with every line. When he reached the final page, he closed the folder slowly, like he was buying himself time. "Where did you get this?" he asked finally, his voice tight. I leaned back in my chair, calm as a lake at dawn. "From the bank. My name's on the account, remember?" My mom frowned, her fork frozen halfway to her mouth. "What account?" "The one you had me sign before the wedding," I said. "The one you said was just routine paperwork. Turns out I was legally responsible for an account that paid for almost your entire wedding." A few relatives shifted uncomfortably. "It wasn't the entire wedding," my brother said quickly, defensive now. "No," I agreed. "Just the venue, the caterer, the photographer, the flowers, the band. Oh, and the slideshow production. That one was my favorite." I let the words hang there. Someone at the far end of the table coughed. "Look," my mom said, setting her fork down. "It's not like you were hurting for money. And you know we would have paid you back eventually." That's funny, I said lightly, because I checked. There haven't been any repayments. Not one. And legally, since my name is on that account, I'm the one who would have been liable if anything had gone wrong. My brother's jaw clenched. I reached into my jacket and pulled out a single sheet of paper. I had my lawyer draft this, I said, sliding it toward him. He didn't touch it. It's a formal request for repayment, I explained. Not a lawsuit, not yet. But if the full balance isn't returned to me within 30 days, I will take it to court. And just so you know, every single transaction is documented and timestamped. This folder is basically Exhibit A. The room was dead quiet now. My aunt, the one who had laughed the loudest at the slideshow, cleared her throat. Owen, surely we can settle this privately. No need to make a scene. I turned to her, smiling politely. I'm not making a scene. I'm giving them a chance to make it right, privately. My brother finally spoke, his voice low. You'd really take us to court? If I have to, I said simply. I'm done being the family ATM. And I'm done being the family punchline. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't need to. The words seemed to hit harder because of how calmly I said them. My brother looked like he wanted to argue, but my mom put a hand on his arm. We'll talk about it, she said, her tone subdued now. You have 30 days, I reminded them gently. After that, it's out of my hands. I stood, smoothed my jacket, and nodded to the table. Thanks for dinner. I'll see myself out. No one stopped me. As I walked to my car, I could feel their eyes on me through the window, the whole table frozen in stunned silence. The next morning, I woke up to a flurry of messages, texts from my mom, my brother, even my dad, all suddenly very eager to work this out. I didn't reply right away. I went about my day, hit the gym, met a friend for coffee, finished a project at work, and only that evening did I send a simple reply. All communication in writing from now on. Email only. It felt good, clean, professional. Within a week, they sent me a formal repayment plan. Not just the amount taken, but interest, likely at the lawyer's suggestion. I had them sign it. I had it notarized. When the first payment hit my account, I didn't celebrate. I just filed it away and kept moving forward. Because this wasn't about the money anymore. It was about proving, to them and to myself, that I wasn't the helpless, overlooked little brother anymore. A few weeks later, I got an invitation to another family event, a cousin's birthday party. I almost didn't go, but then I decided I would. When I arrived, people were friendlier than I'd ever seen them. My aunt made a point of hugging me. My mom asked if I wanted a drink, and actually handed me one without a lecture. And when my brother started to tell a joke at my expense, he caught himself halfway through and changed the subject. I didn't gloat. I didn't need to. Because for the first time in years, I wasn't on the outside looking in. I was at the table, on my own terms. And every single one of them knew it. Over the next month, the repayment plan became the invisible thread pulling my family together, though not in the warm, fuzzy way my mom probably would have preferred. Every Friday, like clockwork, a payment would hit my account. The first time, my mom sent a long message about how she hoped this would heal old wounds and bring us closer. I didn't reply. The second time, she called. Owen, she said as soon as I picked up, we've been talking, and we just feel like this is so transactional. You're our son. Can't we just put this behind us? Mom, I said evenly. We will, once it's paid back. This is putting it behind us. There was a long pause. Your father thinks you're being cold. Maybe, I said. But I'm not being careless anymore. She didn't know what to say to that. By the third payment, my brother reached out. Hey man, he texted. I feel like things have gotten weird. I didn't mean to hurt you. It was supposed to be funny. Can we just talk? I thought about it for a long time before writing back. Talking is easy. Accountability is harder. Keep going. He left me on read. 2 months into the repayment plan, I got invited to another family dinner. This time, I didn't hesitate. I went. When I walked in, the atmosphere felt different. People were polite. My mom greeted me with a hug that felt a little too careful, like she was afraid I might break. During dinner, there were no jokes at my expense, no sarcastic comments, no backhanded compliments. Just polite conversation. Halfway through dessert, my brother cleared his throat. I want to say something, he said, glancing around the table. Everyone went quiet. I know I messed up, he said. At the wedding. With the account. All of it. I thought it was a joke, but it wasn't funny. Not to you. And I should have realized that sooner. It was the closest thing to an apology I'd ever heard from him. I nodded once. Thank you. And that was all I said. Because the truth was, I didn't need more than that. The repayment plan finished on schedule. On the day the final payment hit my account, I printed the confirmation and filed it neatly with the rest of my documents. Later that night, I dropped by my parents' house, unannounced, and found them sitting in the living room. I came to let you know the account is settled, I said. We're square. My mom nodded quickly. Good. I'm glad. I was afraid you'd hold this over us forever. No, I said. I'm not holding anything. I just know where I stand now. My dad opened his mouth, maybe to argue, maybe to lecture, but I held up a hand. This isn't a fight, I said calmly. I just wanted you to know, I won't be the family's safety net anymore. If you want me in your lives, it has to be because you actually value me, not because you need me. The room was silent. I stood there for a moment longer, then turned and let myself out. Walking down their front steps, I felt lighter than I had in years. At the next family event, a cousin's engagement party, I walked in late, took a seat near the middle of the room, and felt every eye on me. This time, no one laughed. No one made a joke. When the toast came around, my brother raised his glass toward me. Glad you're here, man, he said simply. I raised mine back, met his eyes, and smiled. Because for the first time in my life, I wasn't sitting by the restroom, I wasn't an afterthought, and I wasn't anyone's punchline. I was exactly where I chose to be. And as I sipped my drink, I thought, they'll never tape my name to a chair again. I'm 31 years old, and I've always kept to myself. Not because I'm antisocial or anything, I just learned early on that in my family. The quieter you are, the more invisible you become. My name's Josh, and for as long as I can remember, I've been the fallback guy. The one who steps up when no one else will. The one who pays when the bills fall behind. The one who keeps his mouth shut, even when it burns. My younger sister, Megan, on the other hand, she was the golden child. The kind of person who could wreck a car, cry about it, and somehow end up getting a better one the next week. Growing up, I thought she'd grow out of it. I was wrong. Our mom always had this way of defending Megan that made it feel like I was crazy for even pointing out the obvious. She's just sensitive. You're older. You should understand. Megan needs more help than you do. And it didn't stop when we became adults. It just shifted. Megan had 3 failed attempts at community college, a string of boyfriends who borrowed money and vanished, and a lifestyle she couldn't afford but expected others to fund. Through it all, I worked. I kept my head down. I bought a modest condo, paid off my student loans, and landed a decent IT job. Not glamorous, but solid. Then our grandmother passed away. She was the only person in the family who treated me like I mattered. She'd sneak me extra cake at birthdays when no one was looking and send me little handwritten notes even when my own mother forgot my birthday. She owned the old house we grew up in, and while it needed work, it had heart. I visited her there every week, sometimes helping her with tech stuff, sometimes just sitting with her watching reruns. She never said what her will looked like, but I knew she cared about me. I thought maybe she'd want me to have the place. I was wrong again. It was a Thursday when I found out. I was at work, mid-code, when Mom called. Hey, just wanted to let you know Megan's moving into Grandma's place this weekend, she said casually, like she was informing me about the weather. I froze. Wait, what? I asked. She inherited it, Mom said flatly. Grandma left it to her. It's better that way, she needs it more than you do. I felt the words like a slap. My hands went cold. She left it to Megan? I asked again, needing to hear the words. That's when Mom said it, the line that's still echoing in my head weeks later. She deserves it. You were always the disappointment anyway. I didn't yell. I didn't argue. I didn't even hang up dramatically. I just sat there, letting it sink in. I felt stupid for ever hoping. Stupid for thinking that the years I'd spent quietly helping, paying, fixing, they meant anything. And here's the thing. The house wasn't even in great shape. It needed a new roof, updated plumbing, and the electrical was ancient. For the past year, I've been covering the utilities as a way to help Grandma. She didn't ask, but I knew she struggled. I never told anyone. I just logged in every month and paid water, power, internet, trash. I'd even quietly kept it going after she passed, not wanting the place to fall into disrepair while everything got sorted. And now Megan was getting it all. No gratitude. No recognition. Not even a thanks for keeping it afloat until she was ready to move in. That weekend, she moved in with fanfare. She posted a dozen Instagram stories, new chapter, finally got my dream home, manifested this. She even held a little housewarming, which I only found out about because one of our cousins sent me a selfie from the kitchen. Megan didn't invite me, of course. Why would she? Still, I did nothing. I kept working, kept my mouth shut. I stopped calling my mom. She didn't notice. Or if she did, she didn't care enough to ask. What she did care about, what Megan cared about, was that the house kept running smoothly. I knew, because about 2 weeks after Megan moved in, I got a text from her out of nowhere. Just one line, "Internet's down. Fix it." No, hi. No punctuation, no acknowledgement that she hadn't spoken to me in months. I didn't reply. The next day, another text, still no Wi-Fi. Kinda important. I left it unread. Then came the power outage. I guess it never occurred to her that someone had been quietly covering the bills. Or maybe she assumed Grandma prepaid utilities from beyond the grave. Either way, the morning I got that message, I was sipping coffee at my desk and scrolling news, not even thinking about her, when my phone buzzed. "Why's the power off? Fix it now." All caps. No, please. No apology. Just rage. I stared at it for a long minute. Then I put the mug down. My heart wasn't racing, it was calm. Cold. I opened the payment portal I hadn't logged into since the funeral. The balance was past due. Disconnect notice issued. They'd shut it off early that morning. Right on schedule. I still didn't reply. Not yet. That night, she called. I let it go to voicemail. Twice. Then came a third text. Ugh. I know you're seeing this. Stop being petty. Just fix it. It's your mess anyway. I started typing. Then deleted it. Not yet. Let her stew. The next day, another barrage. You're seriously gonna let me freeze in here? This is your fault. MOM says you're being childish. I didn't even dignify that last one. Childish? I paid your bills for months, and now I'm childish because I stopped? At this point, I could feel something building inside me, not anger exactly. More like a tight, steady resolve. I didn't want revenge for the sake of revenge. I just wanted them to see the line they crossed, to realize the weight I'd been carrying all along, and how easily it could vanish when I stopped holding it up. 3 days later, Megan showed up at my condo. I wasn't expecting that. When I opened the door, she was bundled up in a jacket, arms crossed, clearly annoyed. Seriously? You can't just ghost the family like this. I leaned on the doorframe. You mean after you ghosted me for 6 months, inherited Grandma's house, and then barked at me like I'm your tech support? She rolled her eyes. Look, I didn't ask you to pay for anything. If you're gonna act like a martyr, just say so. But you can't just cut it off without warning. I stared at her, amazed at how casually she twisted it. You inherited the house. The bills are yours now. You can figure them out. Oh my God, Josh, she snapped. Do you know how hard it is to even find the login for the utilities? Grandma had everything under different names. I tilted my head. Maybe if you bothered to include me in any part of this, you'd have that info. There was a pause. Just a flicker of doubt in her eyes. But then she doubled down, like she always did. Whatever. Just help me get it back on. Then we're even. Even. That word hit like a punch to the gut. I didn't answer. I just stepped back, closed the door, and locked it. That night, I finally replied to her text. Just one line. Not my house. Not my problem. And I left it at that. She didn't text back right away, which surprised me. I half expected another tirade within minutes, maybe a guilt trip or some dramatic speech about how family should be there for each other. But instead, Megan went quiet. Too quiet. It wasn't until 3 days later that I heard from Mom. She called me, which was rare enough on its own, and I let it go to voicemail, expecting a scolding. But the message she left? Josh, I heard what you did. I don't know what's gotten into you, but your sister is suffering in that house. She said there's no power, no heat, and now she can't even do laundry because the water's shut off. You've made your point. Just fix it and we'll forget about this whole tantrum. Tantrum. That's what she called it. The months of quiet financial support. The utilities I paid without a thank you. The sting of being excluded from Grandma's will. The years of being overlooked, dismissed, used. All of it, reduced to a tantrum. I didn't even listen to the rest of the voicemail. The water shut-off notice must have been the final straw for Megan, because later that same night, I got a string of messages. Not from her, from one of our aunts. Aunt Carla, the peacemaker. The one who always understood both sides. Hey, I don't want to get in the middle, but Megan's really struggling right now. She's cold, she's scared, and honestly she's kind of a mess. Please, Josh. Whatever happened, this isn't you. Family doesn't do this to each other. That last line made me laugh out loud. Family doesn't do this to each other? What exactly did they think they had done to me for the last 3 decades? I didn't reply. That weekend, I took a quiet little trip out of town. Just 2 days. A cheap cabin, some peace and quiet, no reception. I didn't even bring my laptop. When I got back on Sunday evening and turned my phone back on, I had over 40 notifications. Megan had gone scorched earth. She'd posted a series of now-deleted stories on social media, a video of her sitting in a dark living room, wrapped in blankets, holding a flashlight, with the caption, "Some people will watch you suffer and smile." Another one, a close-up of the shut-off notice on her door, followed by a screenshot of an old message from me last year that said, "Don't worry, I'll always have your back." Then came the DMs, not just from her, but from a few of her friends. Strangers. Trolls, really? One wrote, "Wow, real man letting his baby sister freeze. Pathetic." Another, "If your grandma knew how you turned out, she'd be ashamed." And then there it was, "Hope the $87 you saved on the electric bill was worth ruining your family." They had no idea. Not a clue about the thousands I'd paid without a word. The ways I bent over backward, trying to hold together a family that never once returned the effort. I didn't respond to them either. Let them think what they want. But Megan didn't stop there. She must have gotten desperate, because the next week, she did something I didn't see coming. She tried to bill me. I got a letter in the mail from some online legal service she clearly didn't understand, with a printout of her utility charges, a demand for reimbursement, and a completely laughable claim that I had abandoned financial responsibility for the estate. I read it twice just to be sure it wasn't a joke. I texted her one word. No, she didn't like that. That same night, I got a long, rage-fueled text from her that started with, "You heartless fool," and ended with, "I'm done pretending you're even my brother." I just put my phone on Do Not Disturb and went to bed. A few days later, Mom called again. This time, she didn't leave a voicemail. She showed up at my condo. I heard the knock, looked through the peephole, and there she was, coat buttoned to the neck, expression somewhere between angry and hurt. I opened the door a few inches. No words yet. "I don't know who you think you are," she said quietly, "but this isn't how you treat family." I didn't speak. Just waited. "Megan is your sister, Josh. Your only sister. She's alone in that house. And you're playing these games, acting like some kind of victim. But you're not the only one who's been through stuff." "She got the house," I said, finally. "Behind my back. After everything I did. After everything Grandma and I shared. And you told me, you actually said, I was the disappointment." Mom crossed her arms. "I said that because you were acting like one." I let that sink in for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Okay." She blinked. "Okay. Yeah," I said. "You've made it really clear where I stand. So let's stop pretending we're anything other than what we are." "You're overreacting," she snapped. "It's just a house." "No," I said, finally stepping back to close the door. "It's a pattern." I closed the door gently. The thing is, I thought that would be the end of it. But Megan wasn't done. Not even close. Because that's when she made one last desperate move, and it was so wild, so shameless, so unbelievably entitled that it changed everything. 3 days later, I got an email. Not from Megan. Not from my mom. Not even from her so-called legal service. It was from the Homeowners Association. Apparently, the house Grandma left behind was part of an old, semi-dysfunctional HOA that barely did anything besides mail out holiday newsletters and demand dues for lawn maintenance nobody ever received. I remembered Grandma complaining about it once. She'd said, "They'll charge you to breathe and fine you to blink." I thought she was exaggerating. She wasn't. The email was brief, but jarring. Notice of violation. This property is currently in violation of HOA standards due to lack of power, trash accumulation, and extended uninhabitable conditions. Failure to resolve these issues within 10 business days may result in fines and legal action. Please contact the property owner or their representative immediately to resolve this matter. Attached were 3 photos. One showed the side yard with trash bags piled next to the fence. Another showed Megan's car parked on the lawn, for some reason, and the third was just a blacked-out window with the caption, "Unlit structure after dark. Security concern." I almost laughed. But then the 4th attachment hit me. A CC letter to me, not as the owner, but as the previous account holder responsible for utilities at the address. Apparently, Megan had told the HOA that I was still managing the property. She used my name in an attempt to shift the responsibility onto me. I sat back in my chair, stunned. She hadn't just asked for help. She hadn't just blamed me. She'd actively gone out of her way to try to stick me with a legal mess she caused herself. That changed everything. So I did something I hadn't done since this all started. I made a call. Not to her. To Grandma's old lawyer. He was retired now, but we'd met once at a family function years ago, and his name was still in my contacts. I wasn't sure he'd remember me, but I figured if anyone knew the details of Grandma's will, it'd be him. To my surprise, he picked up. His voice was scratchy but alert, and when I said who I was, he chuckled. "Oh, Josh. Yeah, I remember. You were the one who brought that portable projector and helped your grandma stream murder. She rode in the backyard. She loved that." We talked for a few minutes, and I explained the situation. The sudden inheritance. The utilities. The lie Megan told the HOA. He was quiet for a moment, then asked, "You never saw the will?" "No," I said. "No one ever showed it to me." He sighed. "That figures." I could hear him rustling around papers or maybe a file cabinet. Then he said, "You mind if I call you back in an hour?" Exactly 57 minutes later, my phone rang. "You're not going to believe this," he said. "What?" "She didn't inherit the house." I froze. "What do you mean?" "Your grandmother left it in a trust. Megan was named as a provisional occupant, not the owner. The trust was written to give her temporary access to live there, rent-free, for a year as long as she maintained the property and kept the utilities active. After that, the trust gave full ownership to you." My heart stopped. I didn't say anything for a long moment. Finally, I managed. "You're sure?" "Black and white," he said. "I drafted it myself. The original was filed with the county and a copy went to your mom as the executor. If Megan's living there without utilities, she's already breached the terms. If you wanted, you could reclaim the property right now." I leaned back in my chair, head spinning. She lied to everyone. Or maybe Mom lied to her. Maybe they both knew and just figured I'd never find out. Maybe they assumed I'd just keep paying and stay quiet, like always. But not this time. I thanked the lawyer and asked if he could email me a copy of the trust. He did, within the hour. I printed it out. Read it twice. Then I opened a drawer and pulled out the unopened envelope I'd received from Megan's legal service the week before. I slid the trust document inside, added a sticky note that said, "Please read the actual terms," and sealed it. Then I mailed it to the HOA. I waited. 5 days passed. On the 6th day, I got another email from the HOA. Updated owner contact record, Joshua. "Thank you for your documentation. Our records have been updated accordingly. A compliance officer will be visiting the property next week." The same day, Megan finally called. I didn't answer. She texted 5 minutes later. "Why did the HOA say you own the house?" I stared at my phone. Then another message. "You knew this? This whole time? You were just waiting to mess me over." And finally, "Fix this or I'm going to lose everything." I didn't reply. I closed the thread. Took a walk. Thought it over. But the storm was only just beginning. Because by the time the HOA showed up with a clipboard, a warning notice, and a timeline for vacating the property, Megan wasn't just panicking. She was about to do something desperate. Something that would make everything before look like child's play. She didn't go quietly. Of course she didn't. I should have known the moment I got that last all-caps message, "Fix this or I'm going to lose everything," that Megan wasn't just going to back down. She'd never faced real consequences before. Not when she totaled my dad's car at 17. Not when she failed out of school twice. Not when she borrowed $5,000 from me just until next month and then ghosted me for 6. So why would she start now? Still, I hoped, foolishly, that the HOA notice would be the wake-up call she needed. That she'd see the trust documents, realize she'd crossed the line, and maybe, just maybe, pack her things and leave the house before she dug herself any deeper. Instead, she went nuclear. It started with a phone call to my job. I was sitting at my desk, sipping my second coffee, when my manager, Joel, tapped on my cubicle wall. "Hey, there's a woman on the phone for you. Claims she's your sister." Kind of intense. I already felt my stomach drop. I picked up the receiver. "This is Josh. What is your problem?" Megan snapped. No greeting. No pause. Just pure venom. "You want to steal the house from me? Fine. But guess what? You want to play legal games? Two can play." I didn't even respond. Just waited. "You think just because Grandma wrote your name on some piece of paper that you're entitled to everything? After everything I've done for this family?" she yelled. I almost laughed. "Like what, Megan? Maxing out Mom's card? Ignoring Grandma's calls until the last month of her life? Living off everyone and calling it love? Then she said, I hope you enjoy your precious house. Because guess what? Genius if I can't have it, and no one can. Then she hung up. For a moment, I just sat there, heart pounding. Something in her voice, it wasn't anger. It was desperation. The kind of desperation that makes people reckless. I had a bad feeling. A very bad feeling. That night, I drove by the house. I hadn't planned to. I didn't want to see it. But something told me I should, just to check. It was past 9 p.m. The neighborhood was dark, cold, silent, until I pulled around the corner and saw the flashing lights. 3 fire trucks, 2 police cruisers, a half-dozen neighbors standing on the sidewalk, wrapped in coats and confusion. And at the center of it all, Grandma's house. My house, lit orange and red against the night sky. Flames licked the roof. The porch was blackened. Smoke poured from the windows. My stomach turned to stone. I pulled over, got out, stared. One of the officers started waving people back, and I approached, dazed. I think I'm the owner, I said numbly, showing my ID. He took one look and said, You're Joshua? I nodded. He let out a sigh and looked toward the house. You're gonna want to come with me. Inside the cruiser, I gave a quick statement, who I was, that my sister had been staying there temporarily. The officer asked if I'd been by the house earlier that day. No, I said. Last time I was here was weeks ago. He nodded grimly. Then you're gonna want to hear this. Apparently, one of the neighbors had spotted Megan around 6 p.m., dragging boxes out to her car. She looked frantic, panicked, according to them. Left in a hurry. And 30 minutes later, smoke was pouring from the second floor. The fire marshal suspected it started in the upstairs bedroom. Space heater. Electrical overload. But there were signs, open windows in 30-degree weather, a half-burned candle on the carpet, an empty gas can under the porch that made things murky. The officer didn't come right out and say it, but the implication was clear. She'd done it on purpose. The next few days were a blur. Insurance. Interviews. Legal paperwork. Thankfully, the fire hadn't destroyed the entire house, but the damage was significant. Waterlogged walls. Collapsed roof beams. Burned out electrical. It wasn't just a cleanup. It was a total good and rebuild job. The adjuster told me I was lucky. The trust had included full homeowner's coverage, thanks to Grandma's meticulous planning. But still, I'd be out of the house for months, maybe longer. And then, just when I thought I'd seen the worst of it, Megan tried to sue me. Her filing, a sloppy packet of stapled forms she clearly filled out online, accused me of fraudulent misrepresentation of ownership, willful emotional distress, and intentional displacement from residence. It would have been laughable if it wasn't so pathetic. Her own texts, the HOA correspondence, and the trust documents made her case fall apart within minutes of our court date. The judge dismissed her claims so fast it was almost cruel. But the damage, at least to her, was already done. Because while she was fighting me in court, the fire marshal's report was finalized. And once the insurance company saw the word suspicious, they referred it to law enforcement. Megan was arrested 2 weeks later, charged with arson, fraud, and reckless endangerment. Apparently, she'd even taken out a renter's insurance policy the week before the fire and tried to claim that all her belongings, including 3 MacBooks, a 75-inch TV, and $3,000 in handbags, had been destroyed, none of which she even owned. It was all unraveling. My mom called me in tears, not to apologize, to beg me to drop the charges. She's your sister, Josh, she sobbed. She was desperate. She didn't mean to hurt anyone. If you let this go, we can put it behind us. I said nothing for a long time. Then, quietly, would you say that if she burned the house down with Grandma inside? Silence. Then a quiet, hollow, you're cruel. No, I said. I'm finally just done being the family scapegoat. And I meant it. Megan took a plea deal. Probation. Restitution. A record that would follow her for years. Mom hasn't spoken to me since. I rebuilt the house. It took 9 months. I worked weekends. Hired contractors when I had to. Did drywall with my own hands. Sanded floors until midnight. I even repainted Grandma's bedroom the way she'd always wanted, pale blue with a little floral trim. And when it was finally done, I moved in. Alone. Quiet. Peaceful. Sometimes people ask if I feel guilty. If I miss my family. If I ever think about reaching out. And the truth is, I don't. I've learned that sometimes walking away isn't cruel. It's survival. They handed me ashes. And I built a home. This one, it's mine. No strings. No guilt. No debt owed to people who never saw me. Just quiet. Just peace. Just me. Finally, my name's Adrian, I'm 27, and I've never really been the favorite in the family. Not the golden child, not the rebel, not even the black sheep. Just the invisible one. The in-between. The one who quietly showed up, paid his dues, and disappeared again. It's funny how you can spend your entire life trying to be useful, helpful, easy to love, and still end up as nothing more than a backup plan when someone else cancels. That's what I was. The spare. At least that's how it's always felt. I didn't grow up hating my family. I just slowly, over time, began to realize they didn't see me as part of it in the same way. My older brother Nolan? Oh, he was the heir to the throne. Star football player in high school, married his college sweetheart, had 2 picture-perfect kids, and a house with matching shutters. Mom always said, "Nolan's doing so well. You should call and congratulate him on the promotion." Meanwhile, I'd quietly gotten a master's degree and launched my own business. No one asked how that was going. My younger sister Lucy, the baby of the family, artsy, unpredictable, dramatic, but always forgiven. Late on rent. It's okay, she's finding herself. Flaky with birthdays? No problem, she means well. I never got that grace. If I forgot to text back within a few hours, it was, "You're so distant these days." But I swallowed it. Every time. Birthdays, anniversaries, holidays, I still showed up. With gifts. I remembered allergies. I paid for Uber rides when people were too drunk. I even footed the bill when Dad had surgery and insurance didn't cover everything. No one asked me to. I just did it. I thought, maybe one day, they'll finally see me. Maybe love just works like that, eventually. So when Nolan's wife threw a surprise party for his 35th, I wasn't even surprised I didn't get a direct invite. I found out through our cousin who texted me, "You going to the thing next Saturday?" Thing. That's how I found out. I texted Mom, got a vague, "Oh, I thought Nolan told you," and decided not to make a fuss. I RSVP'd through the invite his wife never directly sent me, paid the deposit for the venue because the restaurant needed a card on file to lock it in. Nolan's wife said they'd pay me back. Spoiler, they didn't, and showed up early to help set up the cake and balloons. The restaurant was a nice place downtown, dim lighting, overhanging ferns, overpriced tapas. I booked a private back room because I knew how big our family was and how loud they get when they drink. I even arranged for a custom menu. Everything was going smoothly until the seating. There was a long, U-shaped table arrangement in the center. White tablecloths, candles. At the center of the U was a chair with balloons tied to the back. Nolan's seat. To his left and right, his wife, their kids, my mom and dad, Lucy, even our second cousins. I looked around and didn't see my name anywhere. Every place had a handwritten name card. Nolan's wife had used these artsy little gold foil tags with calligraphy. I finally found mine, on a rickety chair against the wall, near the bathroom. It wobbled when I touched it. And when I picked up the tag, it didn't even have my full name. Just A, like I was a placeholder. I tried not to make a scene. I really did. I took my seat, waited for drinks, laughed when I was supposed to, until Nolan raised his glass and loudly said, "Let's toast to actual family being here tonight." Then, locking eyes with me, he snorted and added, "You're cool too, Adrian. You can sit by the air freshener." Everyone burst out laughing. My mom tried to hide her smile behind a wine glass. Lucy was doubled over. Even the waiter standing nearby smirked. I felt it in my throat. That weird pressure, like your body's trying to decide if it wants to cry or throw up. I stared down at my plate. The napkin was monogrammed. I'd paid extra for that. I wasn't even hungry anymore. I just wanted to leave. But I didn't. I stayed. I made myself stay. The night dragged on. Drinks kept flowing. The more Nolan drank, the more he turned into this loud, smug caricature of himself. At one point, he stood on his chair and started doing impressions of each family member. Here's Dad mowing the lawn in socks and sandals. Everyone laughed. Then, here's Lucy explaining how astrology is science. More laughter. And here's Adrian. He just stood there in silence, miming someone typing at a computer and sipping tea. Because no one really knows what he does. Roaring laughter. Someone clapped. I looked around. Not one person said, "Hey, come on, that's enough." Not even my mom. She just shook her head like, "That's Nolan for you." I waited until dessert. I figured I'd at least get through the cake, then quietly excuse myself. As I was about to stand up, the waiter tapped me on the shoulder. "Excuse me," he said politely. "Are you Adrian?" "Yes," I said, glancing up. "You're the one who made the reservation, right?" He handed me a black leather bill folder. I opened it. $3,218. I blinked. It was broken down into drinks, food, cake cutting fee, extra time charge, everything. I could hear Nolan laughing somewhere behind me, probably doing another impression. I looked at the waiter, then slowly turned my head toward the table. I could see Nolan now, holding up his phone, taking selfies with his wife. Lucy was filming something for Instagram. I stared at them. My brother. Mr. Actual Family. Then I stood up, walked around the table, folder still in hand. Tapped Nolan on the shoulder. He looked up, surprised. "What's up, man? You okay?" I handed him the bill. "Ask Mr. Actual Family," I said. "It's your party, after all." His smirk twitched. "Wait, what?" I didn't answer. I just turned around and walked away. Out of the room. Past the bar. Through the glass doors. I didn't hear anyone following. Not at first. But just as I stepped onto the sidewalk, I heard my name. Once. Then twice. And when I turned around, it was my mom. Not Nolan. Not Lucy. Not even my dad. Just my mom, clutching her little beaded clutch like it might burst open if she let go. "Adrian, wait," she called, her heels clicking unevenly against the pavement as she caught up. Her expression was strained, half apology, half annoyance, like I'd just embarrassed her at church. I didn't say anything. I didn't feel like helping her save face. Not tonight. She finally caught up and said, in that low, performative voice she always used when she wanted to appear calm and reasonable, "Sweetheart, what was that about? You didn't have to do that in front of everyone." I blinked. "Do what?" "You know what I mean," she sighed. "You made it awkward. Couldn't you have just spoken to Nolan in private if there was an issue with the bill?" I almost laughed. Spoken to Nolan in private? I wasn't even invited in the first place. I turned toward her fully, and for the first time in years, I actually looked her in the eye when I said, "Do you even know who put down their card to book that venue?" She flinched, but only slightly. "Well, I assumed his wife." "Yeah," I interrupted. "You assumed. Like you always do." She took a breath, then gave me that thin, placating smile. "Adrian, you've always been the dependable one. That's just who you are. And I know it's not fair sometimes." "Not fair," I echoed, my voice sharper than I expected. "I paid the deposit. I customized the menu. I brought the stupid cake, Mom. But when we sat down, I got the chair next to the bathroom. And Nolan made sure everyone laughed at me for it." She stiffened. "Oh, honey, he was just joking. That's how he is." "Right," I said. "And I'm just supposed to take it." Again, her lips parted like she was going to respond, but then she closed them. For a second, she just stood there. Maybe it was the streetlight, or maybe it was the fact that for once, I wasn't letting it go, but I saw something in her eyes I hadn't seen in a long time. Guilt. Maybe recognition. Or maybe just discomfort at being forced to confront something that wasn't easy to sweep under the rug. "You know what?" I added, my voice steadier now. "I don't need you to apologize. I don't even expect you to get it. But I'm done pretending I'm okay being treated like this." She looked down, then back up at me. "Adrian, don't be dramatic." And there it was. The phrase she'd used on me since I was 10 years old, whenever I tried to stand up for myself. I didn't even bother responding this time. Instead, I turned, walked to my car, and drove home. No calls. No texts. Just silence. For the first 2 days, it stayed that way. Then came the phone calls. First it was Nolan. Voicemail 1. "Bro, what was that at the party? You seriously stuck me with the bill? That's not cool, man." Voicemail 2. "Are you seriously ignoring me? You made a scene in front of everyone, and now Mom's upset. Just call me back, and let's fix this." Then the text from Lucy. Screenshots of their group chat. Apparently Nolan had to cough up the $3,200 that night, and from what I gathered, it was not in his monthly budget. The words "tight month" and "unexpected cost" popped up repeatedly. There was also talk about how Adrian's always been touchy, and he probably misunderstood something again. Misunderstood. Sure. What they didn't know was that I hadn't just walked away that night. I'd started packing. Emotionally, mentally, and in some ways, literally. I didn't want to be their fixer anymore. Their silent support beam. I spent that week digging through old boxes, old memories. I looked at the Christmas gifts I gave that no one ever remembered. The framed photo of Nolan's wedding that didn't have me in it. The graduation card from Mom that said, "Congrats." Hope you find what you're looking for, smiley face. Like I'd just returned from a vacation and not finished 5 years of school with honors. On Friday morning, a full 5 days after the party, my dad called. It was rare enough for him to call me directly that I actually answered. Adrian, he said, voice low and flat like usual. You really upset your mother. Not I'm checking in. Not how are you. I didn't say anything. She's been crying for 2 days, he added, as if that was supposed to mean something to me now. Did she cry when Nolan made fun of me? I asked. He paused. That's just how he is. You know that. Another silence. I waited. He didn't fill it. Okay, I finally said. So what do you want me to do about it? I think you should apologize, he said. I laughed. Quietly. Not bitter. Just tired. You want me to apologize for pointing to the guy who made the toast about actual family and letting him deal with the bill for the party I booked? You made a scene, he said simply. No, I said. I made a point. He didn't respond. After a moment, he muttered, well, you've always been the quiet one. I guess we never knew when you were upset. That line hit harder than I expected. Not because it was unfair, but because it was true. I'd kept it inside for so long that they'd mistaken my silence for contentment. Like I was okay being forgotten, overlooked, minimized. I hung up. Politely. Without yelling. Without slamming the phone. Just ended the call. That night, I got a text from my cousin. The same one who'd asked me weeks earlier if I was going to the thing. She'd been at the party too. She wrote, Hey, I just want to say I saw what happened. And I'm sorry. You didn't deserve that. I don't think they realize how much you've done for them. It was the first time anyone in my family had said anything like that to me. I didn't reply, but I did do something else. I opened up an old shared folder. One I'd set up years ago when Nolan first started planning family trips and group gifts. A folder full of receipts, screenshots, payment logs, all the things I quietly paid for or fronted without ever getting reimbursed. Some were small, others weren't. And at the very top of the folder, I added a PDF. Invoice for services rendered by just Adrian. I shared it with 3 people, Nolan, Lucy, and my parents. And then, I waited. The reaction was faster than I expected. Within minutes, Nolan started blowing up my phone again. Texts, missed calls, voice notes. I didn't listen to the voice notes. I didn't have the energy to hear his voice anymore. But I did read the texts. What is this? You're seriously charging us? Are you insane? You've been holding on to this stuff for years? That's psychotic, man. Nobody asked you to pay for this sh*t. You just did it. That's on you. The last one hit exactly the nerve he wanted. I sat there staring at the screen, letting his words sink in. You just did it. That's on you. Like I'd been some random volunteer picking up other people's slack, and now I was having a tantrum because no one clapped. But it wasn't about applause. It wasn't even about the money. It was about the principle. I didn't need them to Venmo me back for every Uber or floral arrangement. I needed them to see it. To stop pretending like I was just some background character in their perfect little family photo. The next call came from Lucy. She didn't bother texting. She just went straight to FaceTime. I almost declined it, but something in me wanted to see her face. Maybe I hoped she'd be the first to actually say, I didn't realize. I'm sorry, but no. The moment I picked up, she leaned into the camera, whisper shouting like she was calling from a spy movie. What are you doing? Mom is freaking out. Dad won't even talk to her. Nolan's pacing around the living room like a psycho. He said you're trying to blackmail us. I raised an eyebrow. Blackmail? Don't act coy, she hissed. You sent a literal invoice. To your own family. And I said calmly, it's not a demand. It's a record. She rolled her eyes so hard I thought she'd pull something. Okay, cool. And I'm sure that makes you feel real superior right now. But why now? After all these years, why make this a big deal today? I didn't answer right away. I wanted to choose the right words. Finally, I said, because I finally realized no one's going to care unless I force them to see it. And because I'm tired of being laughed at while paying for the party. She froze for a second. Her mouth opened, but she had no clever comeback. Instead, she leaned back, ran a hand through her hair, and muttered, You've always been so dramatic. That word again. Dramatic. Like I was throwing glitter on a problem that wasn't real. I ended the call without saying goodbye. That night, I started packing for real. Not emotionally. Physically. I'd been living in the same city as them for years, just a 20-minute drive from my parents' house. I'd stayed nearby thinking it meant something. That proximity meant inclusion. That if I was close, I'd be closer. I was wrong. I started boxing up my apartment. Not because I couldn't afford the rent or needed a change of scenery, but because I was leaving. I didn't know where to yet, just that it had to be far. A different city. A new start. Somewhere I wasn't, Adrian, the extra one. On the third day after the invoice, I got a different kind of message. An email. From Nolan's wife. It was short. Clinical. No greeting. No punctuation. We received your invoice. This is incredibly inappropriate. Your behavior is affecting our children. Please stop immediately. I stared at the message, stunned by how sterile it was. Like she was writing an HR complaint. No mention of what happened at the party. No acknowledgement of the way I was treated. Just concern about how it looked. I didn't reply, but I did take a screenshot and added it to the folder. That same day, I got a call from the restaurant manager. Apparently, Nolan had tried to dispute the charge on the bill, claiming he never authorized it. The restaurant had my name on file, my signature, my card. They were calling to let me know the dispute would likely be denied, but if it wasn't, I could provide my own documentation. I thanked the manager and hung up. Then I added the call log to the folder too. What none of them realized, what they never realized, was that I'd been documenting things for years. Not out of bitterness. Not even consciously, at first. Just a quiet habit I developed. A way to remind myself that I wasn't making it all up. That I was there. That I had contributed. That the empty feeling wasn't just in my head. And the more they reacted like I was the villain, the clearer it became. They didn't see what they'd done because they never had to. Until now. 3 more days passed. No one else called. No one apologized. No one even pretended to want to talk it out. Until I got a knock on my door. Not a call. Not a text. An actual knock. I peeked through the peephole. It was my dad. He was standing there, arms crossed, eyes cold. And behind him, someone else. I opened the door slowly, unsure of what to expect. My dad looked me up and down like he hadn't seen me in years, even though it had only been a week. "Can we come in?" he said flatly. I didn't answer. Instead, I stepped aside, let the door creak open. And as they walked in, I realized. The person behind him wasn't my mom. It was Nolan, and he was holding something in his hand. A manila envelope. He set it down on the counter without a word. Then he looked at me and said, "You really want to go down this road?" I stared at the envelope, then back at him, and I said, "You really want to go down this road?" I stared at the envelope on the counter, the way Nolan said it like a threat, like I'd committed some kind of betrayal by refusing to just roll over one more time. My father stood behind him, arms still crossed, silent like always, not as a show of support, but because silence was his default stance when it came to conflict, especially when it didn't involve Nolan directly. That's how it had always been. Quiet endorsement, willful blindness. I leaned against the kitchen table and crossed my arms, mirroring my dad without realizing it. "What's in the envelope?" I asked. Nolan raised his eyebrows, smug. "Documentation. Proof that you agreed to pay for the party." I almost laughed. "So let me get this straight," I said, slowly, calmly. "You went through the effort of creating an entire file, just to make sure I keep footing the bill for a party where you publicly humiliated me." Nolan's smugness faltered for a second. Just a second. "It's not about the money," he said. "It's about you trying to make us all look bad. You've clearly been stewing on this stuff for years, Adrian. That's not healthy." "Healthy?" I repeated, the word sharp in my mouth. "You mean like the way I've been gaslit and dismissed for the better part of a decade? Like being laughed at while you sit at the head of a table I booked with money I earned?" Dad stepped in, holding up a hand. "Okay, that's enough. This doesn't need to turn into a whole drama. We're just here to settle this. Quietly." "I've been quiet my whole life," I said, my voice rising. "Where has that gotten me? You both only showed up now because I finally did something loud." Nolan looked away, jaw clenched. Dad just shook his head. "Look," Nolan said after a long silence. "I'll cover half the party bill. Just drop this whole passive-aggressive thing. Delete the folder, take down whatever you sent, and let's move on." It was the most I'd ever heard him concede, but it wasn't even close to enough. "You still don't get it," I said softly now. "This isn't about the money. It's not even about the party anymore." I walked to the counter, picked up the envelope he brought, and without looking inside, dropped it straight into the trash. Nolan's eyes flared. "What?" "I'm not going to argue over receipts," I said. "I kept records because I had to. Because it was the only way I could prove to myself that I wasn't imagining how much I did for all of you." "You called it blackmail." but it was evidence. For me, I turned to Dad. And you? You never stepped in. Never once. Not when Nolan insulted me. Not when Lucy mocked me. Not when Mom said I was too sensitive. You stood there. Every single time. And now you're here to settle it. He didn't answer. He didn't need to. His silence told me everything. Nolan scoffed and turned toward the door. You've really lost it. Maybe I had. Or maybe I just finally found myself. I'll wire you the money, he muttered as he left. But don't expect another invite. Dad lingered. For a moment, I thought he might say something meaningful. Maybe a reflection. A rare moment of clarity. Instead, he just muttered, You always did take things too personally, and walked out after Nolan. The door shut. And for the first time in my life, it felt like my door. The days that followed were quiet. No more texts. No more calls. It was like I'd been erased from the family group chat, both literally and figuratively. I wasn't surprised. Part of me even welcomed it. There was something freeing about not waiting for validation that was never going to come. I finished packing my apartment within a week. I canceled my lease and rented a small place 2 cities over, just enough to start over. No one asked where I was going. No one offered to help me move. That was fine. I didn't tell them about the new job offer I accepted. A remote consulting position that paid double what I used to earn. I didn't tell them I'd finally started dating again, or that I'd picked up my old hobby of painting, something I hadn't done since college because someone once called it a waste of time. They didn't get access to those parts of me anymore. One afternoon, while unpacking, I found an old birthday card in one of my boxes. From Nolan. It was from when I turned 16. It read, Happy birthday, nerd. Don't spend all day reading. Go live a little. And, even then, it had felt more like a jab than a celebration. I slid the card into the shredder. Weeks passed. One evening, I got a call. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer. But I did. Adrian, a voice said softly. It's Mom. I didn't say anything. She filled the silence. I heard you moved. I didn't know until Lucy mentioned it. Is that why you're calling? I asked, trying to keep my voice neutral. No, she said quickly. Yes. I've been thinking a lot. I waited. I found the folder, she said. The one you shared. I didn't look at it until last night. I couldn't. I don't know why. She paused, then said, No. I do know why. I didn't want to admit that it was real. That you were right. I sat down, the words heavier than I expected. I read everything, she continued. The receipts. The emails. Even the calendar invites. And I realized you've been showing up for us more than any of us ever did for you. I still didn't speak. I couldn't trust myself to. She sniffled. I'm sorry, Adrian. I know that might not be enough. I don't expect you to forgive us. I needed you to hear me say it. You were never invisible. We just chose not to look. There it was. The apology I'd waited my whole life to hear. And the strangest thing? It didn't change everything. But it did change something. I let the silence hang a little longer. Then I said, Thank you for saying that. She exhaled. Would it be okay if I came to visit? Just to talk. I thought about it. Then I said, Maybe. Not yet. But maybe. We said goodbye. And for the first time in a very, very long time, I felt like I was no longer holding my breath. A few months later, I got a small envelope in the mail. No return address. Inside was a handwritten note. I found this at the bottom of a drawer. Thought you might want it back. And it was a photo. Me and Nolan. From when we were kids. Maybe 8 and 10. Both of us sitting on the roof of the garage, legs swinging, sun in our eyes. On the back, Nolan had written something new. Maybe we were actual family. Once. I stared at the photo for a long time. Then I slid it into the back of a drawer. I didn't know what the future held. I wasn't sure if things would ever fully heal. But I knew this. I wasn't the spare anymore. I was finally the main character in my own story. Thanksgiving has always been a weird time for me. I'm Jason, 29, and if you asked me a decade ago, I would have said I was close with my family. I was the kid who stayed behind when my mom passed, so I could help take care of everything. Paperwork, funeral arrangements, even my younger sister, Melissa, who was still in high school at the time. My dad wasn't exactly emotionally present, and after Mom passed, it was like someone flipped a switch in him. He got colder. Not abusive or anything like that, just indifferent. Like he was going through the motions until he could clock out. Still, I stayed. I paused college for a year and took on 2 part-time jobs to keep us afloat while he grieved. I thought it would bring us closer, maybe give us a sense of unity. But over time, It became clear I was more of a placeholder than a person in that house. Fast forward to now. I live in another state, decent job, quiet apartment. I keep to myself, but I send money home every month. I cover part of the mortgage because, well, Dad's not great with money and Melissa's in med school. No one really asked me to. Dad kind of just expected it. One month, I noticed the mortgage was 2 weeks late and called him. He said, "Yeah, I figured you'd get around to it." No thanks, no apology. That's when the first crack formed, I think. Still, I told myself, it's family. You don't just walk away. But something about this Thanksgiving felt different. It was the first time I wasn't invited. Usually I got a text, a phone call, some kind of passive hope to see you there from Melissa or my stepmom. Karen, yes, that's her real name. But this year? Nothing. Silence. I figured maybe they assumed I was coming anyway, so I bought my ticket and packed a small bag. I even got Karen one of those expensive candles she always fawns over, the kind I can't afford without cringing at the price tag. I wanted to believe that if I showed up, everything would be okay. That maybe they'd missed me, even if they didn't say it. The flight landed early Thanksgiving morning. I didn't bother with an Uber. I rented a car so I wouldn't be a burden. I remember pulling into the driveway and seeing all the cars lined up already. Cousins, aunts, people I hadn't seen in years. The house looked warm, windows glowing, smells of turkey and spices leaking through the cracks. For a second, standing on that porch, I felt nostalgic. Like maybe I'd been wrong. Maybe it was just a miscommunication. Then the door opened. My dad stood there, holding the knob like he didn't know what to do with it. He was dressed nice, freshly shaved, sweater over collared shirt. He looked surprised, but not in the good way. It wasn't, "Jason, hey." It was like I'd just shown up uninvited to a stranger's party. "There's no seat for you this year," he said. Just like that. Flat voice. "It's just family tonight." I blinked. Thought maybe he was joking, that he'd pull me into one of those awkward dad hugs a second later. But he didn't move. Just stood there, blocking the entryway. "Right?" I said after a long pause. "Got it." He didn't try to explain. I didn't ask. I turned around, walked back to the car, and drove away. I don't remember where I went first, maybe a gas station or a quiet parking lot. I know I sat there for a while, staring at the dashboard. I wasn't even angry at first. Just numb. The kind of numb that makes your ears ring and your chest feel like a vacuum. Then my phone buzzed. It was a text from Melissa. "Don't take it personally. You always make things weird." That was when something inside me snapped, not in a rage kind of way, but like a heavy beam finally collapsing after years of quiet strain. I stared at her message, reread it 3 or 4 times, then opened the banking app on my phone. I had been sending $1,200 a month for over 2 years. That month's mortgage was due on the 25th, tomorrow, but it hadn't been processed yet. I'd scheduled the payment early while I was booking flights. I could still reverse it. I stared at the little cancel transfer button for a good 30 seconds. Then I tapped it. Then I moved the funds back into my personal savings. That night, I ordered room service from a hotel 2 cities away. Slept like a baby for the first time in months. But the real storm hit the next morning. My phone lit up like a Christmas tree. First it was Karen, missed call, voicemail. Then my dad. Then Melissa. Then Karen again. The group chat, which had been silent for weeks, suddenly exploded with messages. "Jason, did you cancel the mortgage payment? Call me now. This isn't funny. We're already getting a notice from the bank." Still, I didn't answer. I just sat there in that quiet hotel room, sipping burnt coffee from a paper cup, watching the fallout unfold. By mid-morning, they had moved from confusion to full-blown panic. I watched the group chat light up like a bonfire. Melissa demanding an explanation, Karen trying to guilt-trip me with passive-aggressive lines like, "We didn't mean to hurt your feelings," and my dad. Well, he just sent one sentence. "You're blowing this way out of proportion." That one got to me more than I expected. Not the cruelty of it, but the complete lack of accountability. I'd been dismissed at the door of my own childhood home, told to my face that I wasn't family, and now I was the one being unreasonable? I didn't respond. Not because I didn't have a million things I wanted to say, but because I knew anything I said would be twisted. That's how it always went. If I explained my side, I was being dramatic. If I stayed quiet, I was being passive-aggressive. If I walked away, I was abandoning the family. No matter what I did, I was always the problem. So instead of answering, I forwarded the mortgage account details to their shared email, the same one I used to set up automatic payments 2 years ago. I included a polite note. Hi, effective immediately, I will no longer be covering the mortgage or any household expenses. The property is still in your names, and all future payments are your responsibility. Wishing you all the best, Jason. No emotion, no digs, just facts. I think that's what hit them hardest, my silence. Because when people like my family lose their punching bag, they don't know what to do with themselves. Melissa tried again later in the day, this time pretending she cared. Can we please just talk? I don't want to fight. She followed it up with, you know, Dad didn't mean what he said. It was a joke. But I knew better. My father doesn't joke. Not like that. Not ever. If he said there was no seat for me, he meant it. If Melissa said I made things weird, she meant that too. And the truth is, I think they've always felt that way. I didn't fit into their mold. I was quieter, more observant. I didn't laugh at their mean-spirited jokes or play along with their traditions that always revolved around drinking too much and rehashing the same stories about how great they all were. I used to think I was the odd one out. Now, I think I was just the only one who grew up. That evening, I turned off my phone and went for a walk through a little park near the hotel. Leaves were everywhere. Orange, red, brittle. Kids running, couples laughing. For a moment, I let myself feel it. The grief. The relief. The weight of everything I'd been carrying for years. It was weirdly peaceful, like I had finally set something down that was never mine to carry in the first place. But the peace didn't last long. The next day, I got a call from the bank. Apparently, with the payment reversed and no backup funds from my dad, the mortgage had officially entered default status. They hadn't missed just one payment either. My dad had apparently been relying on me so much that he hadn't put anything toward the house in over 3 months. He figured I had it covered. When the bank rep asked if I wanted to resume payments or refinance under my own name, I laughed, actually laughed, and politely declined. I knew what was coming next. Sure enough, within 2 days, Karen sent me a long email. It started off kind. Jason, I hope you're doing okay. I've been thinking a lot about what happened. Your father feels terrible. Then came the pivot. We're in a difficult position right now. The house is at risk, and it would really mean a lot if you could just cover this next payment while we figure things out. I didn't reply. Melissa texted again, this time angrier. So you're really just going to let the house go under? Are you serious right now? You're being petty. That one nearly made me respond. But I stopped myself. Instead, I screenshotted the message. Saved it in a little folder I'd started called Closure. Not out of spite, just as a reminder. A reminder of how they saw me. Not as a brother. Not as a son. Just as a line item on their balance sheet. By the end of that week, the group chat had gone quiet. Like a fire that finally ran out of fuel. But then came the voicemail. One I wasn't expecting. It was from my uncle. My mom's brother. I hadn't spoken to him in years. Not since her funeral. But his voice was calm, almost sad. Hey, Jason. I just heard about what happened. I don't know what they said to you, and I don't want to get involved in all that. But I want you to know, your mom would have been proud of you. Not just for helping out all these years, but for finally standing up for yourself. You didn't deserve how they treated you. If you ever want to talk, I'm here. I sat with that message for a long time. And that's when I made my decision. I wasn't just stepping back from them. I was stepping away for good. But just when I thought the worst of it was over, when I started to feel the edges of freedom for the first time in years, Melissa did something I didn't see coming. Something that dragged the entire mess into the public eye. And that was the moment everything changed. I found out through a friend from high school. She messaged me out of nowhere. Hey, weird question. Is everything okay with your family? Melissa's post seemed a lot. Confused, I opened Facebook. I hadn't used it in months, but I still had an account. Sure enough, right there on Melissa's profile was a long, dramatic post. The kind people write when they want sympathy but don't want to name names. It started off innocently enough. This year has been one of the hardest of my life. Watching my parents struggle, watching our childhood home fall into danger, and feeling helpless as someone we trusted turned their back on us. It's heartbreaking. Then it got worse. Sometimes people change. They forget where they came from. They become cold. They use money as a weapon. We've done everything we could to hold this family together, but some people just love tearing things down. She included a picture of the house. A throwback photo from some Christmas years ago. My mom was in it. So was I? I was maybe 17, holding Melissa's gift with a goofy grin on my face. Back when we still smiled for real. The comments? Brutal. Who would do that to their own family? Some people only care about money. You're better off without that kind of toxic energy. One person even wrote, cut them out. You don't need that negativity in your life. The irony hit like a brick. I didn't comment. I didn't defend myself. But I read every word. Every single word. And then something in me clicked. Not like before, not just a snap of frustration. This was different. It was clarity. Because up until that point, I still held on to this faint hope that maybe, just maybe, they didn't understand what they'd done. That maybe there was some miscommunication, some emotional blind spot. But no, they understood. They just didn't care. They were rewriting the story. And they were painting me as the villain. I wish I could say I cried, or that I threw my phone in a dramatic rage, but no. I just sat there, phone in hand, staring at the photo. My mom. Me. Melissa. Back when things were still simple. I didn't recognize that version of us anymore. Later that evening, I got a message from a cousin I hadn't heard from in years. Tim. The only one who never really fit into the family mold either. He messaged me privately. Hey man, I saw Melissa's post. I knew it was BS. Don't let it get to you. You did more for them than anyone else ever has. Then, almost like an afterthought, you still paying for their utilities? I stared at the message. Utilities. That's right. Electricity, water, internet. When mom got sick, I set up a bunch of those bills under my name. They were never changed. I'd completely forgotten. The monthly charges were so small compared to the mortgage, they barely registered. Auto-paid. Out of sight, out of mind. Until now. I opened the utility app. All the accounts were still active. Still billed to me. Still under my name. I checked the most recent invoice. The power bill alone was through the roof. Apparently someone had installed a hot tub. A hot tub. I stared at the screen, heart calm, fingers still. Then I clicked cancel service. One by one. Electric, gas, water, internet. And with every confirmation, I felt something inside me unclench. Not vengeance. Not anger. Just release. And here's the thing. I still didn't say a word to them. I didn't respond to Melissa's smear campaign. I didn't call my dad to warn him. I didn't even bother replying when Karen texted me the next morning saying the Wi-Fi was down and could I please look into it. Instead, I booked a weekend getaway. Cabin in the woods. No cell service. Just me, a stack of books, and a fireplace. When I came back, my phone was an explosion of notifications. Voicemails, missed calls, emails from the utility company. We've attempted to contact you regarding account closures. And finally, a text from my dad. No greeting. Just, what is going on? And right as I was considering whether I'd even reply, a screenshot came in from a different number. Someone had forwarded me Melissa's new Facebook post. And this one took it nuclear. Melissa's second post was less cryptic and far more desperate. Gone was the polished victim tone. This time, it was raw and impulsive, likely written in a fit of rage. I've kept quiet for too long. My brother has decided to completely cut us off. No warning, no explanation. First, he canceled the mortgage payment and nearly got our home taken. Then he shut off all the utilities while we were still living here. He didn't even tell us. Just flipped the switch and walked away. I don't know what kind of person does that to their own family, especially after everything we've done for him. She even posted a photo of the family sitting in the living room, bundled up in coats and blankets, with a caption that read, "No heat, no lights, but hey, at least he's got his peace, right?" And then, just to top it off, she tagged me. Full name. Public post. That was the first time they'd ever truly dragged me into the light. No more subtle jabs or whispered side eyes. This was a full-on call-out. My inbox flooded with messages. Some from extended relatives, others from strangers demanding to know how I could be so heartless. But you know what surprised me? Among all the noise, there were a few voices, quiet, but steady, that started pushing back. A former co-worker commented, "Isn't Jason the one who supported your family financially for years?" A girl I'd dated briefly wrote, "He's the most responsible person I've ever met. If he walked away, there's probably a very good reason." And then, Tim, my cousin, the only one who ever saw through the smoke, left the perfect comment. Maybe ask yourself why your brother paid your bills, your mortgage, and kept your house running for 2 years, while being told to his face he wasn't part of the family. You don't get to throw someone away and still expect their loyalty. That comment alone got dozens of likes. more than Melissa's post. She deleted the whole thing less than an hour later. But the damage had already been done to her image, sure, but more importantly, to their illusion. That carefully curated narrative they'd spent years building. The perfect family, the loyal daughter, the selfless father. It was cracking. And for the first time, other people were seeing the fractures I'd lived with for most of my adult life. A few days later, I got a call from the bank again. This time, not about the mortgage, that ship had already sailed, but about the utilities. Apparently, my dad had tried to reactivate the accounts and was confused why he couldn't. They needed authorization from the account holder. When they told him that was me, he apparently lost it. I could hear him yelling in the background while the rep calmly asked if I'd like to permanently close all associated services. I gave them verbal confirmation. Then I blocked the number. But they weren't done yet. That weekend, my dad showed up. Not metaphorically, literally. He stood outside my apartment building like some villain from a low-budget family drama. Arms crossed, jaw tight. He didn't buzz my unit. He waited until someone else walked out, then slipped in and pounded on my door like he owned the place. I answered it, not because I wanted to talk, but because I was done running. He looked older than I remembered, more tired. His clothes were wrinkled, hair uncombed, face drawn in tight lines. "Really?" he said, not even saying hello. "You're just going to let the family fall apart?" I stared at him for a long moment. "You mean the same family that told me I didn't have a seat at the table? That I make things weird? That family?" He flinched, just slightly. But I saw it. "That was a mistake," he said. "We were upset. Karen said something, and it spiraled. You should have talked to me." I laughed, short and bitter. "You were at the door, Dad. You didn't stop it. You didn't say a word." He looked away, jaw clenching. Then he tried to shift tactics. "Look, the house is in trouble. Your sister's loan fell through. I'm trying to refinance, but without your name on the papers." "There it is," I interrupted. "You're not here for family. You're here for the house." Silence. He didn't deny it. "You think I'm heartless," I said. "But the truth is, I was the only one who ever showed up. I gave you years of support, financially, emotionally, and you never once said thank you. Never once acknowledged that I kept your life from falling apart." "I didn't ask you to," he muttered. "No," I agreed. "You didn't. You just expected it." Another beat of silence passed. Finally, he looked up and said, "So that's it? You're done?" I nodded. "I've been done. I just didn't know it until now." He stood there a moment longer, then stepped back. For a second, I thought he might say something human, something real. But all he said was, "You'll regret this." I closed the door, and I didn't open it again. A month passed, then two. The group chat went silent. The calls stopped. The drama faded like a bad dream, loud and vivid one moment, then distant and meaningless the next. I moved apartments. New city. New job. A clean break. Then, one afternoon, I got a letter in the mail. It was from the bank. Final notice of foreclosure. I didn't celebrate, but I didn't mourn either. Some endings aren't fireworks or dramatic speeches. Sometimes they're just silence. The house went up for auction a few weeks later. I didn't attend, but a neighbor from the old street sent me a photo. The front lawn overgrown, the windows shuttered. A sold sign staked in the ground. It looked nothing like home. And maybe that was the point. Because when I finally let go of the place I thought I was supposed to belong, I found peace in places I never expected. In morning coffee that didn't come with guilt. In nights without anxious phone calls. In weekends that were finally mine. And as for my family, they still tell people I abandoned them. But that's okay. Because now, for the first time in my life, I don't need to explain myself to anyone. I'm finally free. My name's Nolan, I'm 28, and this story starts in the kitchen of my childhood home, where the walls still have that faint, lingering scent of cinnamon and furniture polish. It's a place that should have felt warm, where people hugged too long and laughed too loud, but instead, it always felt like a stage. And I was never the favorite actor. Growing up, I was the quiet one. Not shy, just quiet. I liked books more than football, art more than math, and I spent more time alone than my parents were comfortable admitting. My brother, Caleb, was the opposite. Star quarterback, smooth talker, straight teeth, loud laugh. The kind of guy who could punch a hole in the wall and still get offered dessert. If I ever raised my voice, it was disrespect. If he smashed a plate, it was boys being boys. I got used to walking on eggshells while he got away with murder. The thing about favoritism is that it's not always obvious to outsiders. It's not some cartoonish, you're adopted cliché. It's quiet. It's the way your mom's face lights up when he walks into a room, but dims when you do. It's your dad calling him champ and calling you Nolan. It's how every Christmas gift Caleb opened came with a smile and a memory, and mine came with a receipt, just in case. I stopped trying to impress them around the time I turned 16. I moved out when I was 19 after a fight over college. I wanted to study architecture. My mom said it was a hobby. My dad said I was wasting my potential. Caleb had just gotten accepted into some business program, and they practically threw a parade. I got a backpack and a bus ticket. I remember standing in the driveway with my duffel bag, watching my mom lean against the doorframe with her arms crossed. "You'll be back," she said. "Life's not as easy as you think it is when you're stubborn and wrong." I didn't say anything. I just walked. Life wasn't easy, but I made it. Slowly, painfully, but I did. I worked 3 jobs while attending a state university, often falling asleep in class or pulling all-nighters in the library. I lived in a shared apartment that constantly smelled like onions and old carpet, and I got used to eating instant noodles with a plastic fork because we couldn't afford a real set. Still, I graduated with honors. No one from my family showed up. When I emailed them the graduation photos, I never got a reply. After school, I landed a job at a mid-size architecture firm in Chicago. It didn't pay much, but it was a foot in the door. I hustled, took on extra projects, kept my head down, and 5 years later, I was running my own firm. Not a big one, just 6 people and a receptionist, but it was mine. My name was on the door. I never sent my parents a business card, and they never asked. Years went by like that. Occasionally, Caleb would tag me in old Facebook photos with captions like "throwback to simpler times," and I'd get a flood of comments from distant cousins saying things like, "You boys were so close." We weren't. We hadn't spoken in years. I didn't block him, but I never liked or commented. He didn't notice. Then last year, out of nowhere, I got a text from my dad. It just said, "Dinner? Christmas." No apology, no preamble. Just an invite like nothing had happened. I stared at it for a long time. A part of me wanted to delete it. Another part, a smaller, colder part, saved it. I hadn't been home in almost a decade. But something in me stirred. Not anger, exactly. Not hope either. More like curiosity. I replied with a simple, "Okay." I didn't tell them what I'd become. I didn't share that I now owned a modern house in the suburbs with heated floors and a garden in the back. I didn't mention the renovation contracts I'd scored or the design award I'd won that year. I didn't even tell them I was coming by car, just said I'd be there. Quietly. Like always. The house looked the same when I pulled up. The shutters still hung crooked on the second floor, and the wreath on the door was the same one my mom used when I was a kid. The lights flickered like they always had, and I noticed Caleb's Tesla parked in the driveway. Figures. When I rang the bell, my mom opened the door with a forced smile, like someone trying to look happy for a photo. "Nolan," she said, as if tasting the name for the first time in years. "You look older." I smiled. That tends to happen. She didn't laugh. Inside, the house was full of people. Relatives I barely remembered. Kids running around. Laughter, shouting, the clink of glasses. My dad was in the kitchen carving a roast, still wearing that old apron that said "Grill Master." Even though we weren't grilling anything. Caleb was surrounded by a group of uncles, all nodding as he spoke animatedly about investments and clients. I recognized the tone. It was the sound of someone making things sound more impressive than they really were. He saw me and raised an eyebrow. Well, look who decided to show up." I nodded. "Good to see you too, Caleb." He smirked and went back to his story. Dinner was loud and tight. I got the folding chair near the end of the table, the one that wobbled slightly if you shifted your weight too much. Caleb sat beside Mom, of course, and Dad beside him. Toasts were made, jokes were told, and I mostly listened. I watched the way my mom kept touching Caleb's arm when he spoke. The way she laughed a little too loudly at his jokes. The way my dad beamed at him like he was looking at a mirror of a younger, better self. I wondered if they even noticed I was there. And then it happened. My mom raised her glass. "To family," she said. "And to my real son, the one who actually made something of himself." Her eyes were locked on Caleb. My brother grinned. My dad nodded in agreement. Someone chuckled. My stomach didn't sink, it hardened. I stayed silent. I didn't clink glasses. I didn't look around. I reached under the table, pulled out the envelope I'd brought, and slid it across the table. It stopped in front of Caleb. "What's this?" he said, confused. I leaned back in my chair, and crossed my arms. Open it. He did. Slowly. Everyone around the table stopped talking. His brow furrowed. This is a deed. Yep, I said. To this house. There was a moment of frozen silence. Then my mom's glass tilted slightly in her hand. What do you mean? This house, she said, her voice tightening. I looked at her calmly. The one we're sitting in. My dad's face drained of color. What is this, Nolan? I didn't smile. I didn't blink. I just said, I bought it. 3 months ago. From the bank. And then the yelling started. It didn't start with words. It started with expressions. My mother's jaw slackened as though she'd misheard me, like her brain needed an extra few seconds to process. My father's fork clinked against his plate and fell to the floor. Caleb? He blinked once, twice, then laughed, loud and fake, like he thought it might cover whatever panic was brewing beneath the surface. You're kidding, he said, glancing around the table, waiting for someone to join in. Nice one, Nolan. That's good. Real funny. I didn't move. It's not a joke. I reached into my jacket pocket and pulled out a smaller document, a photocopy of the official transfer paperwork. The bank's letterhead gleamed under the overhead light. I slid that across the table too, resting it right beside the untouched roast beef. The silence came back, heavier this time. I could almost hear the tick of the grandfather clock in the living room. My mom was the first to break it. No, she said softly, but it came out more like a breath. This can't. How? This house isn't for sale. We've lived here for 37 years. I finished for her. And for the last 10 of those, you've been paying late. Missed payments. Deferred taxes. You defaulted in April. The bank foreclosed. Quietly. You never opened the certified letters, did you? She looked like I'd struck her. This is our house, she stammered. You can't just. I didn't just anything, I said, voice still calm. I did what any interested buyer could do. I submitted an offer. They accepted. Cash. The title changed hands a month ago. I own it now. Caleb scoffed and leaned back, folding his arms across his chest. You expect us to believe that? You haven't even been here. You don't know anything about this place, and suddenly you're some kind of real estate investor? I turned to him. You'd be amazed what you can do when nobody's watching. I let that hang in the air. It was true, after all. While they ignored me for a decade, I'd been working. While they wrote me off, I'd been saving, investing, building something from scratch. And they never once bothered to ask what I'd made of myself. Never asked how I was doing, or if I was okay. They just assumed, as they always did, that if I wasn't in their line of sight, I didn't exist. Now I did. In full color. My uncle, who'd been halfway through chewing a mouthful of stuffing, swallowed awkwardly. My aunt looked between us like she'd wandered into the third act of a play she didn't understand. The cousins had gone quiet. Even the kids had stopped running around, sensing something had shifted in the room. Caleb grabbed the deed and looked over it again, his eyes scanning the lines like he was searching for a loophole that would make it go away. This doesn't make sense, he muttered. Oh, it makes perfect sense, I said. I found out through public records. Saw the notices online. Confirmed with the city office. Then I reached out to the bank. Simple due diligence. My mom's voice cracked. You should have told us. Why? I said, finally letting a little sharpness into my tone. So you could try and stop it? So you could beg the bank for more time you didn't earn? So Caleb could convince them he's the real son and talk his way into another extension? Her lips trembled. You don't understand what we've been through. I stared at her for a long moment. No, Mom. You don't understand what I've been through. And not once, did you care enough to ask. My dad stood up now, his hands on the table, trying to reassert control. Listen, Nolan, I don't know what game you're playing, but this isn't how family treats each other. You could have come to us. We could have figured something out. I looked at him flatly. The same way you figured out college for Caleb? Or the down payment for his condo? Or the emergency loan he never paid back? Because I remember being told there was nothing left when I asked for $600 to cover my books. My voice had risen now, just a notch, just enough for the room to lean in. Dad opened his mouth, closed it. You treated me like an outsider, I continued, and now you're shocked I didn't act like a son? My mom pressed a hand to her chest. We loved you. You loved a version of me, I snapped. One that didn't ask for anything. One that stayed small. One you didn't have to be proud of. And when I didn't fit that mold, you made sure I knew it. Caleb muttered, oh, come on. But his voice cracked halfway through. You're lucky I let you keep celebrating in the dining room, I said, quieter now. Because I could have changed the locks last week. Mom finally sat down, slowly, like her legs were giving out. She looked smaller than I remembered. Dad just stared at the paper in front of him like it might vanish if he blinked hard enough. Caleb stood up, stormed into the kitchen, and came back with a beer he didn't drink. Is this revenge? My mother whispered. Is that what this is? I looked at her for a long time before answering. No, I said. This is just me, showing you what I've made of myself. The tension hung thick. No one knew what to say. I could feel the cousins staring. A few people had pulled out their phones, but didn't dare record. It was too raw, too personal. I leaned back in my chair, folded my hands in my lap, and said calmly, You all can finish dinner. I just needed you to know whose house you're eating in. And then, without another word, I stood up, walked toward the hallway, and paused just before reaching the door. But I didn't leave. Not yet. Because the truth is, the real turning point was still coming. And I was about to tell them something that would turn this dinner into a disaster they'd never forget. I stayed in the hallway just long enough for the weight of my words to settle into the bones of the room. The house felt smaller than I remembered, but the silence felt enormous. My footsteps echoed as I turned back slowly, walking past the faded family photos on the wall. Caleb as a toddler, covered in birthday cake. The four of us at a beach we visited once. A photo of me at age 7, standing beside a sandcastle I'd built by myself. My smile in that picture looked strained, even then. As I stepped back into the dining room, everyone looked up. Before I go, I said, glancing at the cousins, the uncles, the aunts, the family friends, some of whom had barely acknowledged my presence earlier. There's one more thing. My hand slipped into my coat pocket again. This time, I pulled out a small key fob. It was matte black, with a silver logo etched into the front. I placed it on the table. It clicked gently against the wood. Caleb leaned forward, narrowing his eyes. What's that? A key, I said. To the house. Dad looked confused. Why are you giving that to us? I'm not, I replied. I'm giving it to her. I turned and held out my hand toward the far end of the table, toward someone nobody had noticed all night. My cousin Emily. Emily was in her early 20s, the daughter of my mom's younger sister. She'd spent most of dinner quietly pushing peas around her plate, trying to disappear behind the bouquet centerpiece. She was like I had been, soft-spoken, creative, never quite belonging. When I was growing up, Emily was the only person in that house who listened. She used to sneak into my room when I was drawing and ask questions. She asked what I liked about architecture. She asked why I liked quiet places. She remembered my birthday when no one else did. When I went no contact with most of the family, she still sent me short emails from her school library, never asking for anything, just telling me about a new book she loved or how her art teacher said she was talented. I was the only one she trusted enough to say she wanted to leave home someday, to get out, to become something. She stood now, stunned, eyes wide. What? I nodded at her. It's yours. The whole room erupted at once. What? My mom gasped. Nolan, don't be ridiculous. You're giving away the house? My dad demanded, pushing back his chair so hard it nearly toppled. Are you insane? Caleb barked. To her? What did she do to deserve that? She existed, I said flatly. She existed without cruelty. Emily shook her head. No, I can't accept this. I don't even know what to say. Say yes, I told her, my voice softening. Because I know what it feels like to be invisible at this table. I know what it's like to be the quiet one they pretend not to hear. You said once you wished you had a way out. She blinked rapidly, overwhelmed. My aunt stammered. This can't be legal. I turned to her. Actually, it is. The house is paid for. It's mine. I can gift it to whomever I want. I've already begun transferring it through a living trust. Emily's the beneficiary. You'll all be moving out within 60 days. You can't kick your own parents out, my mom said, nearly hysterical. You made it pretty clear I wasn't your real son, I said coldly. So I'm just acting accordingly. Dad stepped forward now, trying to salvage authority. Nolan, listen to me. We made mistakes, sure. But this is drastic. You're punishing us for being human. Human, I repeated. Humans say things they regret, yes. But they apologize. They grow. You didn't make mistakes. You made choices. Over and over. And you always chose Caleb. My mom's voice was shrill now. But we're family. No, I said, staring her down. Family doesn't mean what you think it does. Then I turned to Emily. Take the key. You deserve a fresh start. Her hands shook as she reached out and picked up the fob like it might burn her fingers. My cousin Caleb, another one, not that Caleb, chuckled quietly from the far end of the table. Guess Christmas came early. I heard my mother begin to cry. My dad just stared at the floor. Caleb, though, he stood suddenly, his face red. You're ruining this family, he spat. Just because you finally have a little money doesn't make you better than us. No, I said, meeting his eyes. It doesn't. But it does mean I don't have to keep pretending you didn't ruin me first. He opened his mouth again, but this time, nothing came out. The room had split now. Half the table looked furious. The other half looked ashamed. And for the first time in my life, I didn't feel like the outsider anymore. I felt like the one holding the reins. Still, I wasn't done. I looked down at the table, at the roast growing cold and the wine left untouched, and said, I hope you all enjoyed dinner, because this will be the last one we ever share. Then I turned, walked to the door, and stepped into the hallway once again. But just before I reached for the handle, something else happened, something unexpected, something that shifted everything once again. A voice called out behind me, one I hadn't heard in years. And when I turned around, my entire plan almost unraveled. It was my grandmother's voice. Weak, raspy, barely more than a whisper, but unmistakably hers. Nolan. I turned, stunned. There she stood, frail and smaller than I remembered, gripping the arm of a younger cousin for balance. I hadn't even known she was in the house. She must have been resting in one of the back bedrooms, tucked away from the chaos, forgotten like so many other things this family chose to ignore when they stopped being convenient. The room went silent again as she shuffled forward, her silver hair pinned neatly, eyes clear despite the years. Her presence seemed to shrink the noise and the pettiness of everyone else, like time itself paused for her. Nana, I said quietly. She smiled. I've been waiting for this moment. I blinked. You knew? She nodded slowly. You think I didn't notice how they treated you? I saw it all. Every cold shoulder. Every time your plate was half empty at dinner while your brother had seconds. I saw you leave with nothing but a bag and a spine made of steel. I saw you make something of yourself, Nolan. Caleb scoffed from the table. She's just confused. Shut your mouth, boy, my grandmother snapped, fire in her eyes that hadn't dimmed one bit. You've had more handed to you than you ever earned. That shut him up fast. She turned to me again. I told your father once, when you were 12, that you had something rare, an ability to survive even when no one helped you. He said you were too soft. I said he'd regret that. Her eyes flicked toward my dad, who now looked like he wanted to melt through the floor. Now here we are, she said, spreading her hands like she was gesturing to the wreckage around her. Poetic, isn't it? I didn't know what to say. For a moment, I felt like a child again, standing in her garden on a summer evening, holding a mason jar with a lightning bug inside. You did good, Nolan, she whispered. You didn't just succeed, you stayed kind. That matters more than any money. I nodded, trying not to choke on the emotion rising in my throat. Thank you. She reached into her cardigan pocket and pulled out an envelope. This was supposed to be given to you later, but I think it's time. I took it carefully, still in disbelief. It's not much, she said. Just something I wanted you to have. I know how hard you worked. Inside was a handwritten letter in her unmistakable cursive and a check. I glanced down and my breath caught. The amount? $250,000. Nana, I sold the lake house, she said simply. Didn't tell anyone. I wanted you to have it. You've earned peace, Nolan. The table burst into noise again. Accusations, demands, disbelief. But none of it touched me anymore. None of it mattered. I folded the check back into the envelope and tucked it into my coat. Emily stood beside me now, eyes still wide. Did you know she was going to do that? I shook my head. I didn't even know she was here. Then Nana gave me one last nod. Take her with you, she said softly. She doesn't belong with the rest of these jackals. My mom snapped. How dare you? But Nana was already turning away, gripping her cane like a staff of judgment. Dare? You don't know the meaning of the word. You dared to humiliate your own son. You dared to toast to one child while discarding the other like trash. Now you'll dare to pack up your things and get out of the house you lost. Mom, my dad began, trying to interject, but she shut him down with one icy look. Don't mom me, she said. You were dead silent all those years while she belittled him. You're just as guilty. And I'm ashamed of what you both became." Then she walked away, with all the dignity in the world, leaving a stunned silence in her wake. I looked around the room one last time. My parents sat frozen. Caleb stared at the floor, humiliated, his smirk long gone. My aunts and uncles wouldn't meet my gaze. And yet, there was no satisfaction in their defeat. Only clarity. I turned to Emily. "You ready?" She nodded, clutching the key fob like it was the last piece of herself she had left to hold on to. I've never been more ready. We walked to the door together. I opened it slowly, the cold air brushing against our faces. The night was quiet. Still, as if the world outside had waited patiently for us to reclaim it. "Where will you go?" she asked as we stepped outside. "I've got a place about 40 minutes from here," I said. "You can stay there while we get the paperwork finalized. After that, this house is yours. You can sell it, liven it, tear it down, and build something new. Whatever you want." She looked up at me, eyes shimmering. "Why me?" I paused, then smiled. "Because you remind me of me, but smarter." That got a laugh out of her. The first real one I'd heard from either of us all night. We walked down the driveway as the house glowed behind us, warm from the outside but crumbling within. A monument to years of selective love, bruised egos, and a hierarchy I never agreed to. But that chapter was closed now. The following weeks were chaotic, as expected. My parents tried to contest the purchase, but the paperwork was airtight. My lawyer handled everything with icy precision. Caleb threw a tantrum on Facebook, painting himself as the victim. He posted a photo of the deed with fraud written across it in bold letters. But the internet wasn't interested in his sob story. A few cousins reached out privately, some offering apologies, others fishing for favors. I didn't respond. Emily moved in by the end of January. She painted her room in soft pastels, changed the locks, and added shelves lined with her artwork. She invited friends over, laughed freely, reclaimed every inch of that house until it no longer felt like a tomb. As for me, I kept building. Not just homes or buildings, but something bigger, my own sense of peace. I stopped trying to prove myself to people who had already made up their minds about me. I let go of the hunger for acknowledgement, and with it, the bitterness that used to keep me awake at night. One day in early spring, I got a letter in the mail. No return address. Inside was a photo of me and my brother as kids, one I hadn't seen in years. Taped to the back was a sticky note, written in my mother's handwriting. "We didn't deserve you. I see that now." There was no signature. I put the photo in a drawer and didn't reply. I didn't need to. Sometimes closure doesn't come in the form of reunion. Sometimes it's just the sound of a door finally locking behind you. And for the first time in my life, I walked forward without looking back. My name's Aiden, I'm 35, and I used to think that family meant something. That no matter how weird or dysfunctional things got, blood would at least guarantee a shred of loyalty. Turns out, that's just another bedtime story people tell themselves to sleep easier. I learned the hard way, at Thanksgiving, of all places. For context, I'm the oldest of three. My sister, Clara, is 32 and has always been the sparkling one. You know the type, varsity cheer captain, beauty pageant finalist, always with some new boyfriend hanging on her every word. Then there's Evan, the youngest at 28, who mostly keeps his head down, never rocks the boat, and usually sides with whoever shouts the loudest. Our parents, Nora and George, divorced when we were in our teens, and somehow Clara managed to turn even that into a stage performance, crying dramatically in front of friends, playing both sides for extra attention. Meanwhile, I was working 2 part-time jobs at 16 just to help mom cover rent. Clara got a car at graduation. I got a stack of unpaid utility bills. After college, I landed a solid job in finance, made smart decisions, invested early. I bought a modest duplex by 27, paid off my student loans by 30, and last year, I launched a tech startup that finally hit 6 figures in revenue. Through all of this, I tried to be generous. I never rubbed my success in anyone's face, never kept tabs, but I did cover Evan's medical bills once after he got laid off. I helped Clara with a down payment when she got married. I even offered to co-sign a loan when Dad's new business idea tanked, though, thank God, the bank declined it. I thought I was being a good brother. Turns out, I was just playing the fool in their story. Things started shifting about 6 months ago. Clara's texts slowed down. Evan stopped answering my calls. Mom kept replying with short, vague messages. "Busy. We'll talk soon." Then I heard from a cousin that Clara was pregnant, and I hadn't even known. When I congratulated her, she replied, "Oh, I thought Evan told you." He didn't. It was subtle at first. Missed group invites, decisions made without me, family dinners I wasn't aware of until after the fact. I chalked it up to life, people drifting, but something felt deliberate. Then came Thanksgiving. Clara insisted on hosting this year, a change from our usual rotating pattern. Her new house, bigger, flashier, thanks to her husband's real estate connections, was perfect for entertaining, as she put it. I offered to bring wine and dessert, but she said, "Don't worry, everything's handled. Just bring yourself." That should have been the first red flag. I arrived right on time, pie and a bottle of Syrah in hand. The door was already ajar, laughter spilling out. Inside, the house was decorated like something out of a magazine. Gold trim, twinkling lights, custom name cards at the table. But mine wasn't there. I stood in the entryway for a second, confused, until I spotted a folded napkin on a bar stool in the corner with Aiden scribbled on it. No plate, no cutlery, just a name. I tried to keep it together. I walked over, placed my pie on the counter, and greeted everyone with a smile that felt like a mask. No one stood up. No one seemed particularly surprised or excited to see me. Clara gave me a cheek kiss and a sing-song, "You made it," like I was a distant coworker crashing a private party. Evan gave me a half-hearted wave from across the room. Even Mom avoided eye contact. Dinner started late. Clara's husband, Julian, made a long toast about gratitude and embracing those who uplift us. I wasn't mentioned once. I raised my glass anyway. The food was delicious, no complaints there. But the energy? I could feel it in my bones, an undercurrent, like everyone was in on something I wasn't. Conversations hushed when I walked past. Whispering resumed when I sat down. Julian kept throwing glances at Clara. Evan wouldn't meet my eye. Then, just as we were clearing plates for dessert, Clara stood up and tapped her wine glass with a spoon. "I have an announcement," she said, beaming. "One that's long overdue." Everyone turned toward her, already smiling like they knew what was coming. She looked directly at me. "We took a vote. Me, Mom, Evan, and Julian. And we've decided. You're officially out of the family." There was laughter. Actual laughter. Applause. Evan clinked his glass. Mom raised hers in a slow, solemn toast like it was a eulogy. Even Clara's baby bump seemed smug. I stared at her for a second, blinking slowly, trying to decide if this was some bizarre family prank. But their eyes were serious. Cold. Certain. I felt my chest tighten. A cocktail of betrayal, rage, and deep, nauseating sadness swirled in my gut. But I didn't flinch. I just smiled. A calm, almost serene smile. Reached down into my bag beside the stool. "In that case," I said quietly, "this won't be necessary." I pulled out a manila folder and dropped it on the table. The room fell silent. Clara's smile faltered. She reached for it, flipping it open. Her eyes scanned the first page, then the second. By the third, her mouth parted slightly, and the color drained from her face. "What is this?" she said, her voice brittle. Julian leaned over her shoulder, reading. Evan stood up. Mom took a step forward. The screaming started before anyone even finished their turkey. Julian's chair scraped hard against the floor as he jerked it back, his voice rising. "You're bluffing." Clara shook her head, still staring down at the folder like it might catch fire. Her hand trembled as she turned another page. No, he's not. He's not bluffing," she whispered. Mom grabbed the papers from Clara's lap and started flipping through them. Her eyes widened. What did you do, Aiden?" I stayed seated. Calm. Collected. My heart was pounding, sure, but I'd rehearsed this moment in my head too many times to let it show. "That," I said, nodding at the folder, "is a full breakdown of every financial contribution I've made to this family over the last 12 years. Every rent payment, every loan, every wire transfer. You know that beautiful nursery upstairs, Clara? The one with the custom wallpaper? Paid for by the bonus I got from selling my shares in early spring. And Evan, remember when your car died in 2021 and I helped out? That wasn't a gift. That was a personal loan with a delayed repayment clause, one you never honored. That document includes the contract you signed and forgot about." Clara looked like she'd been punched. Julian's mouth opened and closed like a goldfish. Evan sat down slowly, eyes darting around the room. Mom's lips pressed into a thin line, but she said nothing. I never asked for recognition, I continued. I didn't care about praise or credit. But you don't get to vote me out of a family I've basically been financially holding together for a decade. Clara stood up so fast her wine glass tipped over, staining the pristine white tablecloth. You're trying to humiliate me. No, I replied, standing too. You did that yourself when you decided to publicly cut me out like I was some kind of parasite. Julian grabbed the folder from the table and started flipping through it himself. Wait, these legal notices. What's this about the deed transfer? Ah, yes, I said casually. Funny thing, when Clara asked for help with her down payment last year, she was in such a rush, she never read the fine print on the paperwork I sent over. I bought half that house. Legally. On record. And when I found out I wasn't even invited to your baby shower, that's when I started updating my estate lawyer. You'll see the recent motion on the last page. Clara's voice broke. You're selling the house? No, I said, folding my arms. I'm selling my share of the house. And if that makes it unsellable as a whole, well, that's your problem. Julian looked pale now, sweat forming at his temples. This is insane. You can't just drop this on us. I actually can, I said, because while you were all busy coordinating this little vote, I was protecting myself. Mom finally found her voice. Aiden, stop this. You're taking it too far. I turned to her slowly. Too far? You all publicly disowned me like I was an embarrassment. You watched Clara humiliate me and toasted to it. And now you're upset that I didn't roll over like usual. Evan spoke up finally. We didn't think you'd actually. You didn't think, Evan. That's the problem. None of you did. Clara had tears in her eyes now, though whether from anger, embarrassment, or fear, I couldn't tell. You're going to destroy this family. No, I said. I'm just walking away from the wreckage. You set the fire. I just stopped paying for the matches. The room had gone utterly silent except for the ticking of the ornate clock over the mantel. I looked around at the people who had once been my family, people I'd supported, loved, forgiven more times than I could count. All of them staring back at me now like I was some unrecognizable stranger. Maybe I was. Maybe I'd finally become someone who didn't bend just to keep the peace. I picked up my coat from the back of the bar stool and started for the door. Clara moved as if to stop me, but Julian pulled her back. Just as I reached the threshold, I turned around. Oh, and one last thing, I said. Check your accounts by morning. I'm pulling every joint access I still had. Shared credit cards, utilities, streaming accounts, everything. Consider it part of the independence you voted for. And with that, I walked out into the cold November night. Behind me, I heard Clara's voice rising again. The arguing had already begun, but I didn't stop. I didn't look back. For once, the only person I was answering to was me. I didn't drive home right away. Instead, I sat in my car with the engine idling, watching the warm lights flicker through the frosted windows of Clara's house. For years, that glow had meant something: tradition, laughter, comfort. But now, it looked fake, like a stage set after the play had ended, lights still on, but no story left to tell. I checked my phone. No missed calls. No texts. Not even from Evan, who used to call me about everything: car trouble, job interviews, even what color tie to wear to a wedding once. Just silence. Fine. I drove across town to my apartment, a penthouse I never bragged about. It was simple, sleek, and paid off in full. I poured myself a glass of scotch, sat down by the window, and pulled out the second folder from my bag, the one I hadn't shown them yet. Inside were copies of every revised document I'd filed over the last 2 months. Trust modifications, property liens, deed reversals, quiet title actions, legal jargon, all carefully reviewed by my attorney. I hadn't planned to go nuclear tonight. I was hoping I wouldn't need to, but Clara made the decision for me the moment she clinked her glass. That vote, it gave me permission. See, they thought they were cutting me off. What they didn't know was that I'd already started preparing to walk away long before Thanksgiving. The subtle exclusion, the group chats I was silently dropped from, the holidays I stopped getting invited to. It hurt. At first, it really did. But it also gave me space to see things clearly. To see them clearly. Clara had always been the golden child. The one with the emotional meltdowns, the dramatics, the fake apologies. I used to clean up her messes, pay her debts, cover for her when she flaked on Mom's birthday or forgot Evan's graduation. And she always said thank you, until she didn't. Until it was expected, demanded. Anything less was treated like betrayal. Mom enabled it. She always had. She's just going through a phase, she'd say. That phase lasted 20 years. And Evan? I don't think he ever meant to be cruel. But he followed where it was easy, and Clara had a gravitational pull. It wasn't just about money. It was the way they laughed when I wasn't around. The decisions made in rooms I was no longer invited into. Like when they refinanced the family cabin without telling me, even though my name was still on the deed. Or when they started sending me reimbursement requests for group expenses I wasn't even a part of. Clara's baby shower. Mom's new kitchen renovation. The emergency vet bills for Julian's dog. They'd slowly begun treating me less like family and more like a funding source. A silent partner who never showed up to the meetings but was always expected to foot the bill. The real turning point came in September. I got a notification from my financial institution about a flagged transaction. Clara had tried to take out a line of credit against the house I partially owned, without my signature. The bank denied it, thankfully, but I started digging. That's when I found it all. The forged documents. The quiet edits to our original agreement. The whispers of just take Aiden off, he won't care. I cared. That's when I hired the lawyer. The next morning, I met with him again. I handed over the second folder. Proceed, he asked. I nodded. Full throttle. It was never about revenge. Not at first. But there comes a time when protecting yourself starts to look like vengeance to the people who were benefiting from your silence. By Monday, they'd start to notice. The utilities Clara never paid for in full transferred back into her name. The portion of Evan's tuition I'd been secretly covering, revoked, effective immediately. Mom's condo renovation. The contractor would be calling about the halted payment and the lien I'd filed until she repaid me the $18,400 she borrowed temporarily. And the cabin? The one they thought was theirs to refinance and remodel without me? I'd already moved the paperwork. I now own 100%. But the true centerpiece, the one that would crack the whole thing wide open, was something none of them knew about yet. Clara's husband, Julian, had quietly pitched me on an investment 6 months ago. A luxury housing development. He needed seed funding, fast, and promised equity in return. I gave it to him, but I never signed the paperwork that secured his half. He thought we were partners. Legally, I was his sole investor, meaning everything, every cent poured into that development, belonged to me. And Clara? She'd included that on her baby registry. I stared out the window as the first snowflakes began to fall, swirling gently under the glow of the city lights. For the first time in years, I felt something that had long evaded me. Peace. The phone buzzed. It was Evan. I didn't pick up. Instead, I watched it ring until it stopped, and then I opened the new group message titled, "We Need to Talk." The first message was from Mom. "You've made your point. But this is still family." Then Clara. "What you did tonight was cruel." And finally, Evan. "Please call me." I set the phone face down. Let them stew. They wanted me gone. Now, they were about to find out what that really meant. I didn't respond to the group chat that night, or the next day, or the day after that. I left the messages unread, not because I didn't see them, but because I wanted them to feel the silence, to sit in it. Let it wrap around them the way their rejection had wrapped around me for years. Tight, suffocating, and cold. By the time Friday rolled around, things had already begun unraveling on their end. It started with the utilities. Julian called me 5 times in one morning. No voicemail, just repeated calls. I didn't answer. Then came an email. "The heating's been shut off. Clara's 8 months pregnant. Aiden, we need to resolve this. I don't care what happened at dinner. Can we talk?" I forwarded it to my lawyer with one line. All utility accounts now legally Clara's responsibility as of the signed transfer. That same afternoon, Evan sent a single, frantic text. "They froze my campus account. I can't access anything. Please." I didn't mean for it to go this far. He hadn't known I was the co-signer on his school financial aid extension. He also didn't know that I'd quietly pulled it back 2 days earlier. A week later, the fallout really hit. Clara's house, their house, as she always called it, was under review for partition. The real estate lawyer, acting on my behalf, had submitted an intent to sell my 50% stake. The appraisal team arrived that Thursday morning. Clara must have lost her mind. I heard from the agent that she stood on the lawn in pajamas, screaming at the man measuring the front walkway. Julian was livid. He emailed again, this time CCNG his lawyer, trying to challenge the legitimacy of my ownership. The reply from my end was swift and surgical. Scanned documents, notarized agreements, timelines. Everything airtight. Julian had never filed his paperwork correctly. I had. They were stunned into silence. But that wasn't the end of it. Remember Julian's real estate project? The shiny development he'd pitched as our future gold mine. The one I'd funded in full. Well, after our Thanksgiving debacle, I sent a formal withdrawal notice to the planning committee under my company name. Since Julian had never legally secured equity, the permits, the lots, and the project assets now belonged solely to me. I sold the land the following week to a rival firm. For profit. Julian went ballistic. He actually showed up at my building, pounding on the lobby doors, trying to get in. Security escorted him out. I watched from my window, arms crossed. That night, Clara called me for the first time since Thanksgiving. I let it go to voicemail. Her voice was quieter than I'd expected. No venom. No fury. Just worn-out exhaustion. I get it now, she said. You weren't just trying to hurt us. You were protecting yourself. I messed up. We all did. I thought you'd always be there. You always were. Even when we didn't deserve it. There was a pause, and I heard a shaky inhale. I don't expect you to forgive us. I just wanted you to know that. I saved the voicemail. Not out of sentimentality, but because I wanted to remember what accountability sounded like, even if it came years late. Then Mom called. That one I did answer. Aiden, she said, her voice uncertain. Are you really cutting us off? I didn't answer right away. I was looking out my window again, watching snow coat the tops of the city's skyscrapers, like powdered sugar settling on cold steel. Mom, I said finally, you cut me off a long time ago. You just didn't do it with words, you did it with choices. Over and over. She was quiet. Then, you're right. That stopped me. It shouldn't have, but it did. My heart gave a little jump. After everything, some tiny, stubborn part of me still wanted to believe she saw me. I let Clara get away with too much. I let you carry too much. I didn't want to believe things were as bad as they were. She continued, her voice breaking. I'm sorry. I sat down on the edge of my bed, swallowing the lump that rose unexpectedly in my throat. Not because her apology fixed anything, but because I knew how much it had cost her to say it. I don't hate you, I said. Any of you. I'm done sacrificing my peace for people who only see my value in what I give them. There was another long silence. Are you coming to Christmas? She asked softly. I laughed once dryly. I think I'll pass this year. The weeks rolled by. Clara and Julian were forced to buy out my share of the house if they wanted to keep it. That meant a massive loan, one that Julian had to scramble to secure. I heard through a mutual contact that he took a second mortgage on his parents' house to cover it. Evan took a semester off to regroup. He sent me a letter, handwritten. It was awkward and rambling, but sincere. He said he'd gotten too used to leaning on me and not enough time figuring out who he was without me. I appreciated that. And me? I took my piece and ran with it. I booked a solo trip to Norway for January. Rented a cabin overlooking a frozen fjord. No Wi-Fi. No cell service. Just snow, wood, and silence. It was the most present I'd felt in years. When I got back, I launched a new venture, one not tied to anyone else's expectations. I donated a portion of the profits to adult scholarship programs. Quietly. No fanfare. I saw Clara again once. It was spring. I was walking through a park, and she was there with the baby, her daughter, Lily. She looked tired. Older somehow. Life had humbled her. She waved. I nodded. And that was enough. Families don't always break with a bang. Sometimes it's 1,000 small cuts over time, barely noticeable until one day you look down and realize you're bleeding from everywhere. But sometimes, walking away isn't the end. Sometimes, it's the beginning. Of healing. Of self-respect. Of peace. So no, I wasn't out of the family. I just decided to build one of my own. On my own terms.